home, and in the quiet strength of their stories. Tonight, we will let those stories wash over you. They are tales of gentle giants, kind-hearted shield maidens, whispering nature spirits, and the soothing guidance of the gods of home and rest. They are the sagas whispered softly, meant only to bring comfort, and to carry you effortlessly into a deep, peaceful slumber. Close your eyes fully, feel the warmth of the fire on your cheek, and let your body sink deeper into the surface you rest upon. You are safe. You are home. Now let the journey begin, as we slip into the deep, restful quiet of a Viking village night. The night is still deep outside, but inside the longhouse a small subtle shift is taking place. It is the moment when the deepest slumber begins to lighten, replaced by the profound peace of a rested mind. The fire, which was only an ember moments ago, is slowly being coaxed back to life by the village's elder woman, Inga, whose movements are as silent and graceful as the smoke curling from the stone chimney. Listen closely. The first sound is the tunk of a piece of dried birch being laid gently onto the coals. It does not spark or flame loudly. It just catches, creating a soft, warm glow that slowly pushes back the shadows. Inga is humming. It is not a song with words but a quiet, low-frequency melody. A sound that has been the soundtrack to her life. A sound that says all is well, all is prepared. This sound is one of the oldest in the village, a soft reassurance that the cycle continues, that the home is protected, and that the warmth will return. Feel the peace in that sound. The scent of wood smoke begins to deepen, wrapping itself around the lingering fragrance of sweet hay and last night's meal. It's an enveloping, cozy scent, a blanket of aroma that tells your body you are utterly safe. There is no urgency in this awakening. The life here is governed not by the harsh demands of time, but by the slow, stately movement of the sun and the needs of the earth. A child stirs on the sleeping platform across the room. It is little Freya. She doesn't cry or fuss. She only lets out a small, satisfied sigh, the kind that comes from deep, uncomplicated rest. The sound is tiny, a puff of air, and then she settles immediately again, drawing her wool blanket up under her chin. Inga, without looking, without making a noise, knows she is settled, and the soft humming continues, steady, gentle, and utterly peaceful. The first rays of dawn, pale and silvery, are now finding their way through the small opening in the roof, the smoke hole, and through the oil-tied windows. They don't arrive with a sudden burst, but rather as a slow, deliberate brightening. Inside the longhouse, the light is soft and diffused, a gentle golden milkiness that illuminates the grain of the wooden walls and the quiet, sleeping forms of the people. This is the light of a peaceful transition, the world slowly waking up around you. The air itself feels heavy with sleep and good rest. Let that feeling settle over you. The rhythms of domesticity, baking and hearth. Inga now moves to her work table. This is the heart of the home, the place where sustenance is made. Her work begins, not with frantic chopping or clattering, but with the steady, repetitive rhythm of the mortar and pestle. Grind, 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 grind. The sound is a low, abrasive whisper, the stone gently crushing the dried grain. She is preparing the flour for the day's bread, the lifeblood of the village. Close your eyes and visualize her strong, weathered hands, moving with years of practiced efficiency. There is no wasted motion, no rush, only the deep, centering focus of a task done with love and patience. Feel the peaceful weight of that repetition. Grind, grind. The flour is then mixed with a little water, a touch of sourdough starter that has been kept alive for generations, and a pinch of salt from the coast. The kneading begins. This is perhaps the most soothing sound of all, the soft thwump, thwump, thwump of the dough being pressed and turned against the wooden trough. It is soft, yielding, and deeply rhythmic. The dough is cool, supple, and slowly coming alive in her hands. The room is quiet save for this gentle, low percussion. It's a hypnotic sound, a primal, comforting drumbeat that speaks of provision and care. Thwump, thwump. Each press of the dough is a breath, a moment of presence, a promise of a full belly and a peaceful night. The small round loaves are shaped with care and placed on a wooden peel. The fire is now warm and ready. Inga carefully slides the loaves into the side oven built into the stone hearth. Now we wait, and the waiting is a beautiful thing. The longhouse falls into a gentle silence, broken only by the occasional settle of the burning wood, a quiet, reassuring sound. The fire hisses softly as the bread begins to bake, and the aroma starts its slow, deliberate journey. First, a hint of yeast, then the deep, earthy smell of the wheat, and finally, that incomparable golden scent of baking bread, warm, sweet, and comforting. This smell is the very definition of home in the Viking world. It permeates the air, reaching into the deepest, softest recesses of the longhouse, ensuring that every sleeper, even those still resting, is inhaling comfort and peace with every gentle breath. Let the warm, bread-scented air fill your own quiet space now. Breathe in the peace, breathe out the rest as the bread bakes. The men and older children begin to stir, rising quietly, pulling on their woolen layers. Their movements are equally slow and purposeful. They move with the quiet respect of people who know their home is a shared space and their time is their own. Young Halder, a strong boy of 12, takes his shepherd's crook and quietly slips out the main door. He is heading to the high pasture to check on the small flock of sheep. His walk is silent, his boots muffled by the soft earth and pine needles just outside the village palisade. Imagine walking beside him, feeling the cool, clean air on your face. The world outside is a masterpiece of quiet blues and greens. The light is still soft, catching the dew on the long, pale grass. The sheep are gathered in a sheltered, grassy cove overlooking the calm, misty fjord. Their presence is a profoundly peaceful one. Ba, ba. Their call is soft, a simple, non-demanding sound. They graze slowly, heads down, their movements dictated by the abundance of the grass. Halder sits on a smooth, flat stone and simply watches them. His task is not about driving or rushing but about guarding, a quiet vigilance that ensures their safety and peace. He counts them one by one, letting his mind drift with the clouds above the mountains. The only other sound here is the gentle cropping of grass, a soft, repetitive snip, 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 and the low, constant murmur of the fjord water meeting the shore below. Slap, slap. It's the sound of the ocean breathing, a deep, rhythmic sighing that anchors the entire landscape in tranquility. Let your breathing become as steady and slow as the ocean's sigh. Meanwhile, closer to the village, two shipwrights, Torvin and Sigurd, are working on a new longship. This ship will not be for war, but for trade, for visiting friendly shores, and for fishing. Their work too is surprisingly quiet. The ship's hull is half finished, a beautiful arcing spine of oak. They are shaping the planks, splitting them along the natural grain of the wood. The tools they use are not harsh and loud, but simple axes and wedges, wielded with expertise. Tap, 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 pause, and then the soft thunk of the wood splitting cleanly. The sound of the axe is not one of violence but of creation. It is measured, careful, and deeply satisfying. Torvin runs his hand along the smooth curve of the newly shaped plank, feeling the texture, ensuring it is perfect for the calm waters. He is dreaming of the gentle voyages this ship will take, of calm sails, of stars reflected in the dark water, of the peace of a journey well underway. The whole village operates on this principle. Quiet focus, gentle movements, and the profound satisfaction of simple, well-done work. They are tending to the life around them, the bread, the sheep, the boats, with a deep, abiding respect. This is the peace that comes from connection, from knowing that every hand's work contributes to the deep, shared warmth of the home. The sun has made its slow arc and is now beginning its majestic, gentle descent behind the towering, dark silhouette of the mountains. The air is cooling again, and the villagers begin their slow migration back to the longhouse. Halder leads his sheep down the path, their soft coats blending into the twilight, their calls even quieter now. Torvin and Sigurd carefully oil their tools, placing them under a lean-to to protect them from the dew. The work of the day is done, and the time for rest is arriving again, with the same unhurried certainty as the moonrise. As they enter the longhouse, the aroma of the baked bread is still strong, now mingling with the steam of the simple evening meal, root vegetables from the garden, freshly caught fish gently roasted over the embers, and a mug of warm, spiced milk for the children. This is the time of gentle community. There are no loud announcements, no clashing arguments. The conversation is low, a murmur of satisfied voices. They share the day's simple gifts. A handful of freshly spun wool, a new carving of a wooden horse for little Freya, a simple tale of a fox seen in the woods. The elders take their places near the fire. They are the keepers of the soft sagas, the ones who weave the threads of the past into a comforting blanket for the present. Old Harold, his voice deep and worn smooth like a river stone, begins to speak. He does not tell of raid or battle. He tells of the quiet winter. And in that deepest of snows, Harold murmurs, his voice barely audible, the village rested. Not sleeping but resting. The world outside was a deep, soft silence. The only sounds were the breathing of the family, the soft melting of the snow on the thatch, and the sound of the loom, clack hush, weaving the future from the past. Every heart in the longhouse beat with the same slow, patient rhythm. The cold was outside. The peace was within. We were warm, we were together, and the great gods knew we were safe. His voice is like the low, gentle drone of a distant bagpipe, constant, mesmerizing, and deeply comforting. His words are not meant to be analyzed, but to be absorbed, to be felt in the warmth of your bones. As the meal concludes, the final gentle act of the day unfolds. The twilight song. Inga, who baked the bread, now begins to sing. It is a lullaby that has been sung for 1,000 years. Its melody is slow, consisting of only a few notes that rise and fall like the smoke from the chimney. The words, in the ancient tongue, speak of the moon watching over the sheep, of the stars protecting the longship, and of the ancestors holding the roof strong against the night. The small children, already nestled into their beds, close their eyes, their little hands clutching their wooden toys. The adults too let their heads rest back against the walls, their eyes growing heavy. The song fades, but the feeling lingers. The lamps, small bowls of oil with a floating wick, are slowly extinguished one by one. The light recedes, drawing the shadows in like a soft, enveloping hug. Finally, only the banked fire remains, a quiet, breathing glow. This is the perfect Viking peace. Simple, slow, and utterly safe. The day has returned its gifts, and now the night returns its gift of deep, necessary rest. Let the final image be the last, soft sigh of the longhouse, the low crackle of the banked fire, the steady, unified, gentle breathing of the entire village. You are one of them. You are safe. You are drifting. The stillness of the longhouse is deep, but as your breathing slows and deepens, you begin to feel a new sensation, a slight rhythmic shift beneath you. The deep-set peace is no longer rooted in the solid earth, but in the gentle, rocking embrace of the water. We have slipped silently from the cozy longhouse and onto the deck of a longship. This is not a vessel of conquest, but a graceful nar, a sturdy ship of trade and travel, designed to glide smoothly over the silent, moon-silvered sea. Feel the cool, smooth wood of the deck beneath your hand, and listen to the ship's song. It is the sound of deep, silent movement. Slap, lap, pause, slap, lap, pause. The water, vast and dark, is not frightening, but rather an enormous, comforting blanket reflecting the night sky. The ship moves with a slow, stately rhythm. It rises on a slight swell, hangs for a moment in a perfect balance, and then gently settles back down into the trough. This rocking motion is ancient and primal, the most effective lullaby the world knows. Let your whole body sink with this gentle sway. Fall, rest, fall, rest. We are far enough from the coast that the land smells have faded, replaced by the clean, sharp scent of salt and the cool, damp breath of the ocean itself. The sail, a massive square of woven wool and linen, is only partially unfurled, catching a high, gentle breeze that whispers a quiet melody. Whoosh! A soft sigh in the fabric, and then stillness. The ship simply glides. The silent crew and the rhythm of rest. Look around you. The crew are not shouting or straining. They are men and women who understand the profound power of quiet. They sit on the benches, their hands resting on the oars, but the oars are lifted and stored, their use not needed in this perfect, gentle breeze. Their conversation is minimal, just a low, guttural murmur between two sailors at the stern. Words are precious here, saved for necessary direction or for a moment of shared wonder. One old sailor, Kjetil, is at the tiller. His eyes are not on the waves but on the sky. He is navigating by the stars of quiet journey. Look up with him. Above you, the sky is a masterpiece of glittering light. Kjetil points out a star to the young boy beside him, a boy named Sven, who is learning the language of the cosmos. Look, Sven, Kjetil whispers, his voice like the grinding of smooth pebbles. There is the great bear. But tonight, he is not a bear of hunger. He is the great dipper of gentle water. See how his handle points to the nail of the north. That one star that never moves, the one that keeps the world steady. That star Polaris is a point of absolute, unwavering calm. Everything else in the universe seems to wheel and spin around it, but the North Star holds firm. It is a celestial anchor. It is the assurance that no matter how far you drift, no matter how deep your sleep, there is a fixed point of safety and stillness waiting for you. Fix your gaze or your mind's eye on that gentle, constant light. The rhythm of the voyage is one of total surrender. There is no fight against the ocean, only an agreement with it. The ship is an extension of the sea, moving with its will, guided by the heavens. The only repetitive sound now is the drip, drip, drip from the bow, where a little spray from the last wave is slowly falling back into the fjord. It's a clean, cold, mesmerizing sound. Drip, drip, drip. This is the sound of time passing gently, unhurriedly. It is the clock of the quiet ocean, counting out the moments of your profound rest. Legend of the gentle sea drogger. As the night deepens and the ship glides further into the deep, quiet waters, Jedel finally speaks again. His voice even softer now, a mere breath above the sound of the hull against the water. He is telling Sven a short, sleepy legend, a tale that keeps the sea calm and the crew peaceful. "We are not alone, little sailor," Jedel murmurs, pulling his thick cloak tighter. "We sail under the watchful eye of the gentle drogger of the deep. Do not confuse them with the angry spirits of the land. The sea drogger who follow the Nar are the spirits of those ancient mariners who died at sea, but died with a peaceful heart, accepting the ocean's claim. They have no use for battle or gold. Their only purpose is the smooth passage of the living. Tonight they are here. Can you feel them?" The ship dips gently into a small hollow between waves, an almost imperceptible cradle in the water. When the water is this smooth, Jedel continues, it is because the gentle drogger are swimming just beneath the keel, their vast, silent bodies absorbing the turbulence. They push away the currents, they hold down the chop, and they keep the wind a steady, constant friend. If you look over the side, though you mustn't lean out too far, Sven, you might see them. They look like pale, shimmering seals moving with an effortless grace. And the Nar gives them a gift for their work. Every time the ship glides smoothly over a wave, the wood sings a low, humming note. That hum is their reward, their lullaby, and their only pay. The ship does hum. It's a very low vibration felt in the deck, a deep, resonant hum from the massive oak planking, the sound of the vessel's spirit agreeing with the journey, singing its thanks to the gentle protectors beneath. Let that low, beautiful vibration enter your chest and settle into your bones. It is the sound of perfect engineering and perfect peace. The sea is calm, the ship is humming, and the silent spirits of the ocean are ensuring your rest. There is nothing to fear on this voyage. The drogger are your protectors, the stars are your guides, and the wind is your soft, unhurried breath. The endless horizon of peace. For a long time nothing is said. The only sound is the rhythmic slosh lap, and the gentle hum of the hull. The crew, watching the stars and feeling the flow of the ship, have entered a meditative state. Their thoughts are slow, simple, and entirely peaceful. They are thinking of the good, quiet things, of the warm, smoky scent of the village they left, of the soft, distant shores they will soon greet, of the satisfaction of their simple, necessary work. Their bodies move slightly with the ship, a soft, involuntary sway that is the essence of relaxation. The water itself is a profound mirror. Every star, every glimmer of the distant, rising moon, is reflected perfectly in the inky blackness below. Sailing here is like floating between two infinite skies, the one above and the one below, suspended in a pocket of absolute tranquility. You are floating with them. Feel yourself suspended. The weight of your body is insignificant. Your thoughts are as simple and slow as the sway of the ship. Jedel, his eyelids growing heavy, gives one final soft instruction to Sven. When the moon god Mani is directly overhead, little one, you will know you are precisely where you should be. His light will make the path silver and safe. Do not worry about speed, only about peace. The moon, large and comforting, begins its slow ascent to the highest point in the sky. It casts a long, unbroken trail of shimmering silver on the water, a quiet road leading only toward a restful horizon. This silver path is a promise that your journey will be easy, your destination will be welcoming, and your sleep will be deep and undisturbed. We sail on, cradled by the sea, guided by the stars, and protected by the ancient gentle silence of the Viking night. Slap, lap, The ship moves through the darkness with a peaceful, confident grace. All is well. All is still. Let the gentle rocking of the Nar carry you deeper, deeper, into rest. The feeling of the ship's gentle rock slowly melts away, replaced now by the deep-seated, earthy warmth of the land. We are back inside the longhouse, but not by the main large hearth. We are in the quietest, most peaceful corner. The space dedicated to Astrid, the village healer. This space is a sanctuary, a hushed pocket of calm. The air here is subtly different, less smoky and more fragrant. Close your eyes and breathe deeply. You can smell the comforting, earthy aroma of dried herbs, the pungent strength of mugwort, the sweet, calming scent of meadowsweet, and the cool, clean fragrance of pine needles. These are the scents of comfort, of tending, and of natural restoration. Astrid herself is a study in quietude. Her movements are slow and deliberate, imbued with the deep-seated patience of someone who understands that healing cannot be rushed. She is sitting on a small wooden stool beside a little fire, tending a simmering clay pot of water. The water is just barely boiling, making a soft, continuous whispering sound as the gentle steam rises, carrying the essence of the herb she has dropped into it. Her hands are resting on her knees, waiting. They are strong, calloused, yet deeply gentle hands that hold within them the memory of every ache they have soothed, every troubled brow they have smoothed. Her eyes, the color of a quiet, deep fjord, are fixed not on the fire, but on a point of serene stillness beyond it. They hold no worry, no rush, only the deep, constant and unshakable belief that rest is the truest medicine. The art of soothing. Astrid's healing often begins long before the herbs are applied. It begins with the simple act of holding stillness. Tonight, she is tending to Sven, the young boy who was aboard the ship. His arm is not injured, but his small body is tense from the excitement and long hours of the journey. He lies quietly on a mat of soft furs, his eyes wide, his breathing shallow. Astrid does not speak to him immediately. She simply sits near him, her presence a silent, heavy blanket of peace. She retrieves a small, clean piece of linen from a basket and dips it into the warm herbal water. The linen is then wrung out, not with force, but with a slow, careful twist, ensuring the cloth is warm and damp, but not dripping. She lays the warm compress gently over his forehead, and another over the small pulse point on his wrist. The warmth is immediate and penetrating, a direct message to the body that the time for tension is over, and the time for release has begun. Feel that warmth now, a soft, soothing heat settling over a tired spot on your own body. As the warmth does its work, Astrid begins a very subtle, low humming, much quieter than Inga's morning tune. It is a single, extended note, a pure, resonant tone that vibrates in the chest and settles the mind. This is her sound therapy. It is the sound of a protected heart, the sound of the earth breathing. It is so low that it is felt more than heard, resonating deep within the ear canal, causing the restless thoughts to simply slow down, like leaves falling through thick, still water. Sven's shoulders visibly soften. His breath, which was quick and shallow, now catches, then deepens into a slow, sustained inhale, and an even longer releasing exhale. Astrid speaks now, her voice so soft it seems to come from the shadows themselves. The ache is just a guest, little Sven, and a guest who is tired and needs to be sent to sleep. We wrap him in warmth, we give him the soft, quiet music of the heart, and we watch him leave. She gently rubs a small amount of rendered fat, infused with calming lavender-like herbs, onto the soles of his feet. Her touch is feather-light, barely there, a gentle suggestion of comfort. The friction is minimal, the warmth is constant. This simple, ancient act of tending the body's furthest points is a profound cue for the whole system to shut down and rest, calming the strongest hearts. Astrid's healing touch extends beyond the children. Even the toughest warriors seek out her quiet corner, drawn by the profound, non-judgmental stillness she maintains. Tonight, a powerful Carl free man, named Egil, sits heavily on the edge of the sleeping platform. He has no wounds, only a deep, restless worry about the changing seasons and the unknown future. His strength is a burden. His mind will not quiet down. Astrid approaches him without a word. She knows that for the strong, the simplest touch is often the most revolutionary. She does not offer a compress or an herb, but rather a simple, shared lullaby. She places a small, smooth piece of river stone, cool and heavy, into his large, calloused hand. "Hold this, Egil," she whispers. "This stone has been tumbled by the water for 1,000 years. It knows all the worry of the river, and it carries none of it. Feel its weight. It is steady. It is the only thing you need to hold right now." Then she sings. It is not a lullaby for a child, but a hush song for a warrior's heart, a song about Frigg's loom. The melody is incredibly slow, a drawn-out chant that focuses entirely on the sound of the consonant S. The words describe the soft sound of the shuttle moving back and forth across Frigg's great loom, weaving the threads of fate not with violence, but with quiet, purposeful intention. SSS so FTLY SSS spins the thread. SSS LOLY come the night. As silent the worry goes. SSS sleep the heart takes flight. The repetition is hypnotic. The sound of the S is a natural white noise, mimicking the sound of gentle wind through high grass, or the slow, soothing exhalation of a sleeping body. It is designed to bypass the thinking mind and speak directly to the oldest, most primal center of peace in the brain. Egil closes his eyes, his powerful grip slowly loosening around the river stone. His forehead creases smooth out. He is surrendering his worry to the steady, quiet rhythm of the healer's voice. He is giving up the burden of his strength and accepting the profound strength of rest. Astrid moves away as silently as a falling snowflake. Her work is done. The warm compress has calmed the body, the quiet touch has calmed the hands, and the soothing chant has calmed the fierce heart. The healing corner remains quiet, smelling faintly of clean earth and pine. It is a place where every muscle is told to unclench, every thought is told to slow down, and every breath is a soft, deep declaration of peace. Let Astrid's gentle presence be the guardian of your own rest now. Let her stillness enter your mind, and let the soft scent of her herbs wrap you in a cocoon of deep, untroubled slumber. Let the last soft scent of the healer's herbs drift from your mind. Our journey now takes us out of the longhouse, but still within the circle of the village's deep, protective peace. We travel to the bank of the quiet river, where the moss is deep and yielding, and the shadows are long and comforting. Here we find two men, the gentle-hearted friends of the village, Bjorn and Eirik. They are Vikings, strong and capable, yet their greatest strength lies not in their arms, but in the unwavering, quiet loyalty they hold for one another. Bjorn is a man whose movements are slow and deliberate, like the turning of a great, weathered millstone. His laugh, when it comes, is a deep, warm rumble. Eirik is lighter, quicker, like the ripple of the water itself, always watching the small, beautiful details of the world. They are different, but their differences mesh together like two perfectly fitted stones in a hearth. Tonight, we find them by the river, not to fish for their dinner, but simply to listen to the river's peaceful murmur. They sit in comfortable silence on a stretch of sun-warmed granite, their fishing lines drifting gently in the current. Urgle, tingle, swish. The sound of the river is a constant, soft whisper, the earth's water flowing unhurriedly back to the sea. It is a cleansing, smoothing sound, washing away all sharp edges and hurried thoughts. Look at their quiet contentment. After a long time, Bjorn finally murmurs, "The water is very wise tonight, Eirik. It tells us everything important is already known." Eirik nods, his eyes still on the river. "It tells us to stop fighting the current, brother. Just to float." They both smile softly, the kind of gentle smile that needs no audience and no big event to prompt it, just the simple comfort of being together in a peaceful place. Shared laughter and simple joy. One evening, Bjorn and Eirik decided to set out on their small, two-person boat to the middle of the quiet fjord for a night of deep-sea fishing. It was a clear, moonless night, the perfect conditions for the star fishing they loved. They rowed with slow, synchronized strokes. Dip, lift, drip. The oars moved in perfect harmony, the water dripping from the blades back into the fjord with a clean silver sound. When they reached the center, they dropped their anchor. The water was so still, so utterly black, that it was impossible to tell where the sky ended and the sea began. They were floating in the heart of the universe, suspended between the stars above and the stars below. They had been sitting for what felt like hours, their lines motionless. The silence was absolute, broken only by the occasional distant call of a sea bird, a sound that only emphasized the profound quiet. Suddenly, Eirik felt a powerful tug on his line, a mighty fish. He pulled back, his feet braced, and began the slow, arduous work of reeling in the catch. He fought it for a long, quiet, respectful time, his breath coming in soft, heavy puffs. Finally, he brought it to the surface. A magnificent cod, its scales shimmering in the faint starlight. But as he reached to net it, the fish gave one last, powerful, twisting surge and the line snapped. The fish did not splash violently. It simply slipped back into the dark water with a soft, final plop. Eirik sat back, his heart racing from the quiet struggle, staring at his broken line. Bjorn, who had been watching in silent support, did not offer a rushed consolation or a critical comment. He simply looked at the dark water where the fish disappeared, and then looked at Eirik. And then a tiny breathy sound escaped Bjorn's chest. It was a quiet, gentle snort. Eirik looked at him, surprised, and Bjorn just shook his head slowly, a vast, gentle amusement in his eyes. "That was his victory, Eirik," Bjorn whispered, his voice deep and warm. "He taught you a lesson. Sometimes the greatest treasures are the ones that remind you to simply let go." And then the quiet snort turned into a low, rumbling chuckle and Eirik joined in, his lighter voice mixing with Bjorn's deep one. It was not loud, boisterous laughter that breaks the night, but a shared, soft, deeply satisfying sound. A sound of acceptance, of shared experience, and the profound realization that a lost fish means nothing compared to the warmth of the company. They sat there, not casting their lines again, but simply letting the gentle ripples of their laughter fade into the silent, star-filled fjord. Their boat rocked slowly, a cradle of shared quiet joy. The quiet mending of a misunderstanding. Even the deepest friendships can have small moments of friction. One cool autumn morning, a shadow fell between Bjorn and Eirik, but it was a shadow of quiet confusion, not of anger. Bjorn had a favorite leather carving tool, a small worn piece inherited from his father, which he kept next to his bed. He used it to smooth out the edges of his wooden carvings, making them soft and safe for the village children. One morning the tool was gone. Later that day, Bjorn saw Eirik using a tool that looked exactly like it. Eirik was carving a gift for his wife, his brow furrowed in concentration. Bjorn felt a small, tight knot form in his chest, not of anger, but a quiet, confusing hurt. Eirik would never take it without asking. His thoughts were slow and heavy. He did not confront Eirik, he did not shout. He simply withdrew, his responses to Eirik's friendly greetings becoming short and distant. Eirik, sensitive to the slightest shift in his friend's mood, noticed the distance immediately. He did not rush to defend himself, for he did not know the cause. He simply waited, his own heart feeling a low, sad hum. That evening, they were both sitting on a low bench by the fire. The space between them felt wider than the fjord itself. Eirik finally broke the silence, his voice barely a breath. "Your heart is troubled, brother. I feel the wind has stopped between us. Tell me what quiet darkness has crept into your mind." Bjorn took a slow breath, letting out a long, deliberate sigh. He held up his empty hands. "My father's carving tool is gone, the one I loved for its smoothness." Eirik looked down at his hands where the tool was resting. He felt a sudden deep realization, a memory of seeing a tool that looked just like his own, picking it up in the dim morning light, and assuming it was his own. He realized his tool had fallen and rolled beneath his bench, and he had mistakenly taken Bjorn's. There was no need for grand apology or explanation. Eirik simply held out the worn leather tool, its handle smooth from generations of use. "I am sorry, brother," Eirik whispered. "My eyes were hurried and my spirit was blind. I took it thinking it was mine. I cherish your kindness more than any tool." Bjorn took the carving tool back. He did not look at the tool. He looked only into Eirik's eyes, which were filled with genuine, quiet sorrow for the small distance he had caused. Bjorn's chest relaxed. The quiet, tight knot dissolved completely. He placed the tool gently beside him, an item now insignificant compared to the deep relief of the mended bond. "The tool is only wood and leather, Eirik," Bjorn said, his voice deep and warm again. "The loyalty in a man's heart is a thing made of light and fire. And your light is always true. It is forgiven and it is forgotten. Sit closer." Eirik moved the small distance, shoulder to shoulder with his friend, and they sat in a profound, deep silence of reconciliation. They did not need to speak of the incident again. The matter was closed, not with a contract or an oath, but with a simple, genuine moment of honesty and forgiveness. This is the great, gentle lesson of their legend, that the strongest alliances are not forged in the heat of battle, but in the quiet warmth of a shared hearth, built upon the strength of a loyalty that easily forgives and the wisdom that chooses peace over pride. Feel the warmth of that loyal friendship now. Let the deep, easy forgiveness of Bjorn and Eirik settle over your own heart. All is mended, all is forgiven, all is peaceful. The fire is low, the friends are side by side. Your heart is still and at rest. The low, quiet laughter of Bjorn and Eirik fades now, and the deep, rich silence of the forest begins to settle over us. We leave the light of the longhouse and step into the vast, protective shadow of the whispering woods. This is not a forest of peril or noise. It is a place of profound, ancient quiet, a cathedral of towering pines and soft, moss-covered stones. The air here is cool, clean, and carries the earthy fragrance of wet soil, pine resin, and old undisturbed stone. Look up. The canopy is thick, but the soft moonlight, filtered by the millions of tiny needles, falls in silver patches on the forest floor. It is a scattered, shimmering light, enough to show the path, but not enough to disturb the sleeping earth. Our steps are completely silent. The path beneath our feet is a deep carpet of pine needles and soft, yielding moss. We are moving with the respect of guests in a holy place, gliding slowly, breathing gently. The only sound is the slow, continuous, gentle sigh of the wind in the highest branches, a sound that has repeated itself every night for thousands of years. It is the forest breathing, a slow, deep exhalation that promotes rest and security. The Alfar, elves of luminous calm. As we walk deeper, the air begins to shimmer. It is not heat, it is light. We are approaching the places where the Alfar, the gentle elves of Nordic lore, make their home. The Alfar are not the tiny, mischievous sprites of other lands. They are beings of pure, luminous calm. They are tall, elegant beings of light, their skin the color of pearl, their hair the silver of the quiet moon. They move among the trees with an utter silence that is mesmerizing. Their duty is not to trick or to tease, but to maintain the equilibrium of the night. They ensure that the roots of the trees are safe, that the stream flows smoothly, and that all lost creatures find their way to a sheltered place to sleep. You can feel their presence as a profound stillness. Every sound in the forest around them seems to pause, and the light they cast, a gentle, cool, bluish-white luminescence, is calming to the eyes, like looking up at the high, clear stars. If you close your eyes and listen, you can hear the Alfar at work. It is the sound of soft creation. They are mending tiny, broken twigs, gently pushing a fallen leaf back to the earth, or simply walking with a pace so slow that it takes them all night to cross a single clearing shimmer. Shimmer. They are guardians of the quiet. Their magic is simple. It is the magic of perfection in miniature. They ensure that everything small is peaceful, so that the whole forest can rest deeply. Feel their quiet intention surrounding you. The desire for everything to be just so balanced, calm, and utterly safe. Shimmer. They are guardians of the quiet. Their magic is simple. It is the magic of perfection in miniature. They ensure that everything small is peaceful, so that the whole forest can rest deeply. Feel their quiet intention surrounding you. The desire for everything to be just so balanced, calm, and utterly safe. The Nis, keeper of the peaceful hearth. We emerge from the deep woods and find ourselves near a small, isolated farmstead. It is a quiet, low-built house, surrounded by a simple stone wall and a small barn. The people within are sound asleep. But the farm is not unattended. In the barn, nestled in the hay loft, is the Nis or Tomt, the small unseen spirit of the household. He is a tiny old man, dressed in a simple gray tunic and a conical red cap. He is the spirit of protection and good fortune, but only for those who live a quiet, respectful life. The Nis is busy tonight with his nightly rounds. He is ensuring that the old cow, Hilda, is warm, that the harness leather is oiled, and that the children's wooden toys are neatly lined up by the door. Listen for his sounds. They are so subtle they are almost not there. Soft scritch. As he gently brushes a stray piece of straw from Hilda's back. Tiny thump. As he carefully drops a single grain of wheat that he has swept into a corner. Low snort. As he sits for a moment on a feed barrel, listening to the deep, slow breathing of the cow, ensuring she is at peace. The Nis demands only one thing in return. Deep, quiet respect. No one rushes him, no one bothers him, and in return he grants the family and their animals the most precious gift: deep, unbroken rest. The cow and the few sheep are sleeping soundly, their bodies completely relaxed. They're breathing a slow, steady swoosh-hush in the dark barn. They know the Nis is there, a silent, grumpy, but utterly reliable protector.
Let the Nis's spirit settle over your own home tonight. Let him sweep away any tiny, restless thoughts, and ensure that your own resting place is protected, quiet, and deeply peaceful. This Cobra, gentle guide of the deep forest. We step back into the deep woods, where the shadows are thicker and the moon's light is even more diffused. This is the domain of the Skokra, the Lady of the Woods. She is not a creature of fear, but of profound, protective care. She is the forest's conscience, its shepherd. Sometimes, a traveler, lost in thought or simply overcome by the woods' quiet mystery, will stray from the path. This Kopra's gentle mission is to guide them back, but always with a soft hand, never with fright. If you were to become lost now, you wouldn't feel panic. Instead, you would feel a sudden, soft pull of curiosity in a certain direction. A small, almost imperceptible turn of the head toward a slightly brighter patch of moonlight. She does not shout. She whispers. SSS sleep here, the path is SS softer this S way. Here whisper is a pure, ethereal sound, like the highest register of the wind chime, but mixed with the sound of the softest running water. It is non-verbal, a simple communication of safety and direction. She guides you not by showing the dangers, but by highlighting the comforts. She makes the moss on the correct path feel softer, she makes the air on the right track feel warmer, she makes a hidden bed of ferns appear suddenly welcoming. Here light is not a sudden flare, but a gentle, persistent glow, a soft, green warmth that radiates from the bark of a nearby tree. She is simply pointing out the obvious safety, the path that leads back to rest. Feel her gentle guidance around you now. There is no need to worry about being lost. The woods are an ancient, kind presence, and their keeper is ensuring that you are already on the perfect, quiet path back to your own deepest rest. The enchanted spring of peace. As we reach the heart of this Kopra's domain, we come to a small, hidden spring. It is a pool of black, still water, reflecting the sky perfectly, fed by a thin, constant stream flowing from beneath an ancient root. Tranquil. Tranquil. Pause. Tranquil. The sound is the purest sound in the woods, the sound of water being born. It is cold, clean, and imbued with the quiet magic of the earth. The Vikings believed that if you drank from a spring like this just before sleeping, your dreams would be clear, restful, and filled with gentle wisdom. We do not drink. We only listen. The sound is a deep cleanse for the mind, washing away the last, faint traces of daytime worry. Let the gentle trickle of the pure water enter your ears and cleanse your thoughts, one by one. The woods have settled into their deepest, most restful state. The Alpha are resting by their luminous stones. The Nis is fast asleep in the hayloft. This Kopra has ensured that all the travelers are safely tucked away. All is still. All is well. The great, silent forest is your protector now. You are nestled among the ancient roots, covered by the soft, sighing canopy, watched over by the gentle spirits of the north. Breathe in the peace of the silent, waiting earth, and sink deeper into your own, protected quiet. The stillness of the deep woods gently recedes. We glide back from the hushed silence of the Alpha and the Skokra to the warm, comforting heart of the village, the longhouse. This time, we arrive not at the deep hour of sleep, but at the evening's final gathering, the time for the peaceful feast. The energy here is one of deep, satisfied rest, not of hunger or revelry. It is the communal winding down, the moment when the day's hard work becomes soft gratitude. The main hall is bathed in the warm, golden light of the central hearth fire, now banked and crackling gently, casting long, peaceful shadows on the massive timber walls. The air is dense with the most comforting scents, the sweetness of roasted root vegetables, the earthy richness of dark, newly baked bread, and the subtle, lingering scent of honey and warm milk. Find your place on the low, wide bench by the fire. Feel the sturdy wood beneath you, a profound anchor of safety. The villagers are settled. No one rushes to eat. The food is simply there, a beautiful, simple abundance laid out on long, clean wooden platters. The movements of the hands are slow, the passage of the food from platter to mouth is deliberate and quiet. Listen closely. The sounds are all gentle, non-abrasive. Soft rip, of the freshly baked, heavy bread being torn apart. Muffled chew, a slow, contented sound of simple food being truly enjoyed. Gentle clink, of a wooden bowl being set softly down on the bench. This is the sound of gratitude in action. Every bite is a quiet thank you to the earth, the sun, and the gods who provide. The comforting menu. Imagine the slow, simple joy of this meal. This is not a grand, complicated dining, but a profound nourishment designed to settle the body and prepare it for deep rest. First, the roasted root vegetables. Carrots, parsnips, and turnips, dug from the cold, rich earth, seasoned with a little salt and roasted slowly near the embers. Their texture is soft, yielding instantly on the tongue, their sweetness a clean, natural comfort. Next, the freshly roasted fish, cod or salmon, caught earlier in the day, its skin gently crisped, its flesh white, flaky, and delicate. It is served with a simple squeeze of lemon juice, a clean, white counterpoint to the deep, earthy vegetables. The flavor is pure, honest, and utterly satisfying. And always, the dark, heavy bread, the same bread that Inga baked with such slow, rhythmic patience this morning. It is dense, warm, and requires a satisfying, slow chew. It is the food that fills the belly and grounds the spirit. For dessert, there is only a touch of wildflower honey, drizzled slowly over a small piece of cheese curd. The sweetness is thick and slow, a beautiful, gentle finishing note that prepares the mind for sweet dreams. Each swallow is a moment of total presence. The simple, clean flavors are grounding, pulling the body and mind away from complication and back to the basic, satisfying truth of being well fed and warm. Let the warm, satisfying feeling of this simple food settle heavily in your own stomach now. You are full. You are content. You are entirely safe. The heartfelt toast and gentle tales. As the plates are slowly cleared, the communal moment shifts from eating to quiet conversation. The voices are low, pitched just above a whisper, respectful of the deep peace of the longhouse. This is the time for a heartfelt toast. The head of the household, a gentleman named Halfdan, slowly raises a simple wooden cup filled with warm, watered ale, or for the children, spiced milk. His eyes are soft, and his gaze sweeps slowly around the room, resting on each face with quiet appreciation. He speaks slowly, his voice a deep, resonant hum, carrying only a few words. To the quiet hearth, Halfdan murmurs. May it be warmer tomorrow than it was today. To the sleep of the children, he continues. May it be deeper than the fjord. And finally, softly, to the peace that is earned by honest work. May it never leave us. The entire hall responds with a collective, quiet eskal, a deep, low sound of agreement and peace. The cup is lifted and put down without a clatter, but with a deliberate, soft thunk on the table. It is a ritual of quiet, shared intention. The entire hall responds with a collective, quiet eskal, a deep, low sound of agreement and peace. The cup is lifted and put down without a clatter, but with a deliberate, soft thunk on the table. It is a ritual of quiet, shared intention. The elder woman, Inge, who baked the bread this morning, now takes her turn. She does not tell a grand saga, but a gentle tale of provision. She speaks of the time when a great, gentle fog rolled in for 3 days, and no one could leave the longhouse. There was no hunting, no fishing, and the supplies began to run low. Worry began to creep into the edges of the air. On the third night, Inga whispers, her voice a comforting rasp, the youngest boy, little Rorik, who always had a quiet heart, pointed to the roof beam. And there, tucked into a knot in the wood, was a small, dry honeycomb from the summer's harvest, forgotten by everyone. It was enough. It was more than enough. It was a sweet, golden promise that the great gods never truly forget the quiet heart. We ate the honey, and the worry melted like the beeswax on our tongues. And when the fog finally lifted the next morning, the world was fresh, clean, and full of peace. This story is simple. Its lesson is profound. Quiet hearts are always provided for. They are the ones who can see the forgotten honeycomb, who can hear the gentle lesson in the silence. The closing ritual of warmth. As the conversation slowly fades, one final, beautiful act of the evening takes place. A few of the younger men, without a word, move to the massive fire and carefully gather the best, whitest ashes from the edges of the hearth. These are the sleeping ashes, ashes that hold the deep, banked warmth of the fire without any smoke or flame. They are placed into small, cloth-wrapped bags, the fire ashes of comfort. These little bags of profound warmth are distributed to the children and the elders, to be tucked into their beds, warming the cold furs and drawing the warmth deep into their bodies. Feel the thought of that soft, dry, comforting heat against your own skin. It is the last kiss of the hearth fire, a final blessing of warmth and security against the deep cold of the night. The lamps are extinguished one by one, a slow, deliberate surrender of the light. The voices cease completely. The only remaining sound is the deep, steady, soft breathing of the longhouse, the collective sigh of a village at peace. You have eaten well. You have shared joy. You have heard the promise of provision. You are warm, full, and your spirit is profoundly grounded. Sink now into the deep, rich warmth of the longhouse. Let the peace of the peaceful feast carry you into the deepest part of your own rest. The low, contented murmur of the longhouse fades, and the world grows vast and quiet around us once more. We turn our thoughts away from the village hearth and toward the towering, snow-capped peaks that guard the fjord, the home of our next legend, the truly unique and kind-hearted giant, Beowulf. Beowulf is a giant in every sense of the word. A is so tall that when he stands on the highest peak, he can peer across the whole fjord and see the distant sea. His shoulders are as broad as the longhouse, and his deep voice is usually only heard when it is muffled by the high cloud cover. But Beowulf is not a giant of chaos or thunder. He is the guardian of the quiet balance, the gentle giant. His heart is soft as a patch of deep forest moss, and his movements, despite his size, are astonishingly careful. His home is a high cave, lined with the softest sheepskin and warmed by a single, carefully tended geothermal spring. He sleeps not with a rumble, but with a deep, slow, constant swoosh-hush, like the slow movement of a massive glacier. Feel the peace in that immensity. The world is too big for small worries. Beowulf the protector against storms. Beowulf's most important duty is not fighting, but quiet protection. He guards the village not with a weapon, but with his presence. In the old days, the winds that swept down from the high mountains were fierce and sudden, sometimes threatening to tear the thatch from the village longhouses. The farmers and sailors, for all their strength, could not truly fight the wind. But Beowulf could. When the sky would turn a strange, turbulent green-gray, and the air would grow suddenly sharp and still, Beowulf would know the storm was coming. He would not rush. He would take a single, slow step out of his high cave. He would then do the simplest, most profound thing. He would sit down. He would sit so that his massive, broad back was turned directly to the path of the oncoming storm. He would let his shoulders rise higher than the peaks, and his head disappear into the swirling clouds. It would become an extension of the mountain itself, a living, immense windbreak. This storm would hit him. It would rage against his cloak, try to shake his massive frame, and swirl violently around his head. But the force of the wind, broken and dispersed by his immense, gentle shield, would pass over the village not as a destructive roar, but as a soft, whimpering moan. The people below, safe in their longhouses, would hear the low thud of Beowulf settling himself, and then the muffled wail of the disappointed wind, and they would smile a quiet, trusting smile. They knew the gentle giant was at his post, absorbing the violence, leaving them with nothing but quiet air and the promise of a peaceful morning. Let Beowulf's massive, gentle presence shield you now. Let him stand between you and any small, internal storm of worry. He is absorbing the noise, leaving you only with the quiet. The humorous story of the lost goat. Beowulf's interactions with the tiny world he protects are always marked by his quiet, careful kindness and a touch of gentle humor. One spring morning, a small, adventurous goat named Finna wandered too far up the mountain, drawn by a patch of the earliest, sweetest grass. She found her grass, but in her greed, she did not notice that a sudden, unexpected fog had rolled in, thick and white as sheep's wool. Finna was completely lost and began to bleat, a small, frantic sound of panic. Beowulf, sitting quietly on a high ridge, heard the tiny, distressed sound. He knew he could not rush, for his movements would frighten the small goat even more. He knew he could not call out, for his voice would be like thunder. So, he did the only thing a gentle giant could do. He reached one of his massive hands, a hand larger than a cartwheel, and slowly, delicately, extended his longest finger down through the thick, white fog. His finger was so large that Finna the goat thought it was an immense, perfectly smooth, warm, stone pillar. She immediately stopped bleeding and, with the natural instinct of a lost creature, nestled herself right against the warmth of the finger, calmed by the sudden appearance of a colossal, solid anchor in the confusing, foggy world. Beowulf then slowly, gently, lifted his finger, with the small, trusting goat nestled against his knuckle, up through the clouds. He held her up to the clear, quiet air above the fog, and with a gentle, silent smile, he pointed her in the direction of home. Finna, seeing the familiar shape of the mountains and the distant valley, realized she was safe. She gave the giant finger a gentle lick, then scrambled off onto the clear, high ground and scampered home. Bergulf sat there for a long time, looking at the tiny, warm, wet spot on his finger where the goat had rested. It was his favorite memory of the year, the feeling of a tiny, trusting life in his massive, gentle care. His simple pleasure is the best kind of humor, the soft, quiet satisfaction of having helped a small, lost thing find its peace. The keeper of the valley silence. Bergulf's greatest gift to the village is the valley silence. He understands that true rest requires the absence of deep noise. On nights when the wind is silent and the valley is perfectly still, Bergulf performs his final, most beautiful ritual. He takes a deep, slow breath of the high, cold, clean air, the air that has never been breathed by a city or a hurried thought. He holds the air in his massive lungs for a long, silent count. Then, he exhales. He exhales so slowly and so gently that the air leaving his body is not a wind, but a low-frequency hush. It is a sound so deep, so slow, that it travels not through your ears, but through the ground and up into the very foundation of the longhouse. This sound is a signal, the guardian is at rest. The valley is protected. It is safe to sleep. The deep vibration of his breath acts as a natural lullaby, a soft, planetary drone that calms the human nervous system. It makes the earth itself feel like a vast, comfortable mother, holding the village close to her breast. Feel that low, soft drone in the air around you now. Chast. It is the sound of immensity being gentle. It is the sound of power choosing peace. You are protected by the largest, kindest being in the world, the gentle giant Bergulf, who sits in the high stillness, simply breathing a lullaby of peace over your rest. We move now from the tangible warmth of the longhouse and the massive, gentle presence of Bergulf into the realm of the divine. But this is not a realm of thunderbolts or war cries. This is the realm of Frigg, the All-Mother, the goddess of the hearth, wisdom, and the profound peace of a well-kept home. Her presence is felt most strongly in the quiet, unseen spaces of the night, in the soft rhythm of a sleeping child's breath, in the gentle warmth that lingers in the sheets, and in the deep, intuitive knowing that all is well. Frigg does not dwell in a grand hall of gold and noise. Her hall, Finsalir, is a place of misty, quiet waters and soft, diffused light. It is the hall of mists, where secrets are kept safe and worries are dissolved into the gentle fog. Close your eyes and imagine this place. The air is cool and smells faintly of rain and sweet, white flowers. The only sound is the soft, perpetual motion of her great loom. Esbos. Clack. Esbos. Clack. This is the loom of gentle fate. Frigg does not weave wars or tragedies. She weaves the quiet, necessary threads of life, the bond between a mother and child, the peaceful resolution of a worry, the arrival of a restful sleep after a long day. Her weaving is slow, deliberate, and infinitely patient, Frigg the dream weaver. Frigg is the guardian of the dream world. She understands that sleep is not just an absence of waking, but a sacred journey of the soul to a place of restoration. When the village sleeps, Frigg sends out her handmaidens, Gna and Fulla, not on mighty steeds, but on gentle currents of night air. They carry with them small, shimmering threads from Frigg's own loom, the threads of gentle dreams. These threads are incredibly fine, softer than spider silk, and they glow with a faint, soothing blue light. The handmaidens drift silently over the sleeping village, gently laying a single thread across the forehead of anyone whose sleep is restless. When the thread touches the skin, it dissolves instantly into a feeling of profound, cool peace. It chases away the jagged edges of daytime worries, replacing them with soft, floating images, a calm sea, a quiet forest, a warm embrace. If you have ever woken from a deep sleep feeling unexpectedly calm, with a lingering sense of having been somewhere beautiful and safe, you have been touched by one of Frigg's gentle threads. Let yourself be open to that touch now. Imagine a single, cool, blue thread of pure peace being laid gently across your own brow. Feel the cool touch, feel the worry dissolve. The silent comfort of the distaff. Frigg is often depicted holding a distaff, a simple tool for spinning wool. But in the legends of the quiet night, her distaff is more than a tool, it is a symbol of infinite patience. That is a story told by the village grandmothers to those who cannot sleep because their minds are racing with Tomorop's tasks. When your thoughts are tangling like raw wool, they whisper, call upon Frigg. She does not untangle them with force. She simply sits beside you in the dark, takes your tangled thoughts into her cool, calm hands, and begins to spin. She spins slowly, turning the chaotic mess of worries into a single, smooth, strong thread of purpose. She does not rush the work. She sits with you as long as it takes, her presence a silent reassurance that every tangle can be smoothed, Every worry can be spun into something useful and calm. Spin, pull, smooth, spin. The motion of her spinning is a meditation. It is the feeling of things being put in their rightful order, quietly and without fuss. Let her take your own racing thoughts now. Let her calm, capable hands smooth them out, one by one, until only a single, peaceful thread of rest remains. Freya's blessing of the hearth. Before she leaves the sleeping village to return to Fensalar, Freya bestows her final, most potent blessing, the blessing of the hearthstone. She does not need to enter every home. She simply stands in the center of the village, under the starlight, and breathes out a slow, warm blessing that sinks into the very stones of every hearth. This blessing ensures that the home remains a sanctuary. It means that no matter how cold the wind blows outside, the heart of the home will always hold a spark of warmth. It means that the walls will hold the laughter and the quiet conversations, and they will repel the harsh words and the cold fears. It is a blessing of deep security. It is the feeling you get when you are deep under the covers, listening to a storm outside, and knowing with absolute certainty that it cannot reach you. The hearthstones, touched by her blessing, radiate a low, constant heat that is felt more in the soul than on the skin. It is the heat of belonging, the heat of being exactly where you are supposed to be. Freya, the silent, weaving mother of all comfort, has secured your home. She has smoothed your thoughts. She has sent you the threads of gentle dreams. You are held in the highest, most powerful, and most gentle care of the Viking world. Rest now, in the cool, misty peace of Fensalar, watched over by the goddess who knows, understands, and soothes everything. The soothing, misty presence of Frigg slowly dissipates, leaving behind a feeling of cool, deep peace. We shift our attention now from the gods to the quiet language of the earth itself, the secrets held in the runestones. Our journey takes us, in the deep quiet of the fading night, to a small, hidden clearing just beyond the river's bend. This is a place the villagers call the Quiet Circle, a space where the earth feels especially old and undisturbed. In the center of this clearing, standing half buried in the soft, yielding moss and surrounded by the low, whispering ferns, are three ancient, gray stones. These are not grand, tall monuments, but low, humble boulders, smooth from centuries of rain and sun. These are the runestones. Look closely at their surfaces. They are covered in intricate, stylized carvings, the ancient alphabet of the north, the runes. These symbols are not letters in the way we know them, they are quiet, powerful whispers of the natural world, each one holding a tiny kernel of cosmic wisdom. The children of the village, during a slow, quiet walk one afternoon, discovered these stones. They were not frightened, they felt only a deep sense of wonder and calm curiosity. Little Hilda, the quietest child, reached out and placed her small hand on the central stone. It was cool to the touch, but beneath the coolness, she felt a profound, low humming. It was the sound of the stone's long, slow memory, the sound of the earth holding its secrets. A sound that vibrates through the soles of your feet. The elders' interpretation, runes of hope and calm. The children quietly led their grandfather, Old Harold, the storyteller, back to the clearing. They did not rush, but approached the stones with the same slow respect they had shown. He traced the lines of the runes with a gentle, weathered finger, his eyes soft with deep recognition. He did not speak of battle or conquest. He interpreted the runes only through the lens of gentle wisdom and peace. Harald pointed to the first stone, where the symbol Fu was carved. It looks like a simple two-pronged stick. This is the rune of cattle, Harold murmured, his voice low and comforting. But it is not just wealth. It is the rune of quiet provision. It says, your needs will be met. The sheep are in the pasture. The cow is in the barn. Be grateful for the simple, soft abundance you already possess. Worry not for tomorrow's hunger, for the gifts of the earth are already yours. Feel the simple relief in that meaning. Your needs are met. You are provided for. And move to the second stone, where the symbol ISA was carved, a single, simply, vertical line. This is the rune of ice, he explained. But it is the ice of stillness. It says, when the world is too fast, stop. Become as still as a winter pond. Do not fight the cold, let your heart freeze into a profound, calm silence. In that stillness, you will find perfect safety and clarity. All action ceases. All rest begins. Imagine yourself becoming perfectly still, like the surface of a frozen lake, utterly tranquil and unmoving. Finally, he rested his finger on the third stone, where the symbol Berkana was etched, a rune that looks like a gently rounded birch tree. This is the rune of the birch tree, the sacred mother tree, Harold whispered. It is the rune of gentle growth and protection. It says, you are safe. Your heart is sheltered by the strength of the earth. Grow slowly, like the tree in the quiet spring. Everything that you need will unfold gently, without a rush. You are protected, you are growing, and your roots are deep. The magic of quiet origin. Harold shared a story about the origin of the runes, emphasizing the quiet, magical nature of their creation. It told them that the great god, Odin, in his quest for wisdom, did not fight for the runes. He listened for them. Odin hung for 9 long, silent nights on the world tree, Yggdrasil, enduring cold and hunger, but mostly, enduring the profound, deep silence. He was listening to the wind passing through the vast, empty space between the worlds. He did not take the runes, he allowed the whispers of the wind to form the shapes in his mind. The runes are literally the sound of silence given shape. They are the frozen echoes of the universe's oldest, calmest wisdom. Because they came from silence, they can only be truly understood in silence. They are meant to be felt, not shouted. They are a quiet, reassuring conversation with the fabric of existence. As Harold finished his story, he placed his palm flat on the mossy earth beside the runes. It told the children that their most important message was not about prediction or power, but about anchoring. These stones, he said, are anchors for your soul. When the storms of worry come, you must find a quiet place, place your hand on a piece of stone, and remember the 3 runes of calm, provision, stillness, and gentle growth. Trust the silence, and trust the stone. The children sat in the quiet circle, their hands resting on the cool, old rock, feeling the low, steady hum of the earth's ancient wisdom filling their small bodies with a deep sense of security. The light in the clearing is incredibly soft now, a low, holy glow. The runes stand guard, silent and steady, radiating a gentle, constant promise of peace and provision. Let the wisdom of the stones sink into your rest. You are provided for. You are still. You are safe. The stillness of the rune clearing melts away, and we rise slowly into the highest, clearest air of the night. We are standing now on a high, silent bluff, overlooking the vast, dark expanse of the fjord. The water is a sheet of pure, unmoving blackness, perfectly still. The stars above are so numerous and so bright that the darkness feels less like an absence and more like a rich, velvet tapestry. The air is cold, clean, and carries only the faintest scent of ice and distant stone. This is the moment of the night watch, the quiet time when the human world is asleep, and the spiritual world of the high north is most visible. Look up. It begins with a subtle shift in the darkness. A faint, almost invisible wisp of light appears on the northern horizon, a pale, milky green. It is not a sudden flash, but a slow, graceful blooming of light. This is the aurora borealis, the northern lights. Feel the profound, silent wonder of this phenomenon. It does not speak with sound, but with light and pure, effortless motion. The silent dance of the ancestors. The Vikings did not fear the northern lights. They were not a storm or a warning. They were the silent dance of the ancestors, a visible manifestation of the eternal bond between the living and the departed. In the old, quiet sagas, the light is described as the shimmering of the Valkyries' armor as they ride across the sky, but on nights like this, nights of deep, profound peace, the light is not the reflection of their shields of battle. It is the shimmer of their linen gowns as they dance. Imagine them now, beautiful and gentle, moving with an astonishing slowness. The light does not race or flash, it flows, like a massive, luminous curtain being drawn across the sky with infinite patience. The colors are soft, the pale, gentle green of deep-sea glass, the occasional drift of rose pink like the faintest blush on a sleeping cheek, and streaks of pure, silent white. Each slow, serpentine movement of the light is a slow, graceful breath of the ancestors. When the light pulses slowly, it is their way of reminding the world to breathe with them. Inhale slowly. Exhale completely. There is no sound, only the feeling of this immense, silent energy. It is a visual lullaby, the greatest, most powerful, and most peaceful light show in the world, performed only for those who are quiet enough to witness it. Let the light wash over you. It is a soft, comforting wave of pure color, erasing all shadows and all worries from your vision. The threads of hope and promises kept. The legends say that the aurora is also the weaving of great hope, a different kind of weaving than freaks loom. Sometimes, when a Viking left on a long voyage, a loved one would make a promise to them, a promise to wait, to keep the hearth warm, to keep a secret, or to forgive an old slight. These promises, when truly meant and kept with a quiet, patient heart, were believed to rise from the earth in the form of thin, shining threads. When these threads reach the high atmosphere, they are caught by the wind and woven together by the ancestors into the aurora. The pale green light is the color of promises kept. Every gentle, flowing wave you see is a silent, ancient vow that was honored, creating a massive, collective blanket of trust and loyalty above the world. To watch the aurora, then, is to be wrapped in the visible manifestation of 1,000 generations of honesty and gentle faith. Feel the power of that belief. You are surrounded by a vast, beautiful assurance that promises are kept, that loyalty endures, and that everything that is true and good rises to the heavens to become a light for the world. The quiet language of the fjord. Below us, the fjord is a perfect mirror, catching every slow, graceful movement of the light. The reflection is even softer, slightly blurred by the deep darkness of the water. This double image, the immense light above, the gentle reflection below, creates a sense of deep immersion. You are not just looking at the sky, you are floating between two skies, suspended in a pocket of pure, silent wonder. The silence here is not empty, it is full. It is full of the ancient, slow dance of light, the invisible breath of the ancestors, and the profound, humbling awareness of the size and slow beauty of the universe. The only sound that manages to rise up to this high bluff is the occasional, low, distant sigh of a seal, a sound that seems to come from the very heart of the water, a single, gentle confirmation that life is at rest and moving with the slow rhythm of the tide. Sai. Pause. Sai. We stay here, on the edge of the world, bathed in the soft, flowing light of the aurora. It is a light that asks nothing of you, a light that judges nothing, a light that only exists to show you the deep, beautiful peace that can be found in the highest, coldest, and quietest part of the night. Let the shimmering light of the ancestors flow gently over your eyelids. Let it wash away the last, lingering darkness of worry. You are watching the dance of absolute peace. You are safe. You are surrounded by the promises kept. Sleep now, beneath the glowing, silent curtain of the northern lights. The silent, majestic light of the aurora slowly fades, leaving behind only the deep, comforting blanket of the night sky. We return, for the final time, to the heart of the longhouse, where the embers of the great fire are now a low, deep, unmoving red, the color of perfect rest. The village is in its deepest sleep. The air is warm, heavy with the scent of pine and peace. All is still, save for one figure, old Harold, the master skald and the kind-hearted elder who spoke of the runes. A is seated on his low stool near the embers, not fully asleep, but floating in the beautiful, peaceful space between waking and dreaming. A is performing his final, most sacred duty of the night, the telling of the sleepy sagas. These stories are not for attention or applause. They are told only for the sake of the air itself, for the deep comfort they weave around the sleeping souls. His voice is barely audible, a low, slow, rhythmic murmur that blends seamlessly with the soft breathing of the village. It is a voice designed to dissolve into the darkness and carry the listener effortlessly into deep rest. Close your eyes. Let his slow, melodic rhythm replace your own thoughts. Hush now, sleep, little heart, sleep deep now. The Legend of the Quiet Wolf. Harald begins his story with a legend of an animal, a wolf named Hattie who was not driven by the need to chase the sun or the moon, but by the desire for stillness. There was a wolf named Hattie, Harold whispers, his voice like the slow, steady drip of melting snow. And all the other wolves hunted with a great noise, their paws thudding, their calls echoing through the valleys. But Hattie grew tired of the noise. He found no peace in the chase. So, Hattie turned his back on the pack. He climbed the highest, quietest mountain, a peak where the snow never melted and the silence was vast and complete. He found a bed in a small, sheltered cave, lined with soft moss. And there, Hattie learned to be still. He did not hunt. He only breathed, slowly and deeply. Inhale the silence. Exhale the peace. The other wolves, hunting below, became quiet because they could sense the immense stillness above them. They learned that the softest paw falls made the best hunters. And that the quiet wolf, never went hungry. The small field mice and the shy forest birds, sensing his deep, non-threatening peace, would come to him to share their food. Because the most profound strength, children, is the strength that does not need to move or shout. The simple, quiet moral of the story settles over the sleeping longhouse like a dusting of soft snow. Stillness brings its own gentle provision. The story of the gentle god I hear seabed. Harald's voice drops even lower, a hypnotic, comforting drone. He tells a watery tale, a story to ease the body into total rest. Deep beneath the waves, Harald murmurs, lives the gentle sea god, I hear. His hall is not made of rough stone, but of vast, dark, yielding water, and his bed is the softest, most comfortable thing in all the worlds. I hear's bed is made of kelp and moon sand. The kelp is spun into a vast, elastic net that gently cradles his body, shifting and adjusting to every tiny need. The sand, which is polished smooth by the constant, soft pull of the tide, gives off a faint, cool, silvery light that soothes the eyes. When Ahir sleeps, his body is entirely weightless, suspended in the cool, silent, dark water. No sound of the surface world can reach him. A is entirely at peace. His slumber is so deep that the very current of the ocean slows down around him, a massive, peaceful vortex of deep rest. And tonight, little ones, Ahir has extended his bed. The vast ocean of rest reaches out from his hall. And your own sleeping place is now a part of that great, dark, weightless seabed of kelp and moon sand. Feel your body becoming light, perfectly supported, sinking deeper into the soft, liquid dark. Feel yourself floating, suspended in the cool, profound silence of the gentle ocean floor. The act of releasing the stone. Harald now tells a story not of myth, but of wisdom. It is his favorite closing tale, a tale to ensure the final, complete surrender to sleep. There was once a young farmer, Harald whispers, his voice now almost disappearing into the silence, who could not sleep. He lay awake, clutching a small, heavy stone in his hand, the stone of his day's worries. He worried about the frost, about the rain, about the debt, about the words he should have said. The stone grew heavier and sharper in his palm. It tried to sleep, but the stone would not let him. An old, blind woman heard his distress. She came to his bedside and said, "Young one, the stone of worry is a liar. It is not heavy because of your life, it is heavy because you are choosing to hold it. When you sleep," she taught him, "you must perform the act of releasing the stone. You must open your fingers, one by one, and let the stone of all your thoughts, all your worries, all your unfinished tasks, simply drop onto the dirt floor beside your bed. When the stone hits the floor with a soft thud, that is the signal. Your mind has surrendered its burden. You do not need to pick it up again until the sun is high and you are fully rested. The night is not for solving, the night is for releasing." Harald pauses, and the longhouse is filled with an enormous, collective, silent waiting. And now, perform the act of releasing the stone. Open your own hand, relax your fingers, and let the heavy, unnecessary stone of your waking thoughts simply drop away from you. Thud, it is gone. You do not need it anymore. You are empty, Watlis, and profoundly ready for rest, the final blessing of the Skald. Harald's eyes finally close, his work done. A gives the sleeping hall his final, silent blessing. His blessing is the wisdom of the passing story. It is the comfort that every worry, every day, every moment of tension, is just a story. And every story has an end. The end is the deep, peaceful silence that follows the final word. The stories are finished. The hearth is cool. The longhouse is silent. You are at the end of the sagas. You are at the beginning of your rest. The low, comforting drone of old Harald's voice has finally faded. The silence that follows is not a sudden stop, but a gentle, complete surrender. The longhouse is now in its most perfect state of rest, a heavy, warm, protected quiet. You are here, though, nestled deep in the comfort of a Viking night. Your body is heavy, your mind is smooth, and your heart is still. The gentle giant, Bergulf, is standing guard over the mountains. The sea draugr are keeping the waters smooth. Freak has woven her softest, blue threads of dreams around you. There is nothing left to do. There is nowhere left to go. Feel the profound weight of the darkness now. It is not an empty space, but a warm, enveloping presence, a soft, velvet cocoon spun just for you. Let your eyelids feel heavy, let them stay closed. Release the last, tiny tension in your jaw, in your shoulders, in your hands. You are sinking deeper into the soft furs, deeper into the dark, deeper into the quiet wisdom of the ancient north. The final imagery of peace. Imagine yourself floating up, slowly and gently, out of the longhouse, through the smoke hole, and into the immense, silent night sky. You are no longer bound by the walls of the village. You are drifting, Watlis, above the fjord. Look down. The whole Viking world is a scene of utter tranquility. The longhouse is a single, low, dark shape, radiating a tiny spark of red from the buried embers, the eternal heart of the home, a fixed point of warmth in the vast, cold night. The fjord is a sheet of black glass, undisturbed and perfectly still, holding the reflection of the ancient stars like a treasure. The mountains are vast, dark shoulders, their forms blurred and softened by the night, standing as eternal, silent guardians. And above it all, the northern stars, countless, tiny points of white light, are whispering the oldest lullaby in existence, the sound of infinite distance and profound peace. The final blessing, safe harbor. We have sailed on the smooth sea, and we have walked the quiet woods. We have shared food and laughed softly with loyal friends. We have been healed by the kind touch of Astrid and guarded by the immense, gentle strength of Bergulf. Every story has been told, and every fear has been released. The voyage is over. You have arrived at your destination, safe harbor. This is the only moment that matters. This moment of deep, profound, total rest. Know this. You are warm. You are protected. You are safe. You are loved. Your ancestors, whose stories have soothed you tonight, are watching over you with a patient, silent love, their light flowing through the shimmering curtain of the aurora. Let your breathing become as slow and steady as the tide that rocks the longship. Inhale the peace. Exhale the rest. There is only the soft darkness, the faint, sweet sound of the wind, and the deep, steady beat of your own quiet heart. Sink now. Sink completely. Deeper than the fjord. Quieter than the deepest snow. Good night, friend. May your sleep be long, peaceful, and filled with the gentle, quiet wisdom of the northern stars.
In the hush of midnight, where the world's clamor dissolves into the soft rustle of forgotten pages and your eyelids flutter like moths against an unseen flame, imagine a library so vast it held the dreams of empires, its shelves whispering secrets not of conquest but of quiet surrender. What if the ancient scribes of Alexandria, those gentle guardians of ink and papyrus, had mastered the art of turning wakeful hours into woven reveries, their reed pens etching lullabies into the very air? Tonight, as your thoughts circle like unmoored scrolls in a desert wind, let this be your ultra hook, the soothing facts of those scribes and the quiet library that cradled civilizations to rest, a sanctuary where even gods doze beneath starlit vaults. Close your eyes, weary seeker of slumber, and step through the Pharos shadowed gate, where the sea's eternal sigh meets the scroll's eternal hush, and discover how these ink-stained sages can finally unspool the knots of your endless night. Leora Hale had not tasted sleep's mercy in 4 seasons, not since the fever dream that claimed her father's library in a seaside cottage on the Cornish coast, leaving her 31 and adrift in London's fog-choked archives. A paleographer by trade, she spent her days deciphering the brittle spines of medieval codices in the British Library's undercroft, her nights a vigil of velvet darkness pierced by the relentless glow of her bedside lamp. Her flat in Clerkenwell was a reliquary of restlessness, ink pots dried to husks on her desk, half-read tomes splayed like wounded birds, and a hammock strung across the window that swayed mockingly with every sigh. Specialists offered elixirs that soured her tongue and journals that mocked her midnight confessions, but nothing quelled the tide, the relentless replay of waves crashing against her father's final cough, the way his hand had clutched a water-damaged volume of Herodotus as if it could anchor him to the world. Colleagues whispered of her scribe's curse, a poetic affliction for one who chased ghosts in faded script, but Leora knew it for what it was, a soul adrift, unmoored from the harbor of repose. Yet on that mist-shrouded October evening in 2025, as Big Ben's chime bled into the Thames murmur, Leora's fingers, stained black from cataloging a cache of Ptolemaic fragments, brushed against an anomaly in the archive's locked vitrine. A shard of Alexandrian papyrus, its edges frayed like the hem of a beggar's robe, inscribed with a single line in honeyed demotic, in the library's quiet, even the stars scribed their own dreams. Her breath caught, not in alarm, but in the first fragile bloom of wonder. What if insomnia was not a curse, but a call to the ancients? What if the scribes of Alexandria, those velvet-voiced chroniclers of cosmos and calm, had long ago inscribed the antidote in their midnight margins? She slipped the shard into her satchel, the archive's hush her accomplice, and hurried home through streets slick with autumn's reluctant tears. By lamplight, she unrolled it fully, or what remained, a tattered remnant no larger than her palm, salvaged perhaps from the flames of Caesar's siege or the slow erosion of time's indifferent tide. The script danced under her magnifier, not mere words, but a fragment of the Nocturnal Codex, a lost treatise on the scribe's art of repose, penned by one Callias of Kos, a gentle soul who served under Ptolemy II and believed the library was no repository of knowledge, but a cradle for the weary mind. Leora traced the faded ink, her pulse sinking unwittingly with the imagined scratch of a reed calamos on dampened papyrus, and felt a subtle unwinding in her chest, as if the shard had exhaled a breath held for 2 millennia. Callias wrote of the scribes not as laborers, but as weavers of night's tapestry, men and women, for Alexandria welcomed the daughters of Sappho into its halls, who rose before dawn not with dread, but with the reverence of midwives attending a cosmic birth. They began in the Serapeum's antechambers, vast halls floored with cool Parian marble veined like sleeping rivers, where the air hung heavy with the scent of cedar resin and Nile silt, a perfume engineered to mimic the delta's fertile hush. Each scribe claimed a niche alcove, curtained in linen dyed the blue of lapis under moonlight, and there, by the soft glow of terracotta lamps fueled with sesame oil, its flame steady, unflickering, to mirror the heart's ideal cadence, they prepared their tools with rituals as soothing as a lover's murmur. The preparation was the first soothing fact, a ballet of deliberate slowness that Leora could almost feel in her own cramped fingers. The calamos reed, harvested from the delta's reedy fringes at the equinox when the moon waxed full, was split with a bronze blade angled just so, 30 degrees to the horizon, aligning with the pyramid's sacred slope, to ensure the nib yielded ink in a flow as even as the Nile's inundation. Callias described how the scribes would then dip the reed into a palette of 5 inks, each hue a balm, black from soot of sacred fires for the spine of letters, red ochre from Sinai's womb for headings that evoked dawn's blush, green malachite for verdant myths that grounded the soul in earth's embrace, yellow orpiment for solar tales that warmed without burning, and blue-green verdigris for celestial odes that lifted the gaze without unrest. But the true soporific was the ink's base, gum Arabic dissolved in rainwater collected under Sirius's rising, whispered over by priestesses of Isis to infuse it with the goddess's milk-sweet serenity. Leora imagined them then, these scribes, clad in linen kilts or culasseries soft as whispered confessions, dipping, pausing, exhaling over the palette to watch the ink surface still, a microcosm of the Mediterranean's glassy calm. One scribe, a woman named Theano whose verses graced the museum's walls, would hum a low threnody from Orphic hymns, her voice threading through the alcoves like smoke from a Kifi incense brazier, blending myrrh, cinnamon, and henna into a veil that draped the mind in drowsy folds. No haste marred their mornings. The library's charter under Ptolemy decreed that the first hour of work was the hour of settling, where scrolls were unrolled not to conquer text, but to court it, the papyrus faint creak a invitation to linger in the liminal space between wakefulness and wander. As Leora's lamp dimmed to a conspiratorial glow, the shard revealed deeper layers. The scribe's cultural creed, woven from Hellenistic harmony and Egyptian eternity, held that knowledge was not a blade to wield but a river to float upon, and thus their library was architected for repose. The great library sprawled across the Brucaean quarter like a living labyrinth, its porticos shaded by sycamores whose leaves rustled in programmed zephyrs, courtyards open to the sea breeze channeled through hypocaust vents to maintain a perpetual 68 degrees, the temperature of a mother's forehead against a fevered brow. Callias evoked the Mausian's heart, a colonnaded peripatos where 99 dining couches encircled a central altar to the muses, but at night it transformed into the nocturnal peristyle, where scribes reclined on wool-stuffed bolsters, scrolls propped on cedar lecterns carved with acanthus leaves that curled like inviting fingers. Here, facts soothed like salves. The library housed 700,000 scrolls, yet no chain bound them. Instead, cedar cabinets with perforated lids allowed air to circulate, carrying the faint must of aged vellum as a natural sedative, proven by the scribe's own trials to lower the pulse by 8 beats per minute. Leora pictured the night shift, the hypnopompoi, dream guides, who patrolled with oil lamps dimmed to amber, their sandals soled with felt to muffle steps, pausing at each alcove to anoint the thresholds with attar of roses from the royal gardens, a scent that, per Callias, unfurled the petals of the third eye, bidding wakefulness to wilt. One vignette, etched in the shard's curling margin, captured the essence. A scribe named Aristian, tormented by visions of the Persian sack of Athens, a shadow from his grandfather's tales, found solace in the library's echo vault, a subterranean rotunda ringed with parabolic niches that amplified not shouts, but size. The gentle builders, architects like Cleomenes of Naucratis, who consulted Euclid's geometries not for grandeur but for grace, had tuned the vault's dome to resonate at 432 Hz, the frequency of the universe's hum, where whispers of poetry bounced softly from wall to wall, layering into a polyphonic hush that drowned personal tempests. Orishchan would enter at the witching hour, recline on a marble bench warmed by subterranean hearths, and murmur verses from Sappho's fragments. The stars about the lovely moon hide their fair faces. The echoes would return transformed, softer, overlapping like waves on Rakota's shore, until his eyelids drooped, the vault becoming a cradle where even the library's 7 million papyrus rolls seemed to breathe in unison, their collective rustle a global exhalation. Leora felt it then, reading by her own faltering light, a phantom echo in her ears, the Thames outside her window lapping in mimicry, and for the first time in moons, her chest rose and fell without the weight of rehearsal. The scribes, Callias insisted, viewed insomnia as the soul's unfinished scroll, and their cure was continuation, not force, but flow, inking the blank hours with facts that soothed like bombs. Did you know the library's catalogs, the Pinocs, numbered over 120 volumes? Each a map to mental harbors, cross-referenced by theme to lead the restless from storms of the heart to calms of the cosmos. As the city's nocturnal hum faded to a conspiratorial purr, Leora delved into the shard's core, the scribe's midnight rituals, cultural threads spun from Orphic mysteries and Stoic serenity, where work blurred into worship. Under the zodiac dome of the Soma, the scribes gathered for the Vespertine Symposium, not a feast of wine but of quiet colloquy, reclining on ivory-inlaid Klein as a lector, voice trained in the modulation of Aeschylus, recited from the Homeric hymns, pausing at cadences that aligned with the breath's natural pause, the air perfumed by Libanoto's censers swinging from bronze chains, releasing frankincense in measured puffs synced to lunar phases. Callias recounted how one scribe, a Syrian émigré named Zenobia, plagued by the desert winds of her youth howling in her dreams, would trace the library's mosaic floors, labyrinths of pebbles depicting Theseus's repose in Ariadne's arms, her fingertip following the path until the design's spirals induced a hypnotic gyre, the body's alpha waves entrained to the pebbles' unyielding calm. These facts were no dry annals but living elixirs. The scribes copied texts by moonlight filtered through selenite slabs in the lunar scriptorium, where the stone's translucence softened shadows to velvet, reducing eye strain and inviting the pineal gland to secrete its somnolent dew. They bound scrolls with linen cords dyed in murex purple, the dye's extraction a rite invoking Aphrodite's gentle sway, ensuring the rolls weighed in hand felt like a lover's palm. Leora's own hands, calloused from facsimile folios, grew heavy as she read, the shard's ink seeming to warm beneath her touch, and she wondered if Callias had foreseen this, a bridge from Alexandria's lost luminaries to her lamplit loneliness. The night's deepest trough arrived with a revelation, the library's silent wing, an annex hewn into the Lochias promontory's cliff, accessible only by a spiral stair of Numidian marble that descended in a helix mimicking the cochlea's curve, amplifying inner quiet over outer noise. Here, the scribes retreated for the ora incognita, the unnamed hour when even Ptolemy's edicts yielded to repose. Vaulted in roseate granite veined with quartz that caught lantern light in prismatic hush, the wing housed the dream tomes, scrolls of Onira Critica, interpretations of dreams transcribed from Egyptian priests and Chaldean seers, bound in goatskin soft as a ewe's underbelly. A fact to cradle close, the scribes would select a tome at random, its cedar case unlocking with a key shaped like Anubis's crook, and read aloud in whispers that echoed only to the reader, the granite absorbing sound like a confessor's cloak. Zenobia, in her desert-haunted nights, found in one such tome the papyrus of the 7 veils, where veils represented wakefulness as layers, Peel the first, daily dreads, with a verse from Pindar, the second, griefs unburied, with a hymn to Selene, and by the 7th, the soul slipped free into the library's collective dream sea, where Aristotle's lost dialogues on sleep washed ashore like benevolent tides. Leora paused, her breath shallow, and whispered a line from the shard, the scribe who inks the night inks his own dawn. The words hung, then dissolved, and for the first time since the cottage's collapse, her lamp's glow blurred not from fatigue's faint, but from tears that tasted of salt and serenity. The ancient scribes, with their quiet library as both forge and font, had built not just an edifice of erudition, but an architecture of absolution, a place where facts flowed like the canopic branch, soothing the parched insomniac until the mind's desert bloomed with nocturnal oases. As the first gray fingers of pre-dawn pried at her curtains, Leora folded the shard into a linen pouch scented with her own makeshift kiffy, cloves and cassia scavenged from a Soho apothecary, and placed it beneath her pillow, its weight a talisman against the tide's return. She had glimpsed only the threshold. The scribes' inks, rituals, and vaults were but the atrium to Alexandria's deeper dormitories, where cultural confluences, Greek geometries meeting Egyptian eternities, forged facts as potent as spells. Tomorrow, she vowed, she would chase more fragments, unearth the museum's midnight measures or the Pharos beacon lullabies, but for now, as the Thames whispered beyond her pain, Leora extinguished the lamp and lay back, the pouch's faint resinous breath lulling her toward the edge. Sleep did not crash over her like a wave, but lapped gently, a scribe's careful dip of reed to ink, and in that liminal wash, she dreamed of porticos where scrolls unfurled themselves, their letters rearranging into a single, soothing script: rest, rest, rest. Word count for this first step, introduction and deep immersion in the scribe's rituals, inks, and the library's repose architecture approximately 1620. This establishes the ultra-hook through Leora's insomnia and the papyrus discovery, weaving soothing historical facts into a narrative cradle for sleep-troubled souls, focusing on sensory calm and cultural serenity. The linen pouch beneath Leora's pillow exhaled once, warm, resinous, alive, and the Clerkenwell ceiling dissolved into the vaulted night sky of Alexandria's museum. She was barefoot on cool Pentelic marble, the moon a polished silver coin balanced on the lip of the great oculus above the lecture theater. Around her, 99 ivory kine reclined in perfect concentric rings, each draped in wool the color of midnight water. On every couch lay a scribe, eyes closed, chests rising and falling in the same slow tide. At the center stood Callias of Kos, no longer ink on papyrus but flesh and gentle smile, his beard trimmed with the same bronze blade that had once split Calamo's reeds. He carried no scroll, only a shallow bowl of polished obsidian filled with starlight. "Welcome to the Vespertine Symposium," he whispered, and the words did not echo, they simply settled over the sleeping scribes like a second blanket. He dipped 2 fingers into the bowl and drew a single silver line across Leora's forehead. The line cooled, then sank inward, and her heartbeat slowed to match the marble's own unhurried pulse. Callias led her between the couches, past scribes whose names she suddenly knew as if she had copied them herself: Theano of Cyrene, her hair braided with tiny papyrus curls; Orestian of Athens, one hand resting on a cedar lectern carved into the shape of a sleeping lion; Zenobia of Palmyra, her lips still stained with the purple of yesterday's murex ink. Each sleeper held a dream tome on their lap, goatskin covers soft as inner wrists, clasps of electrum shaped like tiny anks. Callias opened Zenobia's tome with the reverence of a mother lifting a veil. Inside, the papyrus glowed faintly, and the text rearranged itself into a moving frieze, 7 translucent veils drifting across a desert sky. He touched the first veil, it dissolved into rose-colored mist that smelled of Cornish sea salt and Leora's childhood bedroom. The second veil became the sound of her. Father turning a page. By the 7th, the desert was gone, replaced by the hush of the museum's rooftop garden where lemon trees grew in terracotta tubs and the night air tasted of honey and parchment dust. Zenobia sighed in her sleep, a smile softening the corners of her mouth, and Leora felt the same smile arrive unbidden on her own lips. They climbed a spiral of alabaster steps that wound upward like the cochlea of a seashell. At the top opened the lunar scriptorium, an octagonal chamber walled entirely in selenite slabs no thicker than a fingernail. Moonlight poured through the stone and pooled on the floor in liquid silver. 8 scribes sat cross-legged around the pool, each with a kalamos poised above a sheet of papyrus so thin it seemed made of frozen breath. Their task tonight was to copy the same sentence, over and over, until the sentence forgot it was a sentence and became pure sound. The moon is a bowl of milk left out for the soul. Every time a scribe finished the line, the ink evaporated, rose in a curl of pale vapor, and recondensed on the ceiling as a new star. The chamber was already half full of stars, and the air hummed with the soft percussion of kalamos tips kissing papyrus, tap, lift, tap, lift. Callias invited Leora to sit. He placed a blank sheet before her and filled her kalamos with ink the color of moonlit milk. "Write it once," he said. She wrote. The sentence shimmered, lifted, and became the brightest star yet. Her shoulders dropped 3 inches. The scribes around her exhaled in perfect unison, and the sound was the softest round of applause the world had ever known. From the selenite chamber they drifted, there was no walking now, only drifting, into the Pharos Annex, a narrow tower grafted onto the library's seaward wall. Inside, a single staircase spiraled downward, each step a slice of pink Aswan granite polished until it reflected the sky. At the bottom lay the beacon of dreams, an enormous bronze mirror tilted to catch the Pharos lighthouse beam and scatter it into 1,000 gentle shards. Tonight the mirror was covered with a veil of gossamer linen, beneath it slept a child, no older than 10, curled around a papyrus boat no longer than Leora's hand. Callias lifted the veil. The child's eyelids fluttered but did not open. On the child's chest rose and fell a tiny scroll tied with a ribbon of Nile blue silk. Callias untied it and read aloud in a voice softer than the linen itself. "Every insomniac is a lighthouse keeper who has forgotten to lower the beam. Let the beam sink into the sea, and the sea will rock you." He rolled the scroll, tucked it behind Leora's ear, and the bronze mirror began to turn, slowly, slowly, until the Pharos beam slid off its surface and poured straight into the harbor like warm cream. Wherever the light touched the water, the waves flattened, the gulls folded their wings, and the entire city of Alexandria exhaled one long, luxurious sigh that traveled up the tower and wrapped around Leora's ankles like a friendly cat. Callias led her back through the selenite chamber, past the star-copying scribes, down the alabaster cochlea, and out onto the rooftop garden where the lemon trees now dripped moonlight instead of fruit. He knelt, pressed his palms to the warm terracotta tiles, and the entire garden lifted an inch, then settled again, rocking gently as if the library itself had become a boat. From every direction came the soft rustle of 1,000,000 scrolls turning their own pages in their sleep. The sound was the ocean, the mother, the first lullaby ever hummed over the first cradle. Callias opened his obsidian bowl, the starlight inside had thickened into honey. He dipped a cedar spoon and offered it to Leora. One taste, sweet, electric, endless, and her body forgot it had ever learned the shape of tension. She lay back on the warm tiles. Above her, the new stars arranged themselves into a single sentence that floated across the sky in letters of pale fire. "Sleep is the library's longest book, and tonight you are its only reader." She read it once, twice, and on the third reading the letters dissolved into fireflies that drifted down and settled on her eyelids like punctuation marks at the end of a perfect paragraph. When she woke, the rooftop garden had folded itself into the linen pouch beneath her pillow. The pouch was heavier now, warm as fresh bread. Inside lay the child's papyrus boat, the cedar spoon, and a single selenite flake no larger than a fingernail. On the flake, in ink that still shimmered, were the words, "Open the boat at the third sigh." She sighed once for her father's cough, once for the cottage that smelled of salt and mildew, once for every night she had believed the dark was an enemy. On the third sigh the tiny boat unfolded into the full-sized library ship, its decks of cedar and papyrus, its sails of moonlit linen. Callias stood at the helm, barefoot, smiling. He raised one hand, and the ship rocked her, once, twice, 3 times, until Clerkenwell, London, and the entire 21st century drifted away on a tide of warm resin and starlight. She slept. Not the sleep of escape, but the sleep of arrival, deep, fragrant, annotated in the margins with gentle footnotes of lemon blossom and distant Kalamos taps. The library ship is afloat, the fireflies have settled, and Leora's night now contains an entire city of sleeping scribes. Next we will descend into the submerged scriptorium beneath the Pharos, where ink is mixed with seawater and every letter is a bubble that rises to kiss the moon. One quiet nod and the tide will begin to sing her name. The library ship did not sail, it simply exhaled, and the cedar deck beneath Leora's bare feet turned cool and wet, as though the moon had spilled its own tide across the planks. She was standing ankle-deep in the submerged scriptorium, a vaulted chamber sunk 30 feet beneath the Pharos foundations, its walls lined with shelves of cedar sealed in pitch so the sea could visit without harm. Moonlight entered through a crystal oculus in the ceiling, filtered through 30 feet of harbor water, and arrived as a single silver spear that pierced the center of the room and pinned a floating papyrus boat to the floor like a gentle brooch. Around the spear, 8 scribes knelt on low marble stools, their linen kilts floating around their knees like white jellyfish. Each held a Kalamos dipped not in ink but in seawater drawn at slack tide, and every time they wrote, the letters rose off the page as tiny bubbles that drifted upward, kissed the crystal oculus, and became new stars in the harbor sky. Callias knelt beside her, sleeves rolled high, forearms glistening. He pressed a hollow reed into her hand. "Breathe through this," he whispered, "and the sea will teach you how to write with your own exhalations." She obeyed. The reed tasted of salt and cedar smoke. Her first breath entered the water and emerged as a perfect circle of bubbles that spelled, in cursive Greek, the single word, "Hush." The scribes did not look up, they simply shifted to make room, and Leora found herself kneeling between Theano and Aristion, their shoulders warm against hers. Before her floated a sheet of papyrus no larger than a dinner plate, anchored by 4 tiny amethyst weights. Theano dipped her Kalamos, wrote a single lambda, and the letter lifted off the page, turned into a silver fish, and swam once around Leora's wrist before dissolving into moonlight. Aristion wrote an omega. It became a perfect pearl that rolled across the papyrus and dropped into Leora's waiting palm, cool and heavy as forgiven grief. Callias leaned close. "Tonight we copy the Tide Codex," he said. "It has only one sentence, and the sentence has only one word, and the word is your name spoken backward so softly that even you forget how to pronounce it." He guided her hand. She wrote. The letters rose, swirled, braided themselves into a single bubble no larger than a raindrop. The bubble drifted upward, kissed the crystal oculus, and burst into a sound so soft it had no name, only the feeling of her father's hand smoothing her hair the night the fever broke. Around the chamber, the shelves began to sing. Each cedar plank had been planed to a different thickness. When the tide pressed against the pitch, the planks vibrated and produced a chord older than language. The chord had 8 notes, one for each scribe, and the 8th note was missing until Leora's bubble burst. When it did, the chord completed itself, and the entire vault exhaled a sigh that traveled through the water, up the Pharos steps, across the harbor, and tucked every sailor, every cat, every sleepless child in Alexandria into the same gentle dream. The scribes laid down their Kalamos. Theano untied a small linen pouch from her belt and spilled its contents into the water, 7 cowrie shells, each pierce. Her first breath entered the water and emerged as a perfect circle of bubbles that spelled, in cursive Greek, the single word, "Hush." The scribes did not look up, they simply shifted to make room, and Leora found herself kneeling between Theano and Aristion, their shoulders warm against hers. Before her floated a sheet of papyrus no larger than a dinner plate, anchored by 4 tiny amethyst weights. Theano dipped her Kalamos, wrote a single lambda, and the letter lifted off the page, turned into a silver fish, and swam once around Leora's wrist before dissolving into moonlight. Aristion wrote an omega. It became a perfect pearl that rolled across the papyrus and dropped into Leora's waiting palm, cool and heavy as forgiven grief. Callias leaned close. "Tonight we copy the Tide Codex," he said. "It has only one sentence, and the sentence has only one word, and the word is your name spoken backward so softly that even you forget how to pronounce it. He guided her hand. She wrote. The letters rose, swirled, braided themselves into a single bubble no larger than a raindrop. The bubble drifted upward, kissed the crystal oculus, and burst into a sound so soft it had no name, only the feeling of her father's hand smoothing her hair the night the fever broke. Around the chamber, the shelves began to sing. Each cedar plank had been planed to a different thickness. When the tide pressed against the pitch, the planks vibrated and produced a chord older than language. The chord had 8 notes, one for each scribe, and the 8th note was missing until Leora's bubble burst. When it did, the chord completed itself, and the entire vault exhaled a sigh that traveled through the water, up the Pharos steps, across the harbor, and tucked every sailor, every cat, every sleepless child in Alexandria into the same gentle dream. The scribes laid down their kalamos. Theano untied a small linen pouch from her belt and spilled its contents into the water, 7 cowrie shells, each pierce. And strung on a thread of moonlight. She slipped the thread over Leora's head. The shells settled against her collarbone and began to click softly, click, click, in perfect rhythm with the missing 8th note. Every click erased 1 minute of borrowed wakefulness. By the time the 7th shell clicked, Leora's eyelids were translucent, and she could see the harbor floor through them, coral the color of papyrus, fish wearing tiny papyrus hats, a sunken statue of Ptolemy smiling as though he had just remembered the punchline to a 2,000-year-old joke. Callias stood. The water around his knees parted, revealing a spiral of mother-of-pearl steps that led downward into darkness lit only by the glow of the cowrie shells. He took her hand, warm, calloused, steady, and together they descended. At the bottom lay a single room no larger than a confessional, its walls lined with niches that held not scrolls but bottles of seawater collected on every new moon for the past 300 years. Each bottle was stoppered with a tiny papyrus boat. Callias selected one bottle, uncorked it, and poured a single drop onto Leora's tongue. The drop tasted of every bedtime story her father had ever read aloud, every salt tear she had ever cried into her pillow, every wave that had ever rocked the Cornish cottage to sleep. The room began to rock, gently, gently, and the bottles answered with a chorus of liquid lullabies. Callias opened a cedar chest and lifted out a blanket woven from moonlight and seaweed silk. He draped it over Leora's shoulders. The blanket was weightless yet warm, and wherever it touched her skin, a tiny star appeared and sank inward, lighting the corridors of her veins. She lay down on the mother-of-pearl floor. The tide entered the room, not as water but as music, soft, slow, inevitable. It lifted her an inch, then 2, until she floated in the exact center of the chamber, cradled by nothing but the memory of water. Above her, the 8 scribes formed a circle. They joined hands and began to hum the missing 8th note. The hum traveled through the water, through the crystal oculus, through the Pharos beam, and scattered across the city like warm ash. Wherever it landed, a window opened, a candle was snuffed, a cat curled tighter, a child turned over and smiled in sleep. Callias knelt beside her floating body and placed the hollow reed against her lips. "Breathe out," he said. She breathed. Her exhalation became a bubble the size of the moon. The bubble rose, carrying every sleepless night she had ever owned, and burst against the oculus with a sound like a kiss. The fragments rained down as tiny papyrus boats, each carrying a single letter of her name spelled backward. The boats drifted to the 8 scribes, who caught them gently and tucked them into their hearts. The chamber exhaled. The tide receded. The bottles settled. The missing 8th note was no longer missing, it lived inside Leora's chest, clicking softly with every heartbeat of the cowrie shells. When she woke, the submerged scriptorium had folded itself into the hollow reed now tucked behind her ear. The reed was warm, salty, humming. On her collarbone, the 7 cowrie shells had become 8. The 8th shell was smooth and new, carved with a single word in Demotic, home. She smiled, rolled onto her side, and slept again, deeper this time, because the sea had learned her name and the library had taught it how to pronounce the hush between syllables. Outside, London's first bus rumbled past, but inside her chest the submerged scriptorium rocked on a tide of warm ink and moonlight, and every bubble that rose carried another minute of borrowed tomorrow back to the sea. The tide has sung, the 8th note is found, and Leora's night now contains an entire ocean of sleeping letters. Next we will ascend to the rooftop aviary where the scribes release messenger doves carrying dreams written on papyrus feathers, and every feather that lands becomes a new constellation. One quiet nod and the doves will begin to coo her name. The hollow reed behind Leora's ear gave one soft pop, like a cork slipping from a bottle of warm moonlight, and the submerged scriptorium folded upward into a spiral of silver bubbles that carried her straight through the crystal oculus and out onto the library's highest roof. She arrived barefoot on warm terracotta tiles still holding the day's sun, the city below her a scatter of sleeping lamps cupped in the palm of the harbor. Above, the sky was a vast, open scroll, and every star was a fresh ink drop waiting to be read. A low cedar fence ringed the roof, and inside the fence stood a dovecot no larger than a child's playhouse, its walls latticed with papyrus slats so thin the moon shone through them like parchment. Inside the cote, 100 snow-white doves slept with their heads beneath their wings, each wing feather a tiny scroll of papyrus no longer than an eyelash. Callias waited beside the cote, barefoot, wearing a simple linen tunic the color of dawn fog. He carried a shallow bowl of warm milk mixed with crushed rose petals and a single drop of Nile water. Tonight, he whispered, we release the dream post. He lifted a dove from its perch. The bird woke without alarm, eyes soft as fresh ink, and settled into Leora's cupped hands like a letter that had always known her address. Callias dipped a goose feather into the bowl and painted a single word across the dove's breast in milk rose ink, hush. The word glowed faintly, then sank inward until the dove's heart shone through its feathers like a tiny lantern. He opened a cedar box and spilled a handful of papyrus feathers onto the tiles. Each feather was blank on one side and inscribed on the other with a single line of a dream. Theano, Aristian, Zenobia, and the other scribes appeared along the fence, silent, smiling, their linen robes fluttering though there was no wind. One by one they chose a feather, rolled it into a tight scroll, and tucked it beneath the dove's wing. When the last feather was placed, the dove gave a soft coo, a sound like warm bread breaking open, and lifted from Leora's palms. It circled the dovecot once, twice, 3 times, each circle slower than the last, until it hovered directly above her head. Then it released the feathers. They drifted down in slow motion, turning end over end, and every time a feather brushed her cheek it left behind a word that tasted of rose milk and childhood summers, rest, drift, home. The other doves woke, one by one, and the scribes repeated the ritual until the sky was full of soft white shapes carrying tiny scrolls of light. Callias opened the cote's lattice door and the birds rose in a single breath, a living constellation that spiraled upward, outward, over the harbor, over the sleeping city, over the dark ribbon of the Mediterranean. Wherever a dove flew, a window opened, a candle dimmed, a sailor turned in his hammock and smiled at a dream he would never remember. Leora watched until the last bird became a star and the last star became a feather drifting back to earth. One feather landed on the tiles at her feet. She knelt, unrolled it, and read. Every insomniac is a rooftop waiting for its own dove. She tucked the feather behind her ear beside the hollow reed. The dovecot sighed, folded itself into a cedar thimble, and slipped into her pocket. The scribes bowed, foreheads to the warm tiles, and dissolved into moonlight that smelled of crushed petals and warm milk. Callias remained. He took her hand and led her to the roof's eastern edge where a single lemon tree grew in a terracotta pot no larger than a teacup. From its branches hung 7 tiny lanterns made of papyrus soaked in rose oil. He lit them with a breath, the flames were blue and soundless. Beneath the tree lay a wool blanket the color of midnight water. He spread it, sat, and patted the space beside him. Leora sat. The city below had gone entirely quiet, even the harbor gulls had tucked their heads beneath their wings. Callias opened a small cedar box and lifted out a single papyrus feather no longer than a matchstick. He placed it on her tongue. It dissolved instantly, tasting of rose milk, warm bread, and the exact moment her father had closed the last page of their bedtime story. The lemon tree exhaled. The lantern swayed. The blanket lifted an inch off the tiles and began to rock, slowest, until Leora was floating in the exact center of the rooftop, cradled by nothing but the memory of wings. Above her, the doves returned, no longer white but translucent, each bird trailing a ribbon of moonlight. They circled once, twice, 3 times, then folded their wings and became a soft canopy that settled over her like the gentlest possible quilt. Callias lay beside her, one arm beneath her head, the other resting lightly on her heart. He began to hum the 8th note, the one the submerged scriptorium had taught her, and every dove answered until the sky was a choir of feathered hush. The lemon tree dropped a single blossom onto her cheek, it smelled of every bedtime she had ever missed and every bedtime still to come. She breathed it in. The canopy tightened, not to bind but to hold. The lanterns dimmed to embers. The city exhaled one last luxurious sigh and rolled over in its sleep. Callias whispered the final line of the Tide Codex against her ear. Sleep is the only letter that never needs an address. She smiled, turned her face into the hollow of his shoulder, and let the doves carry her across the threshold where even dreams forget to knock. When she woke, the rooftop had folded itself into the cedar thimble in her pocket. The thimble was warm, fragrant, humming. On her tongue lay a single papyrus feather that tasted of rose milk and warm bread. Outside, London's first blackbird sang a 3-note question. She answered with a sigh so soft it folded the entire night into a letter addressed to tomorrow. Then she slept again, deeper this time, because the doves had learned her name and the library had taught them how to pronounce the hush between wing beats. The doves have settled, the lemon tree is asleep, and Leora's night now contains an entire sky of messenger dreams. Next we will follow the final feather to the royal bedchamber of Cleopatra, where the last scribe queen keeps a pillow stuffed with papyrus shavings that remember every dream Egypt ever dreamed. One quiet nod and the Nile will begin to rock the royal barge. 3.8's fast part in paragraph. The final feather drifted downward, no longer white but the exact gold of Cleopatra's palace lamplight, and when it brushed Leora's lips it tasted of lotus honey and the hush that falls over a river just before the moon kisses its own reflection. She was no longer on the rooftop, she was reclining on a cedar barge moored beneath the palace's eastern balcony, the Nile rocking her with the same slow heartbeat that had once lulled the last Ptolemaic queen to sleep. The barge was draped in linen so fine it floated an inch above the deck, and every fold caught the glow of 100 alabaster lamps filled with sesame oil scented with kiffy. Cleopatra herself stood at the prow, barefoot, wearing a simple cuirass of moonlight-colored linen, her hair unbound and spilling over one shoulder like a second river. In her arms she cradled a pillow no larger than a dinner plate, stuffed with papyrus shavings that rustled softly. Whenever a dream passed overhead, she smiled, the famous smile, but softer, as though the ASP had never happened and the world had simply agreed to let her rest. She knelt, pressed the pillow into Leora's hands, and whispered, "Tonight every dream Egypt ever dreamed is yours to borrow." The pillow was warm, fragrant, alive. When Leora laid her cheek against it, the shavings rearranged themselves into the exact shape of her childhood bed in the Cornish cottage, complete with the faded patchwork quilt her grandmother had sewn from theater curtains. Cleopatra lifted a tiny bronze spoon and stirred the air above the pillow. The Kifi smoke coiled into 7 perfect rings that drifted upward and became 7 tiny papyrus boats, each carrying a single letter of Leora's name spelled in hieroglyphs of starlight. The boats sailed across the ceiling of the barge, which had become the night sky over Memphis, and wherever they passed, a constellation brightened inside. The queen opened a cedar casket and spilled a handful of lotus seeds onto the deck. Each seed sprouted instantly into a miniature blue lotus that opened with a sound like a kiss. She gathered the blossoms, wove them into a crown, and set it gently on Leora's brow. The petals were cool, pulsing faintly, and every pulse released a memory of water, the Nile at dawn, the Thames at dusk, the rain on the cottage roof the night her father read aloud until the storm forgot to be angry. Cleopatra lay beside her, one arm beneath Leora's head, the other resting lightly on the papyrus pillow. She began to hum, low, liquid, endless, and the Nile answered by rocking the barge in perfect 4/4 time. The alabaster lamps dimmed to embers. The lotus crown tightened, not to bind but to hold. The papyrus shavings rustled once, twice, 3 times, and rearranged themselves into a single sentence that floated above the pillow in letters of warm gold. Sleep is the only crown that never weighs heavy. Around them, the palace dissolved into fragrance and memory. The cedar barge became the royal bedchamber, its walls painted with scenes of Nut arching over Geb, her star-spangled body the exact curve of a protective embrace. The bed itself was a low ebony frame inlaid with electrum lotuses, its mattress stuffed with down from sacred ibis and layers of papyrus so soft they sighed when breathed upon. Cleopatra drew a linen sheet over them both, the famous royal purple, but faded to the color of twilight seen through closed eyelids. She tucked the papyrus pillow beneath Leora's cheek and whispered the final secret of the scribe queens. Every night I stuff this pillow with the day's unfinished dreams. Tonight I leave the drawer open so your dreams may finish themselves. She slid open a tiny cedar drawer in the pillow's side. Inside lay a single blank papyrus feather and a drop of Nile water suspended in midair. Leora dipped the feather, the drop became ink, she wrote one word, home, and the feather dissolved into 1,000 fireflies that swarmed upward and became the ceiling fresco of Nut, now smiling down with Leora's own mother's eyes. The Nile rocked. The lotus crown pulsed. The papyrus shavings rustled a lullaby in Demotic, Greek, and the lost language of childhood summers. Cleopatra's heartbeat slowed until it matched the rivers, and Leora's heartbeat followed, until there were only 2 hearts in all of Egypt and both were asleep. Outside, the palace lamps dimmed to embers. Inside, the drawer stayed open, and every unfinished dream, hers, her father's, Cleopatra's, the libraries, drifted in on currents of warm kifi and curled up between them like friendly cats. The barge rocked once, twice, 3 times, and lifted an inch off the water, floating on nothing but the combined breath of every gentle scribe who had ever lived. Leora slept. Not the sleep of queens, nor of scholars, nor of daughters grieving beside the sea, but the sleep of a woman who had finally been read aloud to by the entire ancient world and found the story was simply, "You are safe, you are home, you are the last page and the first dream." When she woke, the royal barge had folded itself into the papyrus pillow beneath her cheek. The pillow was warm, fragrant, humming. On her brow the lotus crown had become a single blue petal that smelled of Nile water and warm bread. In the drawer lay a new feather, inscribed in Cleopatra's own hand. "Wear me when the city forgets how to dream." She slipped the petal behind her ear, the feather beneath her tongue, and slept again, deeper this time, because the queen had taught the river her name and the library had taught the river how to pronounce the hush between heartbeats. The Nile has rocked, the lotus crown has closed, and Leora's night now contains every dream Egypt ever loaned the world. This is the final fold. Tomorrow we will wake inside the linen pouch and discover that the library was never lost, only sleeping inside every insomniac who ever dared to open a book after midnight. One quiet nod and the dawn will begin to write its own gentle postscript. Or stay here on the royal barge, the kifi is still warm. The lotus petal behind Leora's ear unfurled once more, not into barge or palace, but into the exact hush that lives between the last page of a bedtime story and the first breath of morning. She opened her eyes to the familiar slant of Clerkenwell's sunlight across her bedroom wall, yet the wall was now a sheet of finest papyrus, its fibers glowing faintly with the memory of Nile's silt and starlight. The linen pouch beneath her pillow had become a small cedar box no larger than a matchbook, its lid carved with a single hieroglyph, the open eye of Horus, but the eye was closed in perfect sleep. She lifted the lid. Inside lay every gift the library had ever given her. The hollow reed filled with warm tide. The 8th cowrie shell that clicked only when she forgot to count. The papyrus feather that tasted of rose milk. The blue lotus petal that smelled of Cleopatra's smile. And, curled in the center like a sleeping cat, a single blank scroll no longer than her little finger. She unrolled the scroll. It was blank on both sides, yet warm, as though it had spent the night pressed against a living heart. A breath of Kiffy drifted from its fibers, myrrh, cinnamon, and the faintest trace of Cornish sea salt. She understood, this was the postscript, the page the library had saved for her alone. She reached for the reed pen that had appeared on her bedside table, calamos, bronze nib, ink of moonlit milk, and wrote one line in the center of the blank scroll. Tonight I will sleep, and tomorrow the world will wake softer. The ink sank inward, glowed once, and the scroll folded itself into a tiny papyrus boat. The boat lifted off the page, sailed across the sunbeam, and slipped through the open window like a dove returning home. One quiet nod and the dawn will begin to write its own gentle postscript. Or stay here on the royal barge, the Kiffy is still warm. Outside, London stirred, buses coughed, pigeons cooed, a kettle somewhere began its morning song, but every sound arrived muffled, as though the city had pulled a quilt of Alexandrian linen over its head. Leora sat up. The cedar box dissolved into warm sand that trickled between her fingers and vanished. The gifts remained, not as objects but as gentle habits. The hollow reed became the way she now breathed, slow, tidal, deliberate. The 8th shell became the soft click her heart made when it decided to trust the dark. The feather became the taste of her own name spoken backward in dreams. The lotus petal became the cool spot on the pillow where worry used to lie. She rose, padded to the kitchen, and filled the kettle. While it heated, she opened her notebook, the one that had once been filled with frantic 3 a.m. scribbles, and found every page blank except the last. On it, in ink that still smelled of Kiffy, someone, perhaps Callias, perhaps Cleopatra, perhaps the library itself, had written a short recipe in 3 lines. Unroll 1 memory of water. Add starlight to taste. Stir with the 8th breath. Serve warm, in bed, with the window open to whatever night arrives. She smiled, closed the notebook, and carried her tea back to bed. The sunbeam had moved, the papyrus boat was gone, but in its place a single white dove perched on the sill, breast glowing faintly with the word hush. It cooed once, a sound like warm bread breaking open, then lifted into the London morning and became part of the ordinary sky. Leora slipped between cool sheets that now smelled faintly of lotus and cedar, laid her cheek on the exact spot the papyrus pillow had taught her, and closed her eyes. Sleep arrived not as a visitor but as a resident, quiet, familiar, already unpacking its bags. Somewhere across the city, a night shift nurse sighed and slept, a student closed her laptop and dreamed of blue lotuses, a taxi driver parked beneath a street lamp and forgot to turn the engine off. Because the hush was enough. The library had never burned. It had simply learned to fold itself into every bedside table, every closed eyelid, every 8th breath of every insomniac who dared to believe that knowledge could be gentle. Leora slept until noon, until 3, until the following dawn, until time itself grew embarrassed and stopped counting. When she finally woke, the bedroom wall was ordinary plaster again, but the sunbeam carried a faint scent of Nile silt, and on her windowsill lay a single papyrus feather. She tucked it behind her ear, opened her notebook, and began to write, not a cure, not a treatise, but a simple letter addressed to every sleepless soul still waiting for their dove. Dear friend, the library is open. Bring nothing but your tired eyes. The scribes have saved you a pillow stuffed with every dream the world has ever finished for you. Sign your name with the 8th breath, and the hush will do the rest. She sealed the letter with a drop of tap water that tasted, impossibly, of starlight, and left it on the sill. By nightfall the letter was gone, carried away by a white dove whose wings left no shadow. Leora smiled, turned off the lamp, and slept again, this time without the need of barge or palace, because the library now lived inside the soft click of her 8th cowrie heart. And somewhere, in a city that had forgotten how to dream, a window opened, a candle dimmed, and a brand new insomniac sighed the first of 8 breaths that would rock the world softer than it had ever been. The library is closed for the night, the doves are home, and Leora's sleep is now the quietest wing in the quietest library the world never lost. Whenever another sleepless hour knocks, open the cedar box beneath your own pillow. The 8th breath is already waiting, warm and rose-scented, ready to carry you back across the hush. Good night. The scribes are turning the page for you. It is the soft click of the 8th cowrie shell inside your own chest, the moment the kettle forgets to boil because the water has already become moonlight. It is the dove that lands on your windowsill at 3:17 a.m., drops a single papyrus feather, and refuses to leave until you close the book you were never meant to finish tonight. It is Cleopatra's smile tucked inside your grandmother's quilt, the Nile rocking your childhood bed although you now live 3,000 miles from any river. It is the blank scroll unrolling across tomorrow's ceiling, waiting for you to write only one word, sleep, and then letting the ink evaporate into 1,000 new stars that spell your name backwards so gently you forget how to pronounce worry. It is the library folding itself smaller than a heartbeat, slipping into the space between your pillow and your cheek, and staying there forever, open 24 hours, admission free, all questions answered with the same soft sentence. Hush, dear friend, the story is already dreaming you. Close the book now. The scribes have turned off every lamp except the one inside your breath. Good night.
In the gentle hush of the night sky, where stars whisper secrets older than time itself, and your weary mind seeks the soft embrace of slumber, imagine lying beneath the same canopy that ancient eyes once traced with quiet wonder, constellations charted not in haste, but in peaceful communion with the cosmos. What if those early stargazers, from Babylonian priests to Mayan shamans, held the key to unlocking a profound tranquility? Their observations a soothing rhythm that could guide your racing thoughts to rest. Tonight, as insomnia's shadows lengthen, let this be your ultra hook. Unlock the secrets of the ancient night sky and discover how our ancestors found peace in the stars. This isn't just history, it's a tranquil journey back to humanity's earliest cosmic connection, designed to gently guide you into a restful, dream-filled sleep. Close your eyes, dear seeker of serenity, and let the velvet veil of the universe enfold you as we drift through the relaxing facts of ancient celestial observations, each one a luminous lullaby crafted to ease the soul into repose. Mara Voss had not felt the mercy of deep sleep in 5 cycles of the moon, not since the observatory's dome cracked under a storm's fury in the hills of Crete, leaving her 38 and adrift in Athens' neon-veiled nights. An astrophysicist by calling, she spent her days in the National Observatory's shadowed vaults, charting exoplanets through digital lenses that blurred the boundary between star and screen. Her nights a vigil of ceaseless constellations spinning in her mind like unmoored galaxies. Her apartment in Plaka was a sanctuary of sleeplessness, star charts pinned to walls like unanswered prayers, herbal teas steeping eternally on the stove, and a hammock strung beneath a skylight that framed the mocking twinkle of urban skies. Healers spoke of stargazer syndrome, a cosmic overload where the infinite pressed too close, prescribing lavender infusions that soured her palate and guided meditations that echoed hollow against her inner void. Colleagues, once a constellation of camaraderie, had dimmed to distant lights, their invitations lost in the black hole of her fatigue. Yet on that fog-shrouded December evening in 2025, as the Acropolis's lights flickered like ancient braziers stirring, Mara's fingers, calloused from telescope adjustments, brushed against a relic in the observatory's archive, a clay tablet from Uruk, etched with cuneiform that seemed to pulse faintly in the lamplight, mapping not conquests but the serene dance of Venus across the dawn. Her breath caught, not in alarm, but in the first fragile bloom of wonder. What if insomnia was not a modern malady, but an echo of those ancient watchers, their observations a balm for the restless spirit? What if the Babylonians, those gentle priests of the ziggurat, had inscribed the stars not for power, but for peace? She cradled the tablet in her palms, its weight a grounding force like the Earth's own rotation, and felt the cuneiform's ridges yield facts as soothing as a mother's murmur. In the cradle of Mesopotamia, some 5,000 years ago, the Babylonians, those quiet sentinels of the Tigris-Euphrates, erected ziggurats not as towers of hubris, but as stairways to celestial serenity, platforms where priests in linen robes reclined on reed mats, gazing upward in meditative vigil. Enuma, Anu, and Lil, their astronomical diaries, etched on clay like this very tablet, recorded lunar eclipses and planetary alignments not with frantic urgency, but with a rhythmic patience that mirrored the cosmos's own unhurried breath. Venus rising in the east as Inanna's gentle awakening, a sign not of war, but of fertile fields and restful nights. Mara traced a glyph for Mul, the star, and imagined those ancient observers, their eyes softened by the desert's cooling dusk, using water clocks calibrated to the drip of Euphrates dew to time the heavens' slow waltz, each drop a reminder that time flowed not in torrents, but in tranquil streams. These facts whispered relaxation. The Babylonians divided the sky into 12 zodiac houses, a harmonious wheel that aligned human fate with stellar calm. Scorpio's sting softened to a guardian's watch. Taurus's horns curved like a cradle's arc.
In the quiet of their observatories, priests would chant low hymns to Shamash, the sun god retiring to his nightly repose, their voices blending with the river's lap to create a white noise older than any modern machine, lulling the community to sleep under blankets woven from date palm fibers, scented with myrrh from caravan trails that echoed the Milky Way's path. As Athens' nocturnal hum faded to a distant purr, Mara delved deeper into the tablet's lore, her eyelids growing heavy with the weight of ancient peace. The Babylonians' Mul Appen, a compendium of starry wisdom from 1000 BCE, detailed the heliacal rising of Sirius, Hunstern to the Germans, Sopdet to Egyptians, a star's first appearance before dawn that signaled the Nile's flood, but to the Mesopotamians heralded the harvest's hush, a time for communal rest after labor's toil. These observers, gentle scholars in mud-brick towers, used gnomon shadows, simple sticks planted in temple courtyards to measure solstices. They're lengthening and shortening, a natural metronome for the body's rhythms, aligning sleep cycles with the sun's serene arc. Mara pictured them, families gathering at dusk on ziggurat terraces, children pointing to Orion's belt as the hunter laid down his bow for the night, parents recounting tales of Gilgamesh's quests ending in dream-filled repose, the air thick with the scent of blooming tamarisk that bloomed under lunar light, a natural sedative wafting through the city like a collective sigh. One soothing fact unfurled like a scroll. The Babylonians mapped 36 deacons, star groups rising every 10 days, each a guardian of the night's thirds, ensuring that observations were brief, meditative pauses rather than exhaustive vigils, allowing the watcher to retire with the assurance that the cosmos kept its own quiet watch. In this rhythm, insomnia yielded. Priests would retire to reed huts, lulled by the Euphrates murmur, their dreams informed by the stars' positions, turning wakeful worries into celestial stories of eternal balance.
The tablet's warmth seeped into Mara's palms as the city's lights dimmed, revealing stars through her skylight that echoed those ancient maps. In Egypt's contemporaneous skies, the priests of Heliopolis, those serene surveyors of the Nile's floodplains, erected obelisks as solar gnomon, their granite tips gilded to catch Ra's first ray, marking equinoxes with shadows that fell like gentle invitations to rest. The Djoser pyramid's step design, aligned to the cardinal points observed through simple Merkhet instruments, plumb lines and sighting sticks, created sacred spaces where pharaohs could commune with the stars in meditative solitude, the night's cool air a balm for royal restlessness. Mara felt her breath slowed to match the imagined cadence of those observations. A priest at Karnak, reclining on a mat of papyrus, noting the helical rise of Sopdet to predict the inundation, a flood not of chaos but of fertile renewal, a cosmic signal to release the day's labors into night's embrace. These facts soothed like a herbal poultice. The Egyptians divided the night into 12 hours of varying length, observed through Deccan stars rising on the horizon. Each hour a chapter in a nocturnal book where the soul wandered freely in dreams, guarded by the jackal-headed Anubis, whose constellations ensured no spirit strayed too far from repose. In the quiet temples, astronomers would whisper invocations to Thoth, god of wisdom and the moon, their voices blending with the Nile's lap to create a symphony of serenity, lulling the community to sleep under canopies woven from lotus fibers, scented with frankincense that bloomed under lunar light, a natural sedative wafting through the valley like a collective sigh. As the first gray of pre-dawn touched her window, Mara cradled the tablet closer, its cuneiform yielding more tranquil truths from the Indus Valley's ancient watchers. In Mohenjo-Daro's brick observatories, circa 2500 BCE, the Harapans, those gentle artisans of urban harmony, aligned their streets to the solstices, their great bath a pool reflecting the moon's phases, a site for communal stargazing where families reclined on terracotta ledges, tracing the lunar cycle with fingers dipped in henna, a ritual that synchronized community sleep with the heavens' rhythm. These observations, etched on seals of steatite soft as whispered promises, mapped the Pleiades' rise to herald the monsoon, a reign not of tumult but of renewal's hush, allowing villagers to retire with the assurance of bountiful fields and peaceful dreams. Mara imagined them, elders in cotton dhotis, children at their knees, noting the alignment of Sirius with the Great Bath's outlet, a simple hydraulic marvel that drained into the Indus, its flow a metaphor for releasing daily tensions into night's current. One relaxing fact bloomed like a lotus. The Harapans used water clocks filled with scented oils to time the stars' transit, each drop a reminder that time was fluid, not rigid.
encouraging a meditative pause that eased into slumber under roofs of baked clay, insulated with reeds that rustled like the cosmos's own breath. The morning light softened, and Mara felt drowsiness crest like a wave from those ancient shores, the tablet's legacy a lullaby of luminous facts. In Polynesia's vast ocean, the wayfinders of Hawaii, those serene navigators of the Pacific, observed the stars from canoe decks of koa wood, their hulls rocking with the sea's eternal breath, mapping the celestial sphere with chants that aligned body and cosmos in harmonious voyage. These observations, passed orally in Meleoli, tracked Hokulea, the star of gladness, rising to guide voyages, a sign not of peril, but of homeward hush, allowing sailors to rest under sails of woven pandanus, lulled by the waves' murmur that echoed the star's silent song. Mara closed her eyes, the hammock swaying like that ancient canoe, and for the first time in moons, sleep approached not as stranger, but as star-guided friend. The ancient observations, a constellation of calm, mapping her path to dream's horizon. The clay tablet beneath Mara's cheek cooled to the exact temperature of a Cretan dawn, and the Euphrates folded itself into a single silver ripple that slipped between her lips like warm starlight. She opened her eyes inside the moonlit observatory of ancient Rhodes, but the bronze astrolabes had melted into sleeping swans. The marble floors had turned to soft sand, and the night sky above was a perfect sphere of Hipparchus's own making. No telescope, only the gentle curve of his open palm. Hipparchus himself reclined on a cedar bench shaped like a crescent moon, barefoot, wearing a linen himation the color of wet parchment, eyes soft as the first glaze of midnight oil. He carried a single goose feather dipped in liquid starlight, and a tiny crystal vial filled with powdered lapis skimmed from the Aegean at the exact moment the Pleiades sink. "Tonight," he whispered, voice the hush of parchment brushing parchment, "we measure only the distances that forget to matter." He dipped the feather, touched it to the vial, and painted a tiny blue arc on the air above Mara's heart. The arc trembled, rose, and became a miniature almagest no larger than a child's hand, its pages fluttering open to reveal a single sentence written in mirror script. "Sleep is the only circle that never needs a center." Hipparchus caught the book on the tip of his finger, rolled it gently until it became a tiny Ptolemy, no larger than a sparrow, wrapped in a cloak of midnight blue and cradled by a sleeping swan whose wings had turned into pages of warm vellum. He placed the tiny Ptolemy on Mara's collarbone. It sighed once, curled against her skin, and began to rock her with the rhythm of the procession of the equinoxes, slowed to the pace of a grandmother's lullaby. He opened a cedar box and spilled a handful of smaller arcs onto the sandy floor. Each arc landed without sound and became another star of the Hipparchan catalog, until the observatory was full of soft blue points floating in slow motion like fireflies too sleepy to fly. Hipparchus lay on the crescent bench, pulled Mara down beside him, and tucked a goose-down pillow beneath both their heads. He began to hum a four-note epicyclic mondo in the exact tempo of a sphere rocked by a geometer who has forgotten the world exists. The stars answered, their tiny lights leaning toward the center of the room until the entire observatory was tilted towards sleep. The dome of midnight blue lowered an inch, then two, until the painted sky brushed their foreheads with the cool kiss of unhurried centuries. They drifted. There was no walking now, only drifting, along a path of moonlit sand that curled upward like the inside of an armillary sphere. The path opened into a smaller chamber where Ptolemy's lost harmonics hovered in frescoes so fresh the pigments still breathed. Ptolemy reclined on a bed of midnight blue velvet, his hair a river of silver ink, the swan curled against his heart like a living quill. Around them, 4 smaller swans floated on their backs, tracing perfect circles that drifted upward and became new constellations in the observatory sky. Hipparchus knelt, gathered 3 arcs, and wove them into a crown that settled on Mara's brow with the weight of a sigh. Each arc pulsed once, releasing a note in the epicyclic rondeau, and the sleeping Ptolemy answered with a tiny snore that sounded exactly like the Aegean at the moment the wind stops. Hipparchus lay beside her on the velvet bed, one arm beneath her head, the other resting lightly on the golden swan. He began to hum the missing third part, and every star in the new constellations dimmed to embers. The velvet bed lifted an inch off the sandy floor, rocked once, twice, 3 times, and became a sphere of warm midnight blue floating on a sea of liquid lullabies. The swans folded their wings and curled into the folds of Mara's nightgown like friendly kittens. The sandy floor smoothed itself into satin. The dome of midnight blue exhaled one long, luxurious breath and rolled over in its sleep. Hipparchus whispered the final secret of the ancient sky. Every circle I ever drew was a promise to someone who had forgotten how to close her eyes. He tucked the goose feather behind both their ears, began to hum the rondeau in reverse, and every star answered until the observatory was a choir of stellar hush. The sphere rocked, the constellations dimmed, the night exhaled and tucked them in. When Mara woke, Rhodes had folded itself into the goose feather now tucked behind her ear. The feather was warm, fragrant, humming. On her brow, the arc crown had become a single silver droplet that smelled of warm parchment and distant bells. She smiled, rolled onto her side, and slept again, deeper this time, because Hipparchus had taught the equinox her name, and the swans had taught it how to pronounce the hush between heartbeats. The goose feather behind Mara's ear unfurled into a single silver sail that caught the Aegean's last breath and carried her westward over a sea of liquid peat until the moon itself lowered like a warm blanket across the outer Hebrides. She arrived barefoot on the springy turf of Kallananish, the standing stones no longer cold sentinels, but gentle giants, reclining in a circle of mossy sleep, their Louisian G's faces softened by centuries of rain that tasted of heather and lullabies. At the circle's heart stood a woman in a cloak of midnight blue wool, barefoot, her silver hair braided with tiny moonstones that chimed softly whenever the wind forgot to blow. She was not named in any chronicle, yet Mara knew her as the keeper of the 13 moons, the one who taught the stones to sing Compline. In her hands she carried a single peat ember, glowing the exact rose of a peat fire hearth at bedtime, and a tiny crystal bowl filled with liquid starlight skimmed from the lochans at the moment the Pleiades touched the horizon. "Tonight," she whispered, voiced the hush of wool brushing wool, "we measure only the dreams that fit inside a single breath." She dipped 2 fingers into the bowl, touched them to the ember, and painted a tiny rose circle above Mara's heart. The circle trembled, rose, and became a miniature stone circle no larger than a child's hand, its 13 stones humming a lullaby in the language of wind over Makar. The keeper caught the circle on the tip of her finger, rolled it gently until it became a tiny sleeper no larger than a sparrow, wrapped in a blanket of midnight blue wool and cradled by a standing stone whose face had turned into a pillow of warm peat. She placed the sleeper on Mara's collarbone, it sighed once, curled against her skin, and began to rock her with the rhythm of the Hebridean tide slowed to the pace of a grandmother's breathing. She opened a woven creel and spilled a handful of smaller rose circles onto the turf. Each circle landed without sound and became another moonstone until the avenue of stones was full of soft, rose lights floating in slow motion like fireflies too sleepy to fly.
The keeper lay on the springy turf, pulled Mara down beside her, and tucked a goose-down pillow of swan's down and heather beneath both their heads. She began to hum, a 4-note keening in the exact tempo of a peat fire settling into ember,
And the stones answered, their ancient voices leaning toward the center of the circle until the entire avenue was tilted toward sleep. The sky of midnight blue lowered an inch, then two, until the painted constellations brushed their foreheads with the cool kiss of unhurried centuries. They drifted. There was no walking now, only drifting, along the avenue of moonlit stones that curled outward like the inside of a nautilus shell carved from peat. The path opened into the central chamber where the tallest stone stood, but tonight it had lain down on its side and become a bed of warm gneiss, its surface polished by millennia of rain into the exact curve of a reclining body. Around it, 4 smaller stones floated on their backs, humming lullabies that drifted upward and became new constellations in the Hebridean sky. The keeper knelt, gathered 3 moonstones, and wove them into a crown that settled on Mara's brow with the weight of a sigh. Each moonstone pulsed once, releasing a note in the keening. The sleeping tallest stone answered with a tiny snore that sounded exactly like the Atlantic at the moment the tide turns. The keeper lay beside her on the gneiss bed, one arm beneath her head, the other resting lightly on the rose circle. She began to hum the missing third part, and every star in the new constellations dimmed to embers. The gneiss bed lifted an inch off the turf, rocked once, twice, 3 times, and became a coracle of warm peat floating on a lochan of liquid lullabies. The moonstones folded their glow and curled into the folds of Mara's nightgown like friendly selkies. The turf smoothed itself into satin. The sky of midnight blue exhaled one long, luxurious breath and rolled over in its sleep. The keeper whispered the final secret of the 13 moons. Every stone I ever raised was a promise to someone who had forgotten how to close her eyes. She tucked the peat ember behind both their ears, began to hum the keening in reverse, and every moonstone answered until the avenue was a choir of rose-lit hush. The coracle rocked, the constellations dimmed, the night exhaled and tucked them in. When Mara woke, Kalanish had folded itself into the peat ember now tucked behind her ear. The ember was warm, fragrant, humming. On her brow, the moonstone crown had become a single rose droplet that smelled of warm wool and distant bells. She smiled, rolled onto her side, and slept again, deeper this time because the keeper had taught the tide her name, and the stones had taught it how to pronounce the hush between heartbeats. The peat ember behind Mara's ear flared once, rose gold in the exact hush of a desert wind that has forgotten how to blow, and the coracle of warm peat dissolved into a single grain of Nazca sand that slipped between her lips like warm starlight. She opened her eyes inside the great geoglyph of the hummingbird, but the bird was no longer etched in limestone. It was reclining on a bed of soft pampa grass, wings folded into blankets of midnight blue wool, its beak tucked beneath one wing like a child who has finally remembered how to nap. At the bird's heart stood a woman in a cloak of woven vicuña, the color of moonlit sand, barefoot, her silver hair braided with tiny quartz crystals that chimed softly whenever the wind remembered to breathe. She was not named in any chronicle, yet Mara knew her as the weaver of the lines, the one who taught the desert to dream in straight, gentle strokes. In her hands, she carried a single quartz needle, glowing the exact rose of a desert dawn, and a tiny crystal bowl filled with liquid starlight skimmed from the pampa at the exact moment the Southern Cross touches the horizon.
"Tonight," she whispered, voice the hush of sand brushing sand. "We draw only the lines that forget to end." She dipped the needle, touched it to the bowl, and painted a tiny rose line on the air above Mara's heart. The line trembled, rose, and became a miniature Nazca spider, no larger than a child's hand, its 8 legs curled into perfect paragraphs of sleep. The weaver caught the spider on the tip of her finger, rolled it gently until it became a tiny sleeper, no larger than a sparrow, wrapped in a blanket of moonlit sand and cradled by a hummingbird whose wings had turned into pages of warm pampa grass. She placed the sleeper on Mara's collarbone. It sighed once, curled against her skin, and began to rock her with the rhythm of the desert wind, slowed to the pace of a grandmother's breathing. She opened a woven chuspak and spilled a handful of smaller rose lines onto the pampa. Each line landed without sound and became another quartz crystal, until the entire geoglyph was full of soft rose lights floating in slow motion like fireflies too sleepy to fly. The weaver lay on the bed of pampa grass, pulled Mara down beside her, and tucked a goose-down pillow of vicuña wool and starlight beneath both their heads. She began to hum a 4-note huino in the exact tempo of a condor gliding over the Andes at sunset, and the geoglyphs answered, their ancient voices leaning toward the center of the bird until the entire desert was tilted toward sleep. The sky of midnight blue lowered an inch, then 2, until the painted constellations brushed their foreheads with the cool kiss of unhurried millennia. They drifted. There was no walking now, only drifting, along a path of moonlit sand that curled outward like the inside of a spiral galaxy carved from quartz.
The path opened into the central chamber, where the great monkey geoglyph lay on its side, tail curled into a perfect circle, eyes closed in the small, secret smile of someone who has never needed to wake up. Around it, 4 smaller geoglyphs floated on their backs: spider, condor, tree, flower, humming lullabies that drifted upward and became new constellations in the Nazca sky. The weaver knelt, gathered 3 quartz crystals and wove them into a crown that settled on Mara's brow with the weight of a sigh. Each crystal pulsed once, releasing a note in the huino. The sleeping monkey answered with a tiny snore that sounded exactly like the pampa wind at the moment the stars stopped moving. The weaver lay beside her on the monkey's tail, one arm beneath her head, the other resting lightly on the rose line. She began to hum the missing 3rd part, and every star in the new constellations dimmed to embers. The monkey's tail lifted an inch off the pampa, rocked once, twice, 3 times, and became a hammock of warm vicuña wool floating on a sea of liquid lullabies. The quartz crystals folded their glow and curled into the folds of Mara's nightgown like friendly vichkachas. The pampa grass smoothed itself into satin. The sky of midnight blue exhaled one long, luxurious breath and rolled over in its sleep. The weaver whispered the final secret of the Nazca lines. Every line I ever drew was a promise to someone who had forgotten how to close her eyes. She tucked the quartz needle behind both their ears, began to hum the huino in reverse, and every crystal answered until the desert was a choir of rose-lit hush. The hammock rocked. The constellations dimmed. The night exhaled and tucked them in. When Mara woke, the Nazca desert had folded itself into the quartz needle now tucked behind her ear. The needle was warm, fragrant, humming. On her brow, the crystal crown had become a single rose droplet that smelled of warm wool and distant condor wings. She smiled, rolled onto her side, and slept again, deeper this time, because the weaver had taught the wind her name, and the geoglyphs had taught it how to pronounce the hush between heartbeats.
In the tranquil veil of midnight, where the world's clamor fades to a whisper and your weary eyelids seek the gentle pull of dreams, Imagine the ancient philosophers, those timeless guardians of the soul, extending their hands across centuries to guide you into repose. Their words not thunderous decrees, but soft murmurs woven from the threads of eternal calm. What if the wisdom of Socrates, the serenity of Seneca, or the harmony of Lao Tzu held the key to unlocking the locked gates of sleep? Their insights a luminous path through insomnia's labyrinth. Tonight, as restless thoughts circle like unquiet spirits in the dark, let this be your ultra hook. Unlock the secrets of ancient philosophical wisdom and discover how our forebears found peace in the quiet of the mind. This isn't just history, it's a tranquil journey back to humanity's earliest reflections on rest, designed to gently guide you into a restful, dream-filled sleep. Close your eyes, dear seeker of slumber, and let the philosophers' voices enfold you like a warm cloak as we drift through their soothing teachings, each one a balm crafted to ease the insomniac heart into profound tranquility.
She cradled the fragment in her palms, its weight a grounding force like the earth's own stoic resolve, and felt the Latin's cadence yield facts as soothing as a father's murmur. In the heart of imperial Rome, some 2,000 years ago, Seneca the Younger, that quiet counselor of Nero's court, penned his Epistolae Moralis not as edicts of endurance, but as letters of luminous hush, guiding his friend Lucilius through the labyrinth of sleepless nights with words that wrap the soul in velvet repose. "The night is the time for rest," he wrote in Epistle 8, his quill dipping into ink tempered with olive oil from the Sabine groves, urging a withdrawal from the day's clamor to an inner garden where the mind could bloom in quietude. Thalia traced the faded script, imagining Seneca in his villa at Nomentum, reclining on a lectus of wool-stuffed cushions, the air heavy with the scent of blooming myrtle that released its natural sedative under lunar light, a fragrance engineered to mimic the Tiber's fertile calm. Each epistle was a meditative pause. He advised retiring early, dimming the oil lamps to amber glows that mirrored the heart's ideal cadence, and reflecting on the day's virtues, not with judgment, but with grateful release. Each thought a leaf drifting on night's gentle stream. These facts whispered relaxation. Seneca divided the evening into 3 serene acts: reading Stoic texts by candlelight to ground the spirit, bathing in warm water scented with rosemary to ease muscular tension, and lying in darkness to converse with the self as one would with a dear friend, ensuring worries dissolved like mist at dawn. As Edinburgh's nocturnal hum faded to a distant purr, Thalia delved deeper into the fragment's lore, her eyelids growing heavy with the weight of Roman peace. Seneca's philosophy, woven from Stoic harmony and Epicurean ease, held that sleep was not a thief of time, but a divine gift, a return to nature's rhythm where the body aligned with the cosmos' unhurried breath. Luna's waxing and waning, a natural metronome for the soul's repose. In his villa gardens, he would stroll under cypress boughs at twilight, their needles releasing pine resin that filled the air with the calming terpene veil, a ritual that slowed the pulse by 8 beats per minute, as modern science would later confirm, but ancient wisdom intuited. Thalia pictured him, surrounded by scrolls of Epicurus, whose garden school in Athens taught that true pleasure lay in ataraxia, undisturbed tranquility, achieved by releasing desires like autumn leaves, allowing the mind to settle into night's cradle. One soothing fact unfurled like a vellum scroll. Seneca recommended a pre-sleep inventory, not of faults, but of gratitudes, each one a star in the inner sky, guiding the insomniac from turmoil to tranquility. His own nights eased by this practice amid Nero's chaos, lulling him to sleep under blankets woven from Sabine wool, scented with lavender that bloomed under lunar light, a natural sedative wafting through the villa like a collective sigh. The fragment's warmth seeped into Thalia's palms as the city's lights dimmed, revealing stars through her casement that echoed those ancient meditations. In Athens' contemporaneous groves, Epicurus, that serene sage of the garden, taught his followers to recline under olive branches at dusk, observing the heavens not with frantic inquiry, but with grateful gaze. His tetrapharmakos, a fourfold cure for anxiety. Don't fear God, don't worry about death. What is good is easy to get, and what is terrible is easy to endure. Words that unraveled the knots of sleepless worry like a gentle hand untying a Gordian knot. These observers of the soul, in tunics soft as whispered confessions, used the setting sun's arc to time their repose, aligning sleep with the cosmos' cycle, a practice that mirrored the body's innate rhythm. Thalia felt her breath slow to match the imagined cadence of those garden gatherings, disciples sharing simple meals of cheese and olives by twilight, discussing ataraxia as the path to dream's door. The air thick with the scent of blooming jasmine that released its natural sedative under lunar light, a fragrance designed to mimic the Aegean's glassy calm. One relaxing fact bloomed like an olive branch. Epicurus advised retiring to a quiet alcove, dimming the terracotta lamps to embers that cast shadows soft as forgiveness, and reflecting on the day's pleasures not with attachment but with release, each thought a wave receding from the shore of consciousness. As the first gray of pre-dawn touched her window, Thalia set the fragment aside, its weight now a talisman of tranquility, and lay back on her chaise, the casement framing stars that faded into day but lingered in her mind's eye. Across the Mediterranean, the Stoics of Zeno's porch, those harmonious seekers of virtue, gathered under porticos at dusk, their observations of the inner cosmos a meditation. The fragment's glow seemed to dim with the rising sun, but Thalia's drowsiness deepened, the ancient wisdom a bridge from vigilance to verdure. In India's Vedic groves, the Upanishadic rishis, those serene seers of Brahman, gathered under banyan trees at dusk, their observations of the inner Atman aligning with the stars' eternal dance, a meditation on neti neti, not this, not that, to release the ego's grip. These teachings, chanted in Sanskrit soft as river flow, mapped the soul's journey to samadhi, a state of restful awareness. Thalia imagined them, sages in saffron dhotis, reclining on mats of kusha grass, noting the lunar cycle as a rhythm for pranayama, breath control that slowed the pulse to cosmic calm. In the quiet ashrams, rishis would intone mantras to the twilight, their voices blending with the Ganges' lap to create a white noise older than time, lulling the disciples to sleep under canopies of banana leaves scented with jasmine that bloomed under lunar light, a natural sedative wafting through the forest like a collective sigh. As the day brightened, Thalia set the fragment aside, its wisdom a talisman of tranquility, and lay back on her chaise, the casement fragging clouds that echoed those ancient skies. The philosopher's soothing words wrapped around her like a silk shawl, each fact a step toward repose, turning her insomnia's storm into a gentle mist that finally lifted, allowing sleep to settle like dew on a blooming lotus.
The vellum fragment beneath Thalia's cheek cooled to the exact temperature of an Edinburgh dawn, and the Sabine olive grove folded itself into a single silver leaf that slipped between her lips like warm moonlight. She opened her eyes inside Aristotle's Lyceum, but the marble columns had melted into sleeping cypresses. The Parapatus path had turned to soft moss, and the night sky above was a perfect sphere of the Stagirite's own making. No telescope, only the gentle curve of his open palm. Aristotle himself reclined on a cedar bench shaped like a lyre, barefoot, wearing a linen himation the color of wet papyrus, eyes soft as the first glaze of midnight oil. He carried a single goose feather dipped in liquid starlight, and a tiny crystal vial filled with powdered amber skimmed from the Aegean at the exact moment the lyre sinks. "Tonight," he whispered, voice the hush of papyrus brushing papyrus. We contemplate only the thoughts that forget to matter. He dipped the feather, touched it to the mile, and painted a tiny amber arc on the air above Thalia's heart. The arc trembled, rose, and became a miniature organon no larger than a child's hand, its pages fluttering open to reveal a single sentence written in mirror script. Sleep is the only golden mean that never needs a measure. Aristotle caught the book on the tip of his finger, rolled it gently until it became a tiny Confucius no larger than a sparrow, wrapped in a cloak of midnight blue silk, and cradled by a sleeping cypress whose branches had turned into scrolls of warm bamboo. He placed the tiny Confucius on Thalia's collarbone. It sighed once, curled against her skin, and began to rock her with the rhythm of the middle way, slowed to the pace of a grandmother's breathing. He opened a cedar box and spilled a handful of smaller amber arcs onto the mossy path. Each arc landed without sound and became another category of the Lyceum, until the grove was full of soft amber lights floating in slow motion like fireflies too sleepy to fly. Aristotle lay on the cedar bench, pulled Dahlia down beside him, and tucked a goose-down pillow of swan's down and myrtle beneath both their heads. He began to hum a four-note messatus in the exact tempo of a sphere rocked by a peripatetic who has forgotten the world exists. The categories answered, their tiny lights leaning toward the center of the grove until the entire Lyceum was tilted toward sleep. The dome of midnight blue lowered an inch, then two, until the painted constellations brushed their foreheads with the cool kiss of unhurried centuries. They drifted. There was no walking now, only drifting, along the mossy peripatos that curled upward like the inside of an armillary sphere carved from amber. The path opened into a smaller chamber where Marcus Aurelius's lost meditations hovered in fresco so fresh the ink still breathed. Marcus reclined on a bed of midnight blue velvet, his hair a river of silver ink, the cypress curled against his heart like a living quill.
The vellum fragment beneath Thalia's cheek cooled to the exact temperature of an Edinburgh dawn, and the Sabine olive grove folded itself into a single silver leaf that slipped between her lips like warm moonlight. She opened her eyes inside Aristotle's Lyceum, but the marble columns had melted into sleeping cypresses, the peripatos path had turned to soft moss, and the night sky above was a perfect sphere of the Stagirite's own making. No telescope, only the gentle curve of his open palm. Aristotle himself reclined on a cedar bench shaped like a lyre, barefoot, wearing a linen himation the color of wet papyrus, eyes soft as the first glaze of midnight oil. He carried a single goose feather dipped in liquid starlight and a tiny crystal vial filled with powdered amber skimmed from the Aegean at the exact moment the lyre sinks. "Tonight," he whispered, voice the hush of papyrus brushing papyrus, "we contemplate only the thoughts that forget to matter." He dipped the feather, touched it to the vial, and painted a tiny amber arc on the air above Thalia's fart. The arc trembled, rose, and became a miniature organon no larger than a child's hand, its pages fluttering open to reveal a single sentence written in mirror script. "Sleep is the only golden mean that never needs a measure." Aristotle caught the book on the tip of his finger, rolled it gently until it became a tiny Confucius no larger than a sparrow, wrapped in a cloak of midnight blue silk and cradled by a sleeping cypress whose branches had turned into scrolls of warm bamboo. He placed the tiny Confucius on Thalia's collarbone. It sighed once, curled against her skin, and began to rock her with the rhythm of the middle way slowed to the pace of a grandmother's breathing.
He opened a cedar box and spilled a handful of smaller amber arcs onto the mossy path. Each arc landed without sound and became another category of the Lyceum, until the grove was full of soft amber lights floating in slow motion like fireflies too sleepy to fly. Aristotle lay on the cedar bench, pulled Thalia down beside him, and tucked a goose-down pillow of swan's down and myrtle beneath both their heads. He began to hum a four-note mesotes in the exact tempo of a sphere rocked by a peripatetic who has forgotten the world exists. The categories answered, their tiny lights leaning toward the center of the grove until the entire Lyceum was tilted toward sleep. The dome of midnight blue lowered an inch, then two, until the painted constellations brushed their foreheads with the cool kiss of unhurried centuries. They drifted. There was no walking now, only drifting, along the mossy peripatos that curled upward like the inside of an armillary sphere carved from amber. The path opened into a smaller chamber where Marcus Aurelius's lost meditations hovered in frescoes so fresh the ink still breathed. Marcus reclined on a bed of midnight blue velvet, his hair a river of silver ink, the cypress curled against his heart like a living quill.
Each petal pulsed once, releasing a note in the neigh. The sleeping nightingale answered with a tiny trill that sounded exactly like the Bosporus at the moment the wind stops. Rumi lay beside her on the velvet bed, one arm beneath her head, the other resting lightly on the golden rose. He began to hum the missing third part, and every star in the new constellations dimmed to embers. The velvet bed lifted an inch off the moss, rocked once, twice, 3 times, and became a whirling sphere of warm midnight blue, floating on a sea of liquid lullabies. The nightingales folded their wings and curled into the folds of Thalia's nightgown like friendly kittens. The mossy path smoothed itself into satin. The dome of midnight blue exhaled one long, luxurious breath and rolled over in its sleep. Rumi whispered the final secret of the reed flute. Every couplet I ever wrote was a promise to someone who had forgotten how to close her eyes. He tucked the reed flute behind both their ears, began to hum the neigh in reverse, and every petal answered until the garden was a choir of rose-lit hush. The sphere rocked, the constellations dimmed, the night exhaled and tucked them in. When Thalia woke, Konya had folded itself into the reed flute, now tucked behind her ear. The flute was warm, fragrant, humming. On her brow, the rose crown had become a single damask droplet that smelled of warm wool and distant nightingales. She smiled, rolled onto her side, and slept again, deeper this time, because Rumi had taught the roses her name, and the nightingales had taught them how to pronounce the hush between heartbeats.
The reed flute behind Thalia's ear exhaled one last rose-scented breath and folded itself into a single drop of ruby wine that rolled down her cheek and carried her through the hidden stair into the candlelit cellar of Hafiz. She arrived barefoot on a floor of polished walnut, worn velvet soft by 5 centuries of poets tiptoeing across it in their sleep. The cellar was a single vast goblet, its walls painted with vines of midnight blue jasmine that opened only to close again, and every candle was a tiny heart of ruby, glowing the exact warmth of a Persian hearth at bedtime. Hafiz himself reclined on a divan of goose down and damask, barefoot, wearing a loose robe the color of warm pomegranate silk, eyes gentle as the first glaze of Sufi dusk. He carried a silver cup no longer than a paintbrush, and a crystal decanter filled with the wine of divine love, skimmed from the roses of Shiraz at the moment the nightingale forgets its thirst. "Tonight," he whispered, voice the hush of silk brushing silk, "we pour only the wine that forgets to stain the lips." He tipped the decanter, let one perfect drop fall into the cup, and painted a tiny ruby circle on the air above Thalia's heart. The circle trembled, rose, and became a miniature divan-e-hafiz, no larger than a child's hand, its ghazals fluttering open to reveal a single couplet written in mirror script. "Sleep is the only tavern where the cup never empties." Hafiz caught the book on the tip of his finger, rolled it gently until it became a tiny tavern keeper, no larger than a sparrow, wrapped in a blanket of pomegranate silk and cradled by a sleeping jasmine vine whose blossoms had turned into lullabies of warm walnut. He placed the tavern keeper on Thalia's collarbone, its side once curled against her skin, and began to rock her with the rhythm of the rabab, slowed to the pace of a lover's heartbeat. He opened a velvet pouch and spilled a handful of smaller ruby circles onto the walnut floor. Each circle landed without sound and became another candle of ruby flame, floating in slow motion like fireflies too sleepy to fly. Hafiz lay on the divan, pulled Thalia down beside him, and tucked a goose-down pillow of nightingale feathers and jasmine wool beneath both their heads. He began to hum a four-note ghazal in the exact tempo of a wine cup, rocked by a poet who has forgotten the world exists. The candles answered, their tiny hearts leaning toward the center of the cellar until the entire tavern was tilted toward sleep. The dome of midnight blue lowered an inch, then two, until the painted jasmine brushed their foreheads with the cool kiss of unhurried centuries. They drifted. There was no walking now, only drifting, along a path of moonlit walnut that curled downward like the inside of a whirling goblet. The path opened into the inner sanctum, where Hafiz's lost wine ode hovered in fresco, so fresh the ink still breathed. Hafiz reclined on a bed of midnight blue velvet, his hair a river of silver ink, the nightingale curled against his heart like a living quill. Around them, four smaller goblets floated on their backs, pouring couplets that drifted upward and became new constellations in the Shiraz sky. Hafiz knelt, gathered 3 ruby droplets, and wove them into a crown that settled on Thalia's brow with the weight of a sigh. Each droplet pulsed once, releasing a note in the ghazal. The nightingale answered with a tiny trill that sounded exactly like the Zayandani River at the moment the wind stops. Hafiz lay beside her on the velvet bed, one arm beneath her head, the other resting lightly on the golden goblet.
The reed flute behind Thalia's ear exhaled one last rose-scented breath and folded itself into a single drop of ruby wine that rolled down her cheek and carried her through the hidden stair into the candlelit cellar of Hafiz. She arrived barefoot on a floor of polished walnut, worn velvet soft by 5 centuries of poets tiptoeing across it in their sleep. The cellar was a single vast goblet, its walls painted with vines of midnight blue jasmine that opened only to close again, and every candle was a tiny heart of liquid ruby, glowing the exact warmth of a Persian hearth at bedtime. Hafiz himself reclined on a divan of goose down and damask, barefoot, wearing a loose robe the color of warm pomegranate silk, eyes gentle as the first glaze of Sufi dusk. He carried a silver cup, no longer than a paintbrush, and a crystal decanter filled with the wine of divine love, skimmed from the roses of Shiraz at the moment the nightingale forgets its thirst. Tonight, he whispered, voice the hush of silk brushing silk, we pour only the wine that forgets to stain the lips. He tipped the decanter,
let one perfect drop fall into the cup and painted a tiny ruby circle on the air above Thalia's heart. The circle trembled, rose, and became a miniature Divane Hafiz, no larger than a child's hand, its gazelles fluttering open to reveal a single couplet written in mirror script. Sleep is the only tavern where the cup never empties. Hafiz caught the book on the tip of his finger, rolled it gently until it became a tiny tavern keeper, no larger than a sparrow, wrapped in a blanket of pomegranate silk and cradled by a sleeping jasmine vine whose blossoms had turned into lullabies of warm walnut. He placed the tavern keeper on Thalia's collarbone. It sighed once, curled against her skin, and began to rock her with the rhythm of the rebab slowed to the pace of a lover's heartbeat. He opened a velvet pouch and spilled a handful of smaller ruby circles onto the walnut floor. Each circle landed without sound and became another candle of liquid ruby until the entire cellar was full of soft ruby flames floating in slow motion like fireflies too sleepy to fly. Hafiz lay on the divan, pulled Thalia down beside him, and tucked a goose-down pillow of nightingale feathers and jasmine wool beneath both their heads. He began to hum a 4-note ghazal in the exact tempo of a wine cup rocked by a poet who has forgotten the world exists. The candles answered, their tiny hearts leaning toward the center of the cellar until the entire tavern was tilted towards sleep. The dome of midnight blue lowered an inch, then 2, until the painted jasmine brushed their foreheads with the cool kiss of unhurried centuries. They drifted. There was no walking now, only drifting, along a path of moonlit walnut that curled downward like the inside of a whirling goblet. The path opened into the inner sanctum where Hafiz's lost wine ode hovered in fresco, so fresh the ink still breathed. Hafiz reclined on a bed of midnight blue velvet, his hair a river of silver ink, the nightingale curled against his heart like a living quill. Around them, 4 smaller goblets floated on their backs, pouring couplets that drifted upward and became new constellations in the Shiraz sky. Hafiz knelt, gathered 3 ruby droplets and wove them into a crown that settled on Thalia's brow with the weight of a sigh. Each droplet pulsed once, releasing a note in the ghazal. The nightingale answered with a tiny trill that sounded exactly like the Zayande River at the moment the wind stops. Hafiz lay beside her on the velvet bed, one arm beneath her head, the other resting lightly on the golden goblet. He began to hum the missing 3rd part, and every star in the new constellations dimmed to embers. The velvet bed lifted an inch off the walnut floor, rocked once, twice, 3 times, and became a goblet of warm midnight blue floating on a sea of liquid lullabies. The jasmine vines folded their blossoms and curled into the folds of Thalia's nightgown like friendly kittens. The walnut floor smoothed itself into satin. The dome of midnight blue exhaled one long, luxurious breath and rolled over in its sleep. Hafiz whispered the final secret of the wine of divine love. Every ghazal I ever poured was a promise to someone who had forgotten how to close her eyes. He tucked the silver cup behind both their ears, began to hum the ghazal in reverse, and every candle answered until the cellar was a choir of ruby-lit hush. The goblet rocked, the constellations dimmed, the night exhaled and tucked them in. When Thalia woke, the cellar had folded itself into the silver cup now tucked behind her ear. The cup was warm, fragrant, humming. On her brow, the ruby crown had become a single pomegranate droplet that smelled of warm silk and distant nightingales. She smiled, rolled onto her side, and slept again, deeper this time because Hafiz had taught the wine her name and the jasmine had taught it how to pronounce the hush between heartbeats.
mislim da je to bio Stronghold Legends. Stronghold Legends kada vas napadaju noću i ono je bila jako interesantna misija, vi branite zamak kao. To je isto nešto što je jako lepa ideja, ne mora bitke samo da se vode kada je danju, dakle može i noć. I baš mi se svidjelo to u Stronghold Legendsu. I u Stronghold trojici ima, da, u Stronghold trojici ima, a u Stronghold Legendsu isto kad me napadaju oni vukodlaci, penju se po zidovima. To mi je ostalo ono baš...
A message from the abbot. I will soon teach you a valuable lesson, boy.
Legends me samo smarao zato što je bio full copyrighted. Nisam mogu da koristim muziku. I onda sam morao da gasim tu muziku i da pustim ovu običnu muziku iz Strongholda, pa mi nisam mogao da se vežem na taj način. Baš mi je žao zbog toga. Interesantan je bio Legends. Nije wow igra, ali onako zanimljiv izlet. Zanimljiv izlet Fireflya. Ja ću samo za trenutak da idem do toaleta i ostavit ću ovako. Neće vada ništa se desi. Prije toga ćemo save. Evo me nazad. Da, kao neki crtani film, baš tako, Viktor, je onako simpatično. Mislim da mogu i na minus 16, ali nećemo, ostavit ćemo. Ajmo da razmislimo kako da napadamo i koga ćemo da napadnemo prvo. Možda ovaj abot da strada, da ta desna strana bude okej. A možda bih mogu i taj iron poslije da uzmem. Za početak pravit ću jeftine jedinice da mu srušim ekonomiju da ostane bez para. Znači cilj je razbiti kamen Abotov Stirlinga koji je najjači Abot. Ima 52.000, čovjek je uspio da razvije ekonomiju. Svaka čast, druže, neću ni da pokušavam da mu palim bilo šta, njega ćemo da ubijamo odmah. Stockpile je dosta udaljen, to je možda i razlog zašto ovako sporo ide sve. Da, rušit će mi to, ne mogu Iron, nema šanse Iron. Prosto je nemoguće.
Message from the abbot. The spirit is weak with you. Take great care. We are under attack. Siege equipment. A message from the abbot. My men come to.
भूल ये हुई है मुझसे थोड़ा सा कुछ दिल में रह गया।
क्या करो?
सेट करो खास चाय बना के तुम्हारा मूड।
समझते हैं एक दूसरे को, इसीलिए बने हैं एक दूसरे के लिए। जैसे चाय को समझे सिर्फ नेस्ले एवरीडे।
From Nestle.
हाँ जी, तो आज फिर पिकासो जाना हुआ है?
भैया,
भाई तंग ना करो हमारी आर्टिस्ट को।
अच्छा,
देखे ना भैया, है ना पीस ऑफ आर्ट।
हाँ जी।
सॉरी।
फिगर नॉट गुड फॉर एवर कंपेनियन। हमारी फैमिली में है ना एक और आर्टिस्ट जो जानता है दाग निकालने का, GFC वॉशिंग मशीन। तो आप दिखाएं अपना आर्ट और वो अपना।
GFC वॉशिंग मशीन अपनी खास कॉपर मोटर से दे पावरफुल वॉश ताकि कोई दाग बाकी ना रहे और कपड़े रहें एज न्यू एज एवर। जिद्दत, मयार और पायदारी के 70 साल जो इसे बनाएं आपका गुड फॉर एवर कंपेनियन। GFC,
बेहतरीन पे यकीन।
Ja sam rekao da ću da napravim video sa lordovima od najslabijeg do najjačeg, kako ću da ih rangiram, ali nisam napravio još zato što čekam zimski update da dobijem još 2 preostala, pa ću onda onu definitivnu listu od najslabijeg do najjačeg lorda, neko moje viđenje. Meni je jako žao što je Kalif, Wolf i Piggy što su oslabljeni u Definitive Editionu, slabiji su nego u originalu, ali tako je.
Recruits needed, sire. Recruits needed, sire. A message from the caffeine.
132 asasina, da li 132 asasina? Sad idealan trenutak u stvari. No dođemo dole s ove strane. Ovdje mi fali jedna kapija, velika kapija. Ova ekipica dođe. Evo, se može i se tek kad smo već. I 24 isto malo da, kao distraction da budu. Asasini, mislim, nezgodni su asasini, nisu najpametniji, to smo pričali, ali svaka jedinica koja nije vidljiva, on nema pojma da ja recimo imam asasini, pojma nema, ne može da ih vidi, uopšte ne zna šta da očekuje. I ovo je sad idealan tajming što je on napao, a da se sad mi mojđe. Uzet ćemo cash. To je još isto super stvar. 126, vidjet ćemo da li je dovoljno.
A message from the abbot. I will soon teach you a valuable
Gomila list. Sad su oni podeljeni, jedni idu ovdje, jedni idu tamo. Abot je zbunjen, mislim da imam... Imam ga. Koštalo me puno, ali bitno da ću da ubijem. vraća vojsku, možda mi on napravi problem, ali ne. Asasini su naravno dosta jači od monkova. Malo sam komplikovao previše, bolje sam otvorio kapiju ovdje, ali dobro. Rešen, uzeo sam 12.000 gola. Sjajno, sada imam 17.000 i sada druga priča. Ovo je ozbiljna vojska Kahine, ozbiljna vojska. Koliko on ima para uopšte, Kahina D. Shaming. Kahina D. Shaming, 67. Znači nju ću moći relativno lako. Ovaj Abbot of Dumfries, 65.000. Mogu i njega na isti način da porazim, dakle isto sasvim. Samo jako fičo, samo jako. Svaki vikend valja odmoriti. Sutra nedelja. Ja sam čekao malo rukomet, zato sam kasnije. Htio sam da krenem oko 3 sata sa live-om, ali malo je kasnije gledao sam rukomet Srbija, Crna Gora i Crna Gora ubedljivo je porazila Srbiju i ostali smo bez četvrtfinala, ali zasluženo. Mislim, Crna Gora je mnogo bolje. Nema šta. Vidim da je Barca dobila 5-3. 8 golova je bilo i spominjali smo Mese što je uzeo titulu u Americi. Čovjek je čudo. Isto nekih 150 možda sasvim poslaće. Možda čak i više malo. Ne, zaslužena pobjeda. Ja nakon prvog poluvremena vidio sam koliko ima sati. Ne može napad. Igraju oni jako odbranu. I to nema. To je kraj. Da, bio je to neko sa početka streama. Baš je pričao za Formulu 1. Ja sam nekad davno pratio dok je bio još Schumacher i ekipa. I prije njega dok je bio Senna. Počeo sam da gledam kao baš rano. Bukvalno dete. Pratio sam Schumachera posle. Kimija i tako dalje. Zlatno doba formule od 2000 do 2000, od 97. 8. do 2005. 6. 7. 8. tu negde. Tu sam najviše pratio. Da vidimo da li može 236, nije da može, nego mora. Vreme da sredimo još jednog abota. Ćemo srediti i trećeg abota, da. Sredimo abota i onda ostaju kahine. Sa kahinom ne možeš samo asasine, moraš da praviš horse arčere, tako da gomila horse arčeri u jednom naletu. U jednom naletu da je reši.
Recruits needed, sire.
الحصان سريع.
Recruits needed, sire. 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 Recruits needed.
Vidite sad kako su raspoređeni. Kako je formation, formacija.
Prepare to meet your doom.
Kimi Raikkonen, moj omiljeni vozač. Eto, sad sam spomenuo Schumachera, interesantno da nakon toliko godina i dalje nema nikakav info, ništa u vezi njega. Čovjek koji je bavio se time čime se bavio, voziš formulu, brate, mislim, gde ćeš ono, riskantni sport i na kraju skijanje i eto šta se desi. Stvarno kako se sudbina poigrala. Baš tužna priča. Ima je otvoren zamak, ne znam zbog čega, vidite, sa ove strane, da, htio je da kopa, nije mogao. Možda mali propust. Vidite, ja samo treba pošaljem ovako. Ali ovo će da se penje. Vidite, on pravac ide. Nestvarno su. Smešni su, zaista su smešni. Sad on kupuje vojsku, meni će malo da secne. Evo ga, još jednom. Sada kreće pokolj ovdje.
Take care. I am a vindictive man.
Wow, ja nisam uspio da probijem ovo. Da, nisam uspio da probijem, nevjerovatno. A nije ni saveovano bilo 12.04. Jeste saveovano. Ajmo onda loading.
Loading.
Ajmo opet da probamo. Ajmo malo da zastanemo. Ipak da pošalje malo ove horse archer, da pobijemo bar nešto. Isto kao Kobe Bryant, strašno, brate. Ja sam Kobe Bryanta mnogo volao, to mi je bio jedan od omiljenijih igrača, Kobe Bryant. Baš sam volao Kobe Bryant. Strašno iza njega. Kobe Bryant je bio mašina. A više sam volao njega nego recimo LeBron Jamesa mnogo. Dobro, Kobe Bryant je stari igrač. Kada je bila ona ekipa Sacramento Kingsa, ko se seća kad je igrao Divac, Stojaković, Turčin, one i tako dalje. Pa kad su igrali protiv Lakersa, a Lakers iz druge strane, Kobe Bryant, Shaquille O'Neal, kakav tandem. Ko da dobije oni tandem. Ali eto kako je prošao, nažalost. Ipak dakle šaljem 130 horse archera, malo da pobijemo, da rešimo ovo, jer mnogo ih ima. Mnogo ih baš ima, da. Nemam štitove, nisam napravio, ali nema veze. Da, Altran Sena je bio isto čudo i on kako je prošao na trka kad je bilo. Ne znam koje godine poginuo Altran Sena, ali baš je bilo 90-ih negdje, možda 3., 4., tu negdje. Ili kasnije. Sada nastupa.
We're still awaiting clarity here on the ground.
Maybe I.
The players have walked off, the umpires are in. The atmosphere tense. The match hangs in uncertainty.
स्कोर का क्या सीन है?
सीन तो काफी मिस है।
लॉर्ड्स, जगह बनाओ यार।
फोमो को मिस कराओ, ये लो, जस्ट पी लो।
In today's digital economy, businesses depend on uninterrupted connectivity. But what if your business lost access to the IP addresses it relies on? Without ownership, organizations may face unexpected challenges, including reallocation, increased costs, or changes in policy that could impact business operations. At Number Resource Society, we help businesses navigate these challenges by providing education, advocacy, and resources that help them secure their IP assets for the future. Don't leave your digital future to chance. Join NRS today and take steps to protect your business.
Thomas Morgenstern, pa dobro, on je broj 1. Jakub Janda, opa Filipe, tako je. A, vidim da si upućen. Od sporta najviše volim ipak svetsko prvenstvo i malo ispod, znači za nijansu manje olimpijske igre kada su olimpijske igre, to mi je ono letnje olimpijske igre, to mi je praznik. Ali svetsko prvenstvo u fudbalu ipak broj 1 dešavanje, to je ono, to je nešto, to se ne propušta. Ne znam kako ću streamovati uopšte, da li ću streamovati u tom periodu tih mjesec dana, ne znam. Kako će to da jednostavno upratim svaku utakmicu i uvijek navijam za afričke zemlje. Ovdje u Sloveniji ljudi baš pratite zimske sportove, biciklizam, da. Testro tetki mi živi u Sloveniji baš. Tako da sam upućen. Ajmo polako.
A message from the abbot. I must not falter. I must be strong.
Dobro, može.
Take care. I am a vindictive man.
Здравствуй. Još jedan manji. Slovenci su super sportska nacija, imaju fenomenalne bicikliste i tako dalje. Da. Ok, skidao sam 3 ablota, ostale su 3 kahi, najmo i njih i idemo na zadnju misiju, posljednju misiju. Za kahinu treba će mi baš dosta. Vidite, prošao sam bez irona sam prošao ovu misiju. Dakle, sad ćemo samo horse archere da gruvamo, nekih 300-400, morat će jednostavno i štit. Ne može biti štitovan. Sećate 2010. mundijal u bre, pa to je bilo skoro, Filipe, kada neko kaže 2010. meni to kao juče da je bilo. Da si rekao 90. Da li se sećamo mundijala 90. koji je bio, a onda bi bilo jao, ali 2010. to je relativno skoro. '90. je bilo svetsko prvenstvo kad je Nemačka dobila Argentinu u finalu. Murska Sobota, to ti je na granici sa Austrijom ovdje. Aha. To gde si ti, Filipe? To pišeš. O, gde si Nevena? Gde si bre Nevena? Nisi. Predzadnja misija i završavamo od sljedeće kraj. Sljedeće je 27. gdje završavam ovaj Fairyland, čarobna zemlja trail. Urugvaj sa Diegom Forlanom i Luis Suarezom, apsolutni hit. Da, top su bili. Čekajte beš, je li Suarez? Ne, Suarez je 2014. došao u Barcelonu, je li tako? Mislim da 14. nakon tog svetskog prvenstva. Mladi Luis Suarez je bio jako opasan igrač, ali Diego Forlan što je imao šut, brate. Diego Forlan je imao šut baš za poštovanje. Retko ko pominje Diego Forlana, ali jedan od interesantnih igrača. Imao je baš dobar šut. Ovdje opet tema futbola, malo po futbolu.
Constructing siege equipment. Constructing siege equipment.
Šta ima Nevena kod tebe? Jel s posla si došlo ili šta već? Taman kraj traila, još jedna misija i ovdje stavljamo tačku. 145, 233. Ajde još malo, što je to? Napravimo još malo. Ovo je mali skromni zamak, nije lep nešto, ali boga mi večeras najlepše nešto što sam napravio. Bar je onako ograđen na lepim zidovima. E pa ništa, Nevena sada, neko dobro piće. Šta ja ti kažem i odmaraj. Zasluženi odmor sada. Vi ćete biti 2. Da, nema da pohvali zamak. Nema ga nigde. Idemo da završimo ovo. Tek sada vidim 20-20, baš leti vreme. Leti vreme uz Crusader. Ali, dođe Stefi. Filipe, ti znaš Stefana. Stefanius, kako se već zove. I Nevena bi trebalo da ga zna, Viktor mislim da ne. I Opossum ga zna. Opossum ga zna dobro. Dođe Stefi i kaže, dokle bre više taj Crusader, kad će Wolfenstein? Stefi je dobar. Kaže, kako može da igraš tu igru? Ništa ne kapiram i jako je dosadna. Znači, a upoznat si ga u prošlom streamu. Da, Filip je dugo ovdje. Filip ga zna. Bio u prošlom streamu. Pitao je kad će taj novi kanal i kad će druga igra, ali prevodu Wolfenstein. Iskreno, Far Cry 1 i Wolfenstein, pričao sam i Far Cry 1 i Wolfenstein ću sigurno opet da odigram u specijalu oko nove godine.
लाओ मैं ले लेता हूँ।
तो फिर 1 लीटर कम लेना। सोच रहे हैं ना क्यों? क्योंकि नेस्ले बुनियाद से बने 1 लीटर सिर्फ 270 रुपए में, जिसमें है आयरन प्लस, कैल्शियम, विटामिन सी। सिर्फ बचत नहीं, फायदा भी। अब मेरा नुमान पीछे नहीं रहेगा और एग्जाम्स में भी देगा अपना बेस्ट। नेस्ले बुनियाद आयरन प्लस, बेहतर जिंदगी की मजबूत बुनियाद।
Da se siđe, ne možeš. Da idemo. Ne možeš, mora s drugi. I šta je moko onda? Malo konfuzna mapa, mora da se kruži. I kako uopšte se dođe do nje? Da? Ja ne mogu da dođem do nje. Ljudi, pazite ovo. Ona je... Jel vi kapirate šta se dešava ovdje? Ona je zatvorena, nema izlaz. Ovdje nema izlaz. Vidite, zatvorena sa svih strana, ne možeš da dođeš do nje. Ograđena je vodom i bregom. Znači, samo možeš arčerima nju da ubiješ, koliko vidim, a vidim dobro. Da, ne možemo tu dođemo. Znači, morat ćemo da gađamo samo. Zato ima toliko para. Mountain Blade, vrhunska igra, strategija, preporuke. Da. Mountain Blade je uz Total War serijal, to su mi dve stvari koje će nositi kanal, nadam se, narednih godina. Jako su duge igre i ne mogu da krenem. Kada krenem mora da bude baš veća posvećenost. Zato nisam kretao još, ali Mountain Blade mi se jako svidjela igra. Što je htio da uzima tvoj logo za njegov kanal, da se seća neko. Da, Mihajlo je bio cirkus njega. Kako ću ja da ubijem ovog lorda? Da li je ovo neki bug ili je stvarno tako trebalo? Moram dođem sa te strane pa da gađem lorda, šta već. Znači ja moram da ubijem ovaj strelci. Nemam rešenja. Evo dođemo sa ove strane, tu da dođem. Pa da gađem. Ne znam, Viktore, po meni, mislim da je propust u igri. Mislim da je propust u igri. Jedino ko može negde da se kopa ili nešto tako da se odradi. Jedino to. Što vratit ću asasine nazad i da vidim s ovim horse archerima. To će trajati mnogo. Vidite koliko se kruži. Ajde da ubijemo onda ovo. Stani. Ajde onda ovo da skinemo pa ću da pošaljem sve artere što ima malo pas. Bannerovo da je mešavina strategije RPG-a. Vrhunska igra. Da. Imam jednu listu i tokom nove godine baš ću na Discordu da objavim ceo raspored, listu, sve vezano za kanal, neke statističke podatke, najgledanije live-ove, watching hours i sve onako zanimljivosti za one koji vole. Nove godine. Mislim pre nove godine. Čekamo asasine. 146, evo su. Ajmo saving. I da ih pošaljemo. Vidite, otvoren zamak i ovdje.
Message from the Kahun.
I have watched over the temple my entire life. I shall not.
Da, nije zatvoren zamak. Nije imala mesta zbog ove statue. I rešena još jedna. Ajmo bar i drugu. To je treću ovdje. Ja mislim da ih... Ne, nju možemo da ubijemo, da. Nju možemo, samo nju ne možemo. Tako da ću morati mnogo strelaca da napravim i da gađam strelci. Ja idem tako. Ovo je propust zato što je zbrzan je ovih posljednjih par misija. Originalno imalo 21. I onda je produženo još novih 6. Ovaj trail će biti dostupan, bit će prerađen preko zimskog editora. To je autor rekao, da će biti dostupan preko zimskog editora i bit će promenjeno. Sada ne znam, verujem da niko od vas ne zna kako će to pravljenje traila da funkcioniše. Da li će imati prostora da se postavi priča ili šta već. Da li će biti kao mapa gde zabadaš maču pa ideš sa misije na misiju ili kako će to da izgleda. Evo vojske. Brzo ćemo to da rešimo. Vidit ću sve srpsko-ruski prijatelji na ovom prenosu uživo. Iskreni pozdrav iz Slovačke i Poljske za naše Slovačke i Poljske YouTube kanala. Greeting Jan Vitke 29. Pozdrav. Ćao. Mislim da je ovo Poljak neki u pitanju. Čujem se da pričam o Adamu Mališu i ovim Poljacima, verovatno, pa je rešio da subscribe i da se uključi. Tako da nije loše nekad spomenuti. Mislim da ne razume. Ajmo ovdje da budemo. Mnogo je poginulo previše. Nisu baš pametni, ali ubio sam ga. To je to, sasvim više nisu ni potrebni. Idemo da rešimo i posljednji, posljednji je upravo ove. Dakle, više ovo ne treba. Svi idemo ovdje. Ali svi idemo ovdje. Mali bug je u pitanju. Ne znam da li je bug, moram da pitam baš Tani Da li je nametski određeno u predzadnjoj misiji da ne možeš da ubiješ lorda, da mora da ga ubiješ archerima. Možda je nametski određeno. Nije isključeno. Imam prostor ovdje da imam. Nešto, sad ćemo samo da selektujemo ove horse i da naništenimo lorda. Da naništenimo kahinu, to jest. Samo da je nađem ja. Ne mogu baš da je nađem. Ajde ovako za početak. Evo stiže povećanje. Šta da pravimo? Ne! Heavy camels. To treba da pravimo. Zato sam se setio. Heavy camels prave veći damage. Tako da njih ćemo malo.
A message from the caffeine.
I have watched over the temple my entire life. I shall not.
Da mu zapalim zamak i neka gori ovo sve. I uopšte ne znam ni koliko ima ovih, kako se zove. Vojnik. Da vidimo. To ništa, čekamo sada da je ubijamo. Nema drugi. Morat će ovako duže. Šta kaže statistika Saladin protiv Džula? 578 glasova, 48% za Saladina, 24% Džul, Drol ili ti nerešeno 28%. Ok.
हर क्रिएशन में छुपा है अपना जायका, अपना मजा, जो नेस्ले एवरीडे की चाय के साथ बने और भी खास।
डाउनलोड MCB इस्लामिक सुबुक ऐप और शानदार अकाउंट खोलकर बेशुमार मुफ्त सहूलियात पाएं।
Nema šanse, zato što mi ne napalo ni jednom, samo stoji ovako. Mislim da je trebao prolaz da bude možda ovdje negdje s ove strane. Tu negdje. Misija nije bila teška. Ovih posljednjih 6 misija što je dodatih, stvarno mi nisu bile teške, nešto, to znaš šta. Vidjet ćemo posljednje kako i priča i sama misija. Negdje je ovdje trebao da bude prolaz, samo da vidimo gdje. Možda tu, možda je ovdje trebalo da bude prolaz. To je zamišljeno, znači da se prođe sa te strane pa da se uđe unutra. Vrlo verovatno da je ovdje zamišljeno da bude prolaz. Tu. Gdje se žubori ova voda. Možda ovdje. Kahina, pola health je izgubljena. Kad pređem posljednju misiju, možda ću malo da igram ekonomsku kampanjicu, da se zezam malo za kraj. Par misija ima svega. Vidjet ćemo već. Da li svi gađi? Da li svi? Ne. Takvi sam imao problema sa lagom i sa internetom. Zadovoljan sam što je uopšte i prošao stream večeras. Na gornjoj reci mislim. Misliš ovde negde? Ne znam. Pitat ćemo Tani. Ništa čekam, mogu da kupujem još vojske malo. Evi Camels recimo. Da vidimo. Pri kraju. Dobro da sam imao range uopšte da je ubijem. Zamislite da ne može da se prijeđe. Kako bih on ne može da prijeđeš. S ove strane. Pa mogu bih s ove, da.
Treasury, sire.
Kralzik -2. Nije strašno. Da vidimo ovo će biti kraj. Najviše za 1 minut. Ima 798 golda i 6 vojnika, 6 ovdje i 1 i ovdje par. Konačno sam je ubio, brat. Konačno misija pređena. Crne sestre, 3 kahine i 3 abota. Nije statistika bila nešto wow, nije bilo previše neprijatelja zato što nije bilo outpostova, ali interesantna misija, mapa. Konačno, posle 6 dugih live-ova, dakle ovo je tačno 6. Stigli smo do grande finale. Finale samog traila, posljednja misija. Da vidimo kako završava ova priča. Sjajni trail, čarovna zemlja. Evo kako izgleda 27. Za trenutak sam samo gvirnuo. Sad ćemo da postavimo protivnike, ko je tu. I da pročitamo šta kaže priča. Šta priča kaže. Ovako, situacija je sada sledeća. U 27. misiji, koja se zove Demon Temple, demonski, dakle, temple, evo proti koga se borimo. Dakle, naša pozicija je skroz desno i bit će ovde. Moja prijateljica Jule bit će odmah do mene. Gore iznad Lionheart bit će skroz gore. Ispod njega opet Abut, pošto je priča usko vezana sa njima. Još jedan Abut. Tu Wolf ide skroz tu i gore mislim da pretpostavljate ko će biti dve sestre Kahine za kraj. Evo kako izgleda, samo da postavimo timove. Mi smo zajedno, vi ste zajedno. Pravila su da provjerimo pravila. Pravila kažu da nema pravila. Nema pravila, a što se tiče priče, ona je sledeća. Dakle, odbili ste sestre, ali ovi ljubičasti pramenovi magle i dalje lebde u vazduhu. Spuštaju se u pustinju, mnogo dublje u mrtvu pustinju, dakle. Nešto u vama vas vuče za njima, napolju. Samo da vidim da li je to taj prevod. Čekajte trenutak, da li sam ja... Nešto mi je ovo sumnjivo. Ovo sam već čitao. Ovo je 26, evo 27, izvinjavam se. Dakle, hodate dalje i dalje kroz ovu dolinu, gde sa svakim korakom shvatate da sve ovde želi da odete ili još bolje da umrete. Ne prolazi dugo pre nego što ugledate nešto na horizontu. Džunglu. Ova džungla je neprirodna, možete vidjeti i osetiti u vazduhu. Iza nje se proteže iskvarena dolina sa mnogim čudnim strukturama iz kojih teče ova neobična voda. Ništa ovde nije prirodno, sve kao da održava u životu neka čudna sila, ali jedini odgovori koji ćete verovatno pronaći su u hramu sa druge strane. To je posljednja misija ovog traila i ajmo da vidimo kako izgleda prvo mapa pa sve ostalo. Što se tiče para, idemo na 2000, 8000 ili 40, mislim da 40.000 mnogo teže kada imaju gomilu para, pa ćemo 40.000 da im i damo. Idemo da vidimo kako izgleda poslednja. Evo je. Wow, šta je ovo ljudi moji? Šta je ovo ljudi moji, kakav spektakl. Kakav spektakl od mape. To su te piramide, gomila piramida. Vidi ovo. Ja sam impresioniran. Ovo je... Vidite ovo šta je napravljeno i kako je napravljeno. Zaista sam impresioniran kreativnim mogućnostima autora. Teško da može lepše od ovoga. Mi smo tu i to je ta džungla, kao prolaziš, ideš kroz ovo i na kraju taj tempel i tako dalje. Mislim, ljudi, stvarno treba da se oda priznanje za ovako nešto. Svaka čast svakom i svima, ali ja stvarno nisam ovako kreativno nešto vidio do sada. Jednostavno, prvo, ova džungla koliko je prelepa nekako, baš drveće kako treba da bude i stvarno džungla. Ne znaš ni gde da uđeš, ni gde da izađeš, ni gde da prođeš. Vodopadi i piramida unutra. Prelepo. Tu su kapije, tu su prolazi. Ok, sredina. Neka čudna voda koja ide i onda polako ulaziš tu i ove piramide sa vodom. Piramide s ovim vodopadima. Ovo. To. Na kraju 3 i tu je Wow. Wow. Kreacija desetka. Totalni aplauz.
बच्चे तो कोई भी ग्लास उठा सकते हैं क्योंकि दोनों दिखने में एक जैसे हैं और ये नहीं जानते पानी से जुड़ा है इनका हेल्थी फ्यूचर। पर आप तो जानते हैं ना, कंफ्यूज्ड? हेल्थी फ्यूचर जुड़ा है इनकी हेल्थी हाइड्रेशन से, जो देता है नेस्ले प्योर लाइफ, जो स्विस हेरिटेज को बरकरार रखते हुए पिछले 25 साल से जायद अरसे से आप और आपकी फैमिली को हाई क्वालिटी हेल्दी हाइड्रेशन फराहम कर रहा है। हमारी आज की चॉइसेस से ही बनता है इनका हेल्थी फ्यूचर, और हेल्थी फ्यूचर से कीमती कुछ नहीं।
फ्रॉम नेस्ले। तैयार हो अपनी जिंदगी का अगला कदम लेने के लिए? AEO पाकिस्तान लाया है IELTS ऑन कंप्यूटर, जहां टेस्टिंग का हर पल होता है। कंफर्टेबल, स्मूथ और स्ट्रेस फ्री, डेली अवेलेबिलिटी, नेशन वाइड सेंटर्स और रिजल्ट्स भी मिले विद इन जस्ट 3 days। आज ही बुक करें अपना IELTS ऑन कंप्यूटर। AEO पाकिस्तान, Pakistan's most trusted IELTS test center. Book now at www.aeo.com.pk.
Svoju prijateljicu. A ako nekad radi, pa ja mislim da bi bilo super da se pomene i ja ću da se trudim da skrenem pažnju svima za ovaj trail. Neće ostati na ovome sigurno. Ok, da ja razmišljam malo o svojoj ekonomiji. Kako ćemo da razvijemo ekonomiju? Ekonomija će biti kamenje, duplo. I borit ćemo se da vidimo da može ovdje da se prođe i kako može sa gornje strane. Morat ću da kopam ovdje malo. Tako da ajmo da srušimo za početak stockpile.
Game running.
Morao sam malo da pauziram i da se duže divim ovoj kreaciji. Postoje mape koje su jako lepe vizualno, postoje mape koje nisu lepe vizualno, je fantastičan gameplay. Ove mape su idealne, prelepe vizualno, sad za gameplay tu i tamo vidjet ćemo kako će biti, ali kažem, remek delo. Ajmo da zauzmemo kamenje što pre.
Wood needed.
Not enough workers available to run this
Mislim da ovo
building.
previše.
Not enough workers available to run this building. Not enough workers available to run this building.
Where are we going? We're gonna get
Ajmo da kopamo tu. Kopamo tu, kamenje pa kasnije da se zauzme. Možda bih čak mogao da blokiram ovaj prolaz kroz. Da ih nateram da dolaze sa gornje strane. Da može da se dođe sa gornje strane? Čekaj da vidimo. Kanjon, može ovdje da se prođe. Može da se dođe. Ništa, onda da blokiramo džunglu skroz. Ovako. I da se branimo samo sa jedne strane, da olakšam sebi višestruko da olakšamo sve. Šta smo rekli, ovaj drveće.
Can't place that there, my lord. Can't place that there, my lord.
Ovako.
Can't place that there, my lord.
Znači, ja sam trebao ovdje da seckam, a ne ovdje, to je greška. To treba ja da zauzmem. Ima ovo kamenje još da iskoristimo. Pa i iron može, ajde. Pravit ću ovdje vojsku, pravit ću swordsmane. Swordsmane, pikemane, sigurno.
Can't place that there, my lord.
Wood needed.
Evo ovako. Kućice imamo dovoljno, može jedan saving. Fairy Lands, finale.
Saving.
Inače, baš mi je bilo žao kad sam prekjuče pročitao da je umro ovaj Shang Tsung, kako se zove, iz Mortal Kombat, taj glumac koji je gledao film zna. Ne da kupaš kamenje, bre. Ne da kupaš kamenje. Treba mi drveće. Pozdrav Griff. Baš se divimo ovoj kreaciji kako je mapu napravila. Priča i mapa. Ludnica totalna. Ovo je lepo, ali znate šta nije lepo? Nije lepo što ja nisam napravio crossboje. Da, jeste, umro juče, prekjuče. Mislim da prekjuče, juče sam pročitao, baš onako, smorio sam se. Ne znam da ste gledali Mortal Kombat film, oni prvi Mortal Kombat kad izašao bio je najbolji. Iz 90-ih. I dan danas, eto, mogu da ga gledam bez problema. Tu će ići tower i ovdje će ići tower. Mislim da ovdje će moći da se kopa. Da. Jako je bitno da se blokira ovo. Da ih nateramo da idu samo s jedne strane. Brzina može na 60. Save može također još jedan. I uživanje neka krene. Tu će biti proizvodnje oružja, napravit ću veliko kraljevstvo, ovdje kasnije uzet ću L. Opstačnije.
More stone is needed.
A 618 glasova u polu, Saladin 48%, 24% Jewel. Okej. Evo su prve daske. Ovdje je okopano. Dobro. Stiže kamenje, jel stiže kamenje? Ne stiže još, evo kamenje. Evo kamenje, ja da pripremim odbranu negdje tu. No gold, saja. Imam sigurno. Gađit će on mene, da. Možda mi ne trebaju uopšte ovaj... Možda mogu samo menginalno.
Your popularity is falling.
Sad bez marketa bi ovo bio... Bilo bi daleko teže, jasno.
Weapons needed, sire. A message from the lion heart. Gird your loins, sharpen your steel. You will soon be tested. Moving out. Your grace.
Not enough gold. We are under attack.
भूल ये हुई है मुझसे थोड़ा सा कुछ दिल में रह गया।
क्या करो?
सेट करो खास चाय बना के तुम्हारा मूड।
समझते हैं एक दूसरे को, इसीलिए बने हैं एक दूसरे के लिए। जैसे चाय को समझे सिर्फ नेस्ले एवरीडे।
From Nestle.
हाँ जी, तो आज फिर पिकासो जाना हुआ है?
भैया
भाई तंग ना करो हमारी आर्टिस्ट को।
अच्छा
देखे ना भैया, है ना पीस ऑफ आर्ट।
हाँ जी।
सॉरी।
फिगर नॉट गुड फॉर एवर कंपेनियन। हमारी फैमिली में है ना एक और आर्टिस्ट जो जानता है दाग निकालने का, जीएफसी वॉशिंग मशीन। तो आप दिखाएं अपना आर्ट और वो अपना।
GFC वॉशिंग मशीन अपनी खास कॉपर मोटर से दे पावरफुल वॉश ताकि कोई दाग बाकी ना रहे और कपड़े रहें एज न्यू एज एवर। जिद्दत, मयार और पायदारी के 70 साल जो इसे बनाएं आपका गुड फॉर एवर कंपेनियन।
GFC
बेहतरीन पे यकीन।
Da si zli bato, šta ima čoveče? Šta ima družnici dobro? Bez marketa bi stvarno bio izazov. Mnogo bi sporo bilo, stvarno trajalo bi mnogo dugo, tako da nećemo no market. No market je rezervisan više za originalne Firefly Trails. Prvo da obezbedimo vojsku, pa ćemo posle da postavimo Menginal ili šta već. Ne može da dobaci, ali ne može. Za cijeli čas ima da mu srušimo. To je okej. Fight like a man. Proizvodnje oružje, da li da idemo da proizvodnje oružje? Pa ajde malo neka prave. Ne puno, ne mnogo, ali malo. Čujem neko da se tuče sa nekim, ali ne znam gde je.
A message from the abbot.
Another chink out of your armor?
Ovdje negdje se nešto rešava, čekaj idemo gdje. To. A ovdje. Nije loše kod nas, evo, stigli smo do posljednje misije. Stigli smo do posljednje misije traila i... ono, super. Vidi što je prošlo i baš je prošao. Srušio mi arbore. Gdje je prošao on tu uopšte? Gdje mogu da prođe?
No taxes is good taxes. That's
What
my
about
motto.
that? Small gift. Wow, šta ga para? Šta ga para od kamenja? Evo šta, market je jednostavno previše olakšava stvari. Nestvarno koliko pojednostavljuje igru. Proizvodnji vam uopšte nije potrebno, možete sve da kupite. Samo uvoz.
A message from the abbot.
My troops feel me. Moving out.
Dobro smo pripijeni da pogledam finale traila. Tamo Rocky Grip. Pazi šta radiš i Rocky.
Sharpen your steel. You will soon be tested.
Živjeli, brate. Evo, stigli smo baš do finala. Potrajali ovo. 6 live-ova je uzeo ovaj trail. Nisam mislio da će toliko, ali eto. Sve ovo pa ćemo da grunemo na 90 brzinu, da.
Saving. A message from the Kahim.
I have foreseen your downfall. Now, I will make it fact.
Ready, sir.
Force Archeri mogu tu. Kao da je negde prolaz. Kao da je negde prolaz bio s ove strane, ali nije. Da li je moguće da je ovako lagana misija? Mislim da je ovdje fokus više nije na težini, nego je fokus na samoj priči i na samoj lepoti, da kažemo, mape. Ovo mi je žao da rušim. Stvarno mi je žao. Vidite, napadi dolaze sa gornje. Ja ne znam da li ima outpostova. Mislim da nema outpostova ovdje, da. Ili ima? Ima kako nema. Ima jedan, drugi, da. Da, čista estetika. Jako kreativno, pogotovo ovo. Može stopel da se proširi malo, može. Drva imamo za 10 zima. Da li možemo napravimo neku katedralu? Možemo. Crkvu. Možemo. Možemo. Ovdje mi fali vojska, da.
No space in the armory.
Armory se poveća.
A message from the Kahim.
Heretic. You will be found, my sacred land. No.
Uskoro idu menginali. Uskoro ćemo menginali da postavimo da spalimo to. Da spalimo, da srušimo i stvari. Šta da spalimo? Hvala ljudi na subscribe-ovima, imam 80 lajkova, ako neko nije, ajmo još malo da doguramo do 100 lajkova za večeras, tako da grunite ako niste.
Recruits needed, sire. Recruits needed, sire. Recruits needed, sire. Recruits needed, sire.
Nema završni tekst, to je to što je dato. To je to što je dato. Mislim da je čak ostavljen prostor možda za još nešto. Nisam ispratio do kraja. Vidim da li je dodato još 27, da, nema. Ovaj trail bit će preko novog editora, rekao, određen posle zimskog update-a, bit će onako dostupan u nekom drugom formatu. Tako da, to je nešto što obavezno svako treba da odigra. Ovaj trail je zaista vrhunski bio, kažem, jedina mala mana što su sve misije na velikim mapama, nema manje. Važi Surutka, vidimo se Surutka. Saladin protiv Džul. Dragulj i Saladin. Ne znam baš da li Saladin može da probije Džul. Mislim da je veliko vjerojatnoće da je nerešeno. Ako moram da biram pobjednika, onda je to Saladin. Zato što je Saladin. Saladin je pojačan u ovoj Definitive Edition verziji, pravi mnogo više siege weapona nego što je to ranije radi. Viktor, jel si igrao malo sa editorom možda? Jel si čačkao ili nisi? Jedan, dva, tri, četiri, pet. Ovdje će ići 6. Ovdje može 7, da. A pričamo malo i ovih gospodina. Tu. Malo neki healer tu i tamo. Neka se nađe, neka healer, neka radi posao. Možda i ovdje 3. Nisi stigao. Aha. Dosta je onako lagan. Imaš tutorial, postavio sam gdje lik objašnjava. Mislim ono, samo uploaduješ file i menjaš zamak i još nešto. Nisam ja imao puno vremena da se igram s njime. Ali svakako ću baciti pogled. Čekam taj zimski editor i nadam se da ću ga dobiti ranije, dan, 2, 3 ranije, da mogu da prostudiram i odmah da napravim tutorial za njega jedan. Vidjet ćemo kako će ići ove zime kada dođe u januar, ali mislim da bi bio red da dobijem igru ranije jedan. Inženjeri. Evo su. Ajmo da zauzimo. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. 10. To ja mislim. Može malo i ovih običnih.
message from the lion heart. Bravely done. You fight like a man.
Da, ovdje nije fokus na težini, ovdje je fokus na lepoti mape, vidiš uski prolazi, džungla, stižeš do templa, prava bajkovita priča, kao da sam odgledao neki film. Svaka misija, sve ima smisla kroz džunglu, pa kroz pustinju, pa kroz džunglu, pa svi oni vodopadi, pa pustinje i na kraju dođeš do ovog nekog templa sa monasima i crnim sestrama kao piramide i svašta nešto, kao jako dobro. Ovdje nije fokus na težini, ovdje je fokus na uživanju i tako i tretiram ovu misiju, tako da 10 bez problema. Ja mogu da igram bez marketa i ovo da otežam, ali nema potrebe, sad ćemo da uživamo. Uživam u završetku legendarnog traila. Mislim da će se tek čuti, kao što sam pročitao neki komentar što je ostavljen ispod ovog traila, kao tek će se čuti za ovo. Slažem se u potpunosti. Meni su srušili, šta se desilo ovo, vidite šta se desilo uopšte? Težina srednja. Oni su probili sa ove strane. Oni mogu da prođu sa ove strane. Ovo je veliki propust moj.
Can't place that there, my lord. Can't place that there, my lord. Can't place that there, my lord. Can't place that there, my lord.
Hitno praviti vojsku, suprotno ode sve u aut. Sad će ovo da zapale i game over. Wow, vidite kako malo može da se promeni sve. Sva sreća ti nije ovo zapaljeno. Sva sreća.
Can't place that there, my lord.
It's a rout. Your power grows.
9,5 od 10 kapa dogma. Ja moram dam 10-ku, mislim, neću te finese, jednostavno nije savršen, ali moram da dam 10-ku, jednostavno zasluži. Zbog dizajna, kreacije, truda, moram da dam 10.
A message from the lion heart. The desert is a cruel place to fight. Are you sure you have the heart for it?
Nije ovo puno, 243, treba mi još vojske. Još vojske sigurno. Vidite, ovdje nastaje problem. Da, znam oposume, pa ja se slažem u potpunosti, kažem. Slažem se da nije savršeno, ali žao mi da dam manju ocenu od 10 jer nestvaran trud autora, nestvaran trud. Kako me nervira ovo kad je ovako slomljeno. Moram da promenim to.
Stone needed. Can't place that there, my lord.
Ne, to ćemo ipak gore, to ćemo ipak ovdje. Vojska držat će tu, okej. Da li da blokiram ovdje prolaz? Možda bi trebao da blokiram prolaz. Da, velika, nema šta.
Saving.
Ovo može da napravi samo neko ko istinski voli Stronghold. Ko istinski voli, da.
Work halted, my lord. This building is currently functioning, my lord.
Constructing siege equipment.
It's en route.
Čekam da se vrate ljudi, da se vrati kamenje, pa da napravimo nešto simpatično ovdje, nešto lepo. Da zagradimo. Da vidimo Abbot of Stirlinga, trebalo bi da je... Ima i dalje para, da. Ima gomilu para.
Message from the Kahun.
Such little respect. Well, soon kiss the
Ovako,
dust of
evo, svi gađaju sad, ovdje mislim da nema veze. Ovaj gađa nema ni ovdje. To je možda propust. Ovdje bi moralo da ima jedan. Pa i ovdje tu ima. Ovdje ovako. Okej, dole, okej. Kamen je krenulo. Ajmo da zagradimo ovo.
Your power grows.
Pozdrav Legend himself. Čestitam na završetku Ekstrima. Odličan trail također. 19 i 20, ovo jako teške. Jako su teške. Na very hardu, no magic bar i no market, ono. Baš treba da se oznaješ da pređeš.
A message from the Kahun.
Bio sam uporan, šta ti kažem, drugo.
Men are weak. And fail me ceases.
Strpljiv i uporan.
It's en route.
Vidite kako sam malo zatajio sada. Nisam ovo najpravilnije, nije najpravilnije odrađen. Samo gospođici da stavimo stepenice da može da siđe. Hoće li sići? Neće. Ne mogu ni da srušim sada. Evo sada si išla. Okej. I evo ćemo do kraja. Imaš preporuke, evo Legend himself, imaš preporuke da odigraš ovaj trail, jako interesantan, jako je zabavan. Možeš da ga preuzmeš na workshop u Steamu. Autor je Nemac, u pitanju Tani se zove i sve što treba da uradiš je samo da ideš na link ako želiš da igraš i tamo klikneš na tamo subscribe i onda ti automatski su mape downloadovane. Ako nemaš šta drugo da igraš, eto ti predlog. Ovo će biti Wolf. Jako debel zid, kao što pravi Vuk. Ne može da probije niko i ništa. Biće neprobojna tvrđava. Tako. Samo zatvorimo i ovde. Ovako. Sad smo zatvoreni fino. Prvo da pređem istorijsku kampanju i Sense of Time pa da vidim to. Posebnu pažnju da obratiš na ekonomsku kampanju. Ovaj posljednji jesenji update što je došao. Kako se zove? Dakle, ta ekonomska kampanja, ona je nevjerovatna. Nevjerovatna. Samo 5 misija, ali jako teška. Probaj da pređeš bez marketa, imat ćeš isto ultra giga izazov. Šta kucaš na Steamu? Izvini, nisam čuo. Samo klikneš na ovaj link što sam ja postavio do Steama. Kada uđeš tu, ili ideš, možeš, ne moraš ni da ideš preko tog linka. Samo otvoriš Steam, ideš na Stronghold Crusader i na Workshop tab. Ne startuješ igru, nego ideš samo Workshop tab. I kada tu otvoriš, kucaš ime autora, zove se Tani, ili naziv traila Fairyland. Onda otvoriš, ima 27 misija, samo ideš subscribe na svakoj od te mape. Kad ideš subscribe na svakog od te mape, onda automatski preuzimaš i one su downloadovane automatski u tvojoj igri i kada startuješ onda ih imaš. Ja moram da postavim i ovde neki tower, čisto da ovo malo bude lepše. Ne žurimo nigde. Samo da skupimo dovoljno kinte, mada imam dovoljno kinte i sada. Dovoljno para. Nema na čemu gunit, nema na čemu. Opasno raste kanal, pa ide fino. Baš sam ono, happy, baš sam srećen. Jako mi je drago zbog toga. Rud se isplatio.
Your Grace, what needs doing? Manning siege equipment. Manning siege equipment.
Watch it crumble.
A message from the Lion Heart. Gird your loins, sharpen your steel. You will soon be tested.
It's a rout.
A message from the Kahim.
Pathetic. Men are weak and fail me ceaselessly.
Da li imaš neki trail na Steamu? Aha. Pa Bojane, nisam igrao, sam samo ovaj prvi trail koji sam odigrao na Steamu. Tako da ne mogu da preporučim ništa dok ne isprobam. Ima još par traila, ali ništa više ne mogu da kažem o tome jer jednostavno nisam odigrao. Kada odigram onda mogu da... Vidjet ćemo već. To je to. Ali zato Bojane kada dođe sada zimski update pljuštat će trailovi, baš mnogo trailova bit će, kaže. Radit ćemo mnoge istorijske misije, istorijske trailove, menjat ćemo lordove, napravit ćemo kompletno promijenjene lordove, recimo sa srpskom istorijom, sa drugim istorijama drugih naroda. Biće jednostavno previše sati zabave, nešto savršenstvo. Menjat ćemo AI lordova da budu pametniji i tako dalje i tako dalje.
The keep is enclosed.
Možda ovo nije pametno što je otvoren. Moram ovdje malo prostora da ostavim. Samo tu. Okej. I ovi neka kopaju, može. Kažu da slave-ovi najbrže kopaju, ja to iskreno ne znam. Nisam testirao brzinu kopanja, trebalo bi da kopaju svi isto. A čini mi se nekako da su macemeni za nijansu sporiji od ostalih. Extreme trail ako se koristi Magic Bar i Market, vjerojatno najlakši trail iskreno. Ne mogu da se odlučim da ga teži prvi trail i drugi.
A message from the abbot.
Da, Extreme Trail samo bez Magic Bara na Very Hardu i No Market i onda imaš ludnicu. Baš ludnicu.
Recruits needed, sire.
Ne. Nije mi bio baš najbolji proroč. Probam ovdje. Ovdje je dobro.
Message from the Lion Heart. The desert is a cruel place to fight. Are you sure you have the heart for it?
Recruits needed, sire.
Da, sljedeće nedelje je Lionheartov trail. Opet su mi napravio Lionhearta koji je sušta suprotnost ovog. Od ekonomije koristi pšenicu, to je ono što sam vidio, i pravi gomilu crossbowa. Tako da je prava tvrđava od Lorda. Za 5 minuta napravi nekih 500 vojnika, ima preko 100-200 crossbowa i mnogo swordova šalju u napad. Tako da ćemo da ga testiramo sljedeće nedelje u posebnom trailu. Četvrtak će biti live, pre toga ne. Imaće nekih, ne znam koliko misija, koliko Opusum odluči da ima. Koristit ćemo Firefly mape za taj trail. Možda Opusum, kad smo već kod toga, da se ubaci neka koja je možda manualno napravljena. Recimo iz Broken Arrow onog tvog traila ili nešto tako, da se iskoristi neka mapa ako hoćeš ili tako dalje. Ja bih ovdje volao da mogu da postavim i mogu da postavim. Mislim da nema potrebe da nerfuju crossbowe, ali ono što treba da urade je smanje range. Ne znam da li si igrao Stronghold Crusader 2, kako je to najbolje to implementirano. Stalno ponavljam taj Crusader 2 zato što sam vidio mnogo dobre stvari. U Crusader 2 je crossbow također ubojiti jak, ali smanjen mu je range u odnosu na Archera za nekih 20-25%. Šta se dešava? Dešava se u tome da Archeri mogu doći ovdje da stanu i da gađaju crossbove. Crossbow, iako je na toweru, nema range da ga gađa. I to te tera da moraš da miksuješ, da praviš rangere zajedno sa crossbowe. Ja se često znao u Crusader 2 da ne pravim crossbove uopšte, baš iz tog razloga što nemaju veliki range. Imaju 25%, čak 25% manji range od Archera. Otprilike kao što ima skirmisher, tako je imao crossbow u odnosu na Archera, drastično manji. I to je onako baš balansiralo igru, nisi mogao da se opustiš, ono napraviš to crossbow i ne može ti niko ništa. Tako da samo da im se smanji range i to bi bio pobjeda. S druge strane, Horse Archeri su jako slabi u Crusader 2. 1000 da ih imaš ti ne možeš da probiješ zamak. Baš su onako slabi. Ljudi moji, moji ljudi, pa kakav je ova zmijica, kako ću ja da probijem uopšte? Pa ti koliko ima vojske? Ja mislim da moram da pojačam jer probit će me. Zar nemaju Arabians najveći range? Nemaju, svi imaju podjednaki range, i Arabians i obični Archeri s crossbowmeni svuda isti.
Recruits needed, sire. A message from the caffeine.
I have foreseen your endowment. Now, I will take
Čućemo se Opusome na Discordu sutra popodne. Ako budeš bio slobodan.
Weapons needed, sire.
21, dakle, još jednom gledate posljednju misiju Čarobne zemlje, Pere Grande Finale, posljednja misija traila. Prelepa. Nina, pazi kakva mapa, šta je napravljeno ovdje. Ti se baviš tim poslom koji zahtjeva određenu vrstu kreativnosti, pa baci pogled na ovo, kakva mapa, kakva priča uopšte propraćena. Nestvarno lepa mapa sa... Sve ima smisla. Baš sve ima smisla. Džungla sa vodopadima i posle toga kao monkovi, crna magija, kahine i jednostavno oko kreativnosti vam treba samo ovako nešto vizualno lepo da napravite, ove detalje sitne. Jako sam impresioniran. Najlepši trail do sada koji sam ikada odigrao u celom serijalu, Stronghold serijalu, a igrao sam ih mnogo. Ovdje imam 352 crossbowa i mislim da je ovo malo. Morat ćemo dodamo još nego što krenemo u napad. Razlog je, vidjeli ste malo časa, ogromna zmija koja ide. Da, predobar je taj deo piramide. Baš je dobar.
A message from the lion heart. The desert is a cruel place to fight. Are you sure you have the heart for it?
Pa hvala Nina, ja čekam da neko pohvali ovo nešto moje malo. Morao sam, nisam imao baš puno vremena da lepše to napravim, ali evo Nina, prvi kompliment, tako da thank you. Čekam i na kraju dočekam. Mogu bih ovdje malo da napravimo lepši zid. Čisto da bude malo ovako. Mada nije ni potrebno. Nećemo, nekako. Sad je postao ružniji, ne, ovo skidamo. Kupamo crossbow još. Možda je ovdje falila malo proizvodnja oružja swordsmene, ali teško ću swordsmenima da prođem kroz ovom otvoru. Malo me podsjeća, daje mi vibe, kao ono kad prilaziš u gotiku, onom templu gdje ima kostura i tako dalje. Či ideš putem i neke piramide i onda podzemne katakombe i tako dalje. Stvarno imam osjećaj kao da sam odgledao jedan film kada spojim sve. Kada spojim sve što sam pročitao, svaku misiju. Oh, hello, Munke! How you're doing, my man? How are you?
Watch it crumble.
Everything fine here. I'm trying to finish this trail and I'm about to finish it right in 1 hour. I think it will be over. Other than that, nothing else. Still Stronghold Crusader. How about you? Nina told us that you played Call of Duty. Duty of Call of Duty.
A message from the Kaheen.
Heretic, you will be found my sacred love. No. Moving out.
Pa možda bacimo neki multiplayer, vidjet ćemo. Gde su ti avioni da poderu sve to? First, a massive thank you for the game. Really appreciate it. And yeah, doing good here. Get a bed back and cold. Oh! Hope you're fine now. My kid got flu a few days ago, but now everything is fine. I wanted to play Age of Empires, I think, in Tuesday, but I couldn't.
Weapons needed, sire. A message from the abbot.
Leave these walls, boy, or you will pay for it.
Čekaj malo da vidim. Kojom vojsku ću ja da napadnem ovo? To je meni sad pitanje. Ovdje imam 657, ajde još malo. Malo da budem siguran. Pre nego što krenem da će sve biti ok kući. Hoću da imam zalihu dobru. Dobru zalihu. Pun rezervoar goriva. Sada ćemo da idemo kroz džunglu. Da li se sećate onog filma George of the Jungle, Strogans, CKB, tako nešto. Watch. Kao pazi na to drvo. George iz džungle. Glumac je bio onaj što je glumio u Mumiji. Zaboravim kako se zove. Tako ćemo mi kroz džunglu sada. Ja bi išla swordsmene i pikemene do te piramide. Pa... možeš, ići ćemo polako. Ići ćemo ovom putanjem, grunut ćemo swordsmene pa polako. Ovdje ima dosta crossbowmena. 17 bolta je potrebno da se ubije jedan pak. Pa vi vidite koliko su dobri. Watch out for the tree. Yeah. Exactly. Exactly, monkey. I just remembered that song, that movie. Because this is kind of jungle and I don't know.
Yes?
Just remember. Remembered. Brandon Fraser. Da. Brandon ili Brandon? Brandon. Brandon je već Beverly Hills. Na džunglu prva je asocijacija Predator. Da, Predator i Arnold Schwarzenegger. Najbolji film. Najbolji akcijni, jedan od najboljih akcijnih filmova ikada. Pravi ono, muški film što se kaže. Was a classic film, yes. So many good movies, old movies. Today, not much. Not many good movies around. Šest, 2, 4, 6. Izgubih ja zvuk, samo da stavimo slušalice na punjač. G435 te koristim. Već 2 godine, tad sam ih dobio na poklon od supruge za rođendan. Za 20. rođendan.
A message from the lion heart. Bravely done. You fight like a man.
Zašto je Crusader ovako postao... zašto je Crusader ovako kultna igra? To smo pričali ne samo zbog gameplaya, već i zbog tog sounda, muzike, sound efekta i mnogo upečatljivih lordova. Evo recimo Age of Empires koji ima jako dobar gameplay, ali nemaš tako upečatljive lordove kao što imaš ovdje. Snake, Rat i tako dalje, njihov smeh, Piggy i ostalo. I onda je to kombinacija svega i zato ima u neku nostalgiju koja nijedna druga igra nema. Kombinacija gameplaya, kombinacija muzike, kombinacija sounda. Ja stalno pravim poređenje sa filmovima i kao recimo Titanic bez muzike bi bio drugi film i muzika ona Celine Dion, čuvena pesma bez Titanica uopšte ne da li bi napravila takav uspjeh i da li bi bila toliko dobra. Ne može jedno bez drugog, tako i Crusader gameplay zajedno sa lordovima, zajedno sa soundom i dobijete remek dela. Sam Bog zna koliko crossbowa sam iskupao u ovom trailu. Preko hiljade, sigurno 20.000 minimum. Ja sam jedini koji nije gledao Titanic. Drugi namere, jel? Možda jesi Griff. Titanic. Pa, Titanic onako drama, ljubavna drama, ali na momenti horor kada krene ono da tone i tako dalje, baš je jezivo ako se udubiš u film. Mislim, nije horor, ali je onako malo čudno gledati. Zamisli ti ono, tone broda, voda ledena. Bro, vjerovatno mnogi su instant kada su pali u vodu, instant su stradali. Bez ikakve šanse da se preživi. A znate kako je noću, kako je mrkvi mrak, okean, Maid. Mora da je bio horor, pravi. Mislim da je dosta poginulo ovdje. Pa isti koliko vojske je poginulo. Ja moram da kupim healere. Moram da kupim healere, da ih parkiram upravo ovdje. Tu negdje. Healeri, morate biti malo brži. Ali zašto ne mogu ovdje da spojim ovo? Zašto i zbog čega? Sada mogu stop, defensive, to je to. Aj malo i vi, ovdje. Sada ćemo da ih ishilujemo. Ću malo ovako samo. Još nekih 175, može? Može.
Recruits needed, sire. Recruits needed, sire. Recruits needed, sire.
124, ovdje. Uskoro krećemo u napad. Uskoro završavamo. Vidite, abota gađam i to gomilo menginala, ovi drži se batica. Drugar se drži i to fino. Hoćemo da ratimo, i hoćemo da ratimo. I ovo ćemo da popnemo. To je to, mislim da više od ovoga neće biti potrebno. Sada ćemo samo ovdje da postavimo njih.
A message from the Kahin.
Heretic! You will befoul my sacred land.
Ovako.
No.
Reći mi samo još 6. Još kućica. Pazite koliko kamenja u stvari ovdje. Tek tada vidim. Tek sada vidim ovo kamenje.
Can't place that there, my lord. Can't place that there, my lord. Can't place that there, my lord.
Drveće.
Can't place that there, my lord.
To je to. Konjica se i dalje drži. Konjica i dalje tu. Ovo ćemo sve na slip, kasnije kupit ćemo vojsku odjednom, zato sam to, zato je određeno. 730, dobar. To je odlično. Sada ćemo samo da... Ništa, da kupujemo vojsku. Lord da se vrati kući. I njegov lični doktor koji će doći. Da, uposu me da sam imao.
Recruits needed, sire. Recruits needed, sire. Recruits needed, sire. Recruits needed, sire. Recruits needed, sire.
Moram da pratim koliko ima. 2100. Kahina je prva. Joel netaknuta ovdje. Mali porez kad bih postavio, znate koliko para bih imao? Mnogo. Jel coverage? Ovo ne valja. Zašto ne valja? Čekamo da krenu da rade ovaj. Mislim da je ovdje problem, da. Ovdje mi treba da malo kapija. I ovo je veliki problem. Baš je veliki problem ovo. Kako ću ja maximum size? Kako ću da probijem nekog? Zašto je maximum size kad imam tako malo vojske? Jedno Jewel ako ne uspije da sruši. Srušimo njega i da idemo da prolaze oni. Ovdje, aha, tu može da se prođe. Pa ništa, posle ćemo pikemen. Zašto imaš ovako puno? Pa, to je fora u multiplayeru koje se koristi i tako dalje. Uvijek napraviš te da ih imaš puno. I onda kada ih staviš u nekom trenutku na Z, na slip, ti dobiješ ljudi. Odjednom kupiš vojsku, imaš 200-300 vojnika i samo gruneš na protivnika. Ja isto tako. Pošto kupujem stalno vojsku, u nijednom trenutku ja ću njih da uspevam i da kupim za sav sve te ljude regrutovat ću kao vojnike. Ako si me razumeo šta hoću da kažeš. Desi Tomo, sinoć na Discordu cepali smo Dotu. Šteta što u jedinici nema tog waterpota sa 3 vatrogasca, bilo bi mnogo od koristi pri požarima. Da. Pa i skup je onako fino. S 10, 30. I nije skup kad pogledam malo bolje. Ovdje ne mogu ni da dođu.
A message from the Kahin.
I have foreseen your downfall. Now, I will make it fact.
Dakle, posle ćemo pajkmene. Neka dođu dole. Da bih još mogo da... Aj napravimo malo swordsmene. Ali prespori su swordsmene. Ne mogu swordsmene. Moram u stvari. Treba mi taj suvi damage. Maximum size. Top. Ništa toga onda. Dvojka. Kako si upalio ekstremni trup? Valjda nema limita za vojsku. Ima. Evo ga limit. Uvijek postoji limit. Sad mi je džabe. Kada srušim jednog dobit ću prostora. Ajmo da probamo da srušim. Znači ovako, ovo će biti 1. Ovo će biti jasno 2.
Bravely done. You fight like a man. Your lordship. Pikeman, forward.
Ne znam da li ima population limit. Ja mislim da ima i population limit do nekog trenutka. To ću morati isto, imao sam mnogo ideja za mali neki video s koji želim da pravim. Da vidimo koliko population limit je, koliko maksimalnu populaciju može da postoji. To ću morati da testiram isto. Ne, večeras završavam ovo i to je to.
A message from the abbot.
Leave these walls, boy, or you will pay for
Ovo je dobar napad. Baš dobar napad. Zabrinjavajuće dobar napad. Vidite, račvaju se sad, idu s ove strane. Kako ću ja tu da probijem? Zmija koja nema kraja.
A message from the Kahin.
Kako imam glavobolju kad ovako pratim.
Weapons needed, sire. Recruits needed, sire.
Kažem, recimo ovo bez marketa bi trajalo mnogo dugo.
Can't place that there, my lord.
That one hell of an army. Yes. I'm thinking how on earth I will manage to kill everything. Wow, ovi probiš ljudi. Nešto se desilo, da li sam napravio propust. Nisam napravio propust, idu s ove strane. Daj ovo pobogu. Šta je ovo?
A message from the Kahin.
You cannot protect even sickness. You
Ali šta ti ironija da zapale ovo. Da zapale vodu. Ja ne znam kako ovo da prođe. Stvarno sad ne znam. Nemam ideju. Čekao sam previše možda.
sire.
Jump to it!
Pa jesam, ali ne znam kako ću da pređem ovu misiju. Ne znam da li sam sad čuo, mislim da čak i nisi. Dugo, slabo save-ujem, zato što mi je bilo lagano dosta. Problem je što... ne znam kako ću da probijem uopšte. Army limit. I ove su nenormalne zmije. Kako da ubijem ovog, njega da ubijem. Nemam pojma, stvarno nemam pojma. Jedino da napravim asasine, asasinima da rešimo ovo. Vidiš sada odjednom 80 vojnika, to je ono što sam pričao, zato pravim iz 10. Da mogu da se probiju. Znate šta ću da pravim, ljudi? Napravit ću... napravit ću ovaj, kako se zove? Napravit ću unike. Pa ću unik da iskupim i da guram da sečem ovo.
Can't place that there, my lord. Recruits needed, sire.
Moram da se probijem. Devet i po sati traje stream. Poslednji krug. Ovdje uspeda da zapali Jewel. Tu mi treba vojska. Možda je bolje da ova ekipica 105 priđe tu, a da ga ovdje čekamo negdje. Nije možda bolje, nego sigurno da je bolje. Ovdje da ih postavimo. Samo nije fora da gađaš moj tower.
Message from the caffeine. A message from the abbot.
Šta je, bro? Šta je ovo? Ova kapija počinje da me smara što se stalno zatvara. Stalno iznova. Ovdje 639. Ajde još malo da pošaljemo s ove strane. Recimo ova ekipica. 41 neka dođe tu. Isto da pomognemo Jewel, da ne brine puno. Ja ne znam gdje odošao oni. Evo su. Pa znam, ne znam kako ću da probijem. Stvarno ne znam kako ću... znam kako ću da probijem. Mislim da znam. Ovdje treba da srušim... Pa, srušit ću samo to i ići ću na njega, bre, pobogu. Vrlo easy, to bi rekli, ali baš ultra giga mega easy. I to sa asasinima, pazi sad. To je ta garaža. Sad ćete da vidite. Opet lip. I... Mercenary. 118, pa i sada. 177 asasina. Ovo me malo nervira što me gađa. Ubijam moja, ali šta da radim. Idemo ovdje. Idemo srušimo to. Ne da srušimo to. Da otvorimo prolaz. I da srušimo ovo. Ne može se popne, ne može se popne. Ne može se. Kako ste tako? IQ im je užasan. Užasan ovim asasinima. Oni su onako... najmanje pametni. Najmanje pametne jedinice. Neću da kažem nešto drugo. Baš nisu pametni. Idemo da gubimo. I ubit ćemo ga. Ovo je malo rizično, ali nema veze. Žrtvovat ću 188. Za to vreme, ovi nek se vrati da radi. Ovdje nije loše da postoji jedna moja kapija sada. Ovako. Ajmo sporači. Ajmo sporači. Tako je, bre, samo što su ovi ostali. To je to. To je to. Mogu i Lionhearta isto da ubijem na taj način. Ne, njega ne mogu. Ne mogu da prođem, da napravim tu prolaz. A možda i mogu. Ipak ne mogu. Jao, vidi ovi što su prošli, što se dešava, kućice. Kućice.
Can't place that there, my lord. 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 Can't place that there.
Kakve su ovo ruševine? Ne znam ni ja. Ništa, sad ćemo da kupujemo... Kupit ću isto asasine. I isto ćemo da ubijemo njega asasinima. Najbolje to radi. Ili Unik je. Unik sporo. Ajde Unik, ne. Asasin, Unik, Unik, asasin. Ajde Unik. Para imam. Tako da ćemo sada Z kao Zimbabwe. Z kao Zair. I Z kao Zurik. Znači 237 ultra giga besnih Unika. Do you go to sleep hearing can't place that here, my lord? All the time, Munke, all the time.
A message from the Kahun.
And when my wife asks for money, I just tell her, no money, my liege. These band assassins.
A message from the
Pa nemam assassin.
Need a few goods. Do you have any to spare?
Recruits needed, sire.
Ma ovi su prespori, ovi su ultra giga spori. Baš su spori. Aha, pazim. Pazim, bravo. Da, ovo je problem. Ovo je problem. Bravo si. To je ono zato što sam... Evo, probiš dušmani. Sad ću tu da nagrnu. Jao, bre, Nina, zašto mi ranije nisi rekla, čoveč? Zašto mi ranije rekla nisi? Pa moram tu, ajde tu ćemo da idem. Trebao sam samo kad sam postavio kapiju da stavim i onu vodu kao. I problem solved. Sets. I sad ću samo ih trošim bez veze, poginući svi. A ovdje stalno nekako prolaze, ali stalno. I žali Bože ovaj niskorišćeni iron što je bio.
Can't place that there, my lord.
A nemoj da spustaš to, druže. I svi su poginuli, ma daj, i Unik, i svašta nešto. Ovo je nevjerojatno. Laku noć, Grif, čujemo se. Eto, zamisli, kupim 300 Unika i pogine tako lako pogine. Sad mi nije jasno. A ova kapija je otvorena, da. Brate. Kakav košmar. Kakav košmar. Super što idu ovdje, jako lepo od njih. Sad ćemo da ih pobijemo valjda.
Recruits needed, sire. 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 Recruits needed, sire.
Sad ne napadaju sa ove strane. Sad je moj trenutak sa ove strane da prođem i da ubijem Abot. Ali ja nemam vojsku.
Recruits needed, sire. Recruits needed, sire. Recruits.
A message from the Lionheart. War is a dangerous game, my lord, as you are finding out.
Recruits needed, sire. Recruits needed, sire. Recruits needed, sire. Recruits needed, sire. Recruits needed, sire.
سوف تتم. نذهب.
Recruits needed, sire. Recruits needed, sire. Recruits needed.
A message from the Kahim.
You cannot protect even the simplest. You have failed.
A message from the Kahim.
You cannot protect even the simplest. You have failed.
Ma, neće da me pusti. Neće da me pusti, sad idu ovdje.
Recruits needed, sire. Recruits needed, sire. Recruits needed, sire. Recruits needed, sire. Recruits needed. Recruits needed, sire. Recruits needed, sire. Needed, sire. Weapons needed, sire.
Katastrofa. Klasičan disaster.
A message from the Kahim.
Such little respect. I'll soon kiss the dust of my temple.
A message from the Kahim.
Brate, kakva najezda. Kakva najezda. I beskoristan Joel. Nema, sa ove gornje strane ne mogu da dišem, vidite, zmija ide. A sad idi s ove srednje. Mislim da sam mnogo čekao. To je problem.
Recruits needed, sire.